Well, getting around the city has been quite a challenge, but slowly the roadways are reopening. And for the very latest on that, we have Department of Transportation spokesperson Tom Kokkola on the phone to give us the very latest. Tom, thanks for speaking with us.
Oh, thank you, Roma.
What's the latest?
New York One's doing a tremendous job, and we appreciate the opportunity to give the update. The main thing that we wanted to announce today is that, unfortunately, Staten Island ferry service will again have to be suspended. Yesterday afternoon, we thought we were going to be able to restore ferry service to our 63,000 daily passengers, but unfortunately, as Jill and Arthur have been reporting, the lower Manhattan area is an area that needs to be completely sealed off for those emergency personnel. So therefore, we have decided to, again, unfortunately, suspend Staten Island ferry service for passengers. We had announced previously that we weren't going to do car service, but all passengers, unfortunately, we can't accommodate them today.
What about the Verrazano Bridge?
Well, the Verrazano Bridge is open at this point in time. From DOT's perspective, we're in charge of the East River bridges. Queensboro remains open, but the Billyburg, the Williamsburg, the Manhattan, and the Brooklyn bridges remain closed because, of course, those are the three main bridges that are closer to lower Manhattan. Our chief engineer and our staff have inspected the bridge. I was on the bridge, on the Brooklyn Bridge Tuesday when the second collapse occurred, and it was fairly traumatic in that area. But the bridges are structurally sound, but we just have to keep the traffic away. So again, as I said yesterday with New York One, the best thing to do from everybody's perspective is no matter what business you have to do, avoid lower Manhattan from 14th Street down.
And I don't know if you mentioned the Triborough Bridge. What's the status of that?
Triborough, I believe, is still open at this point in time. Here at DOT, we're concentrating on our bridges, which are the East River bridges, and, those remain closed, the Williamsburg, the Brooklyn, and the Manhattan.
Any other roadway updates that you're able to share with us?
Well, Roma, as you know, as you said, it's just been a work in progress, and I would allot for extra time if you're not in the borough of Manhattan, if you're still doing business in Queens or Staten Island or the Bronx and Brooklyn, within the borough, by all means, do business. But I think with the way the volume is flowing, just allot yourself some extra time and just be extra careful out there.
And have you gotten any estimates, Tom, as to when that the Lower East Side of Manhattan will be open to bridge traffic?
Yeah, no, we haven't, Roma. That's obviously a decision that the law enforcement officials and the mayor's office, Commissioner Iris Weinshaw, is obviously involved with them at all hours of the day. And when that decision's made, we will announce it, to outlets such as yourself who have been so good in providing information.
All right. Tom Kokkola, Department of Transportation spokesperson, thanks again for sharing the latest news. And we, of course, will be checking back with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning. I'm Roma Torrey. It is Thursday, September 13th, 2001. Here's the latest on the attack on America. Mayor Giuliani has asked for 6,000 body bags, as it appears likely the death toll will reach into the thousands. Most public and Catholic schools in the city are scheduled to open today, except for those located below 14th Street. Public schools will be on a 2-hour delay. Catholic schools in Brooklyn and Queens will open at normal hours. Newark Airport has reopened, but it will only be accepting about 18 flights that were headed for the airport at the time of the attacks and then diverted to other airports. Governor Pataki will speak to a joint session of the state legislature today to talk about the terrorist attack and rescue and rebuilding efforts. Other than the annual State of the State address, it is believed no New York governor has ever addressed a joint session of the state legislature. As for the investigation, government officials say perhaps as many as 50 people were involved in the terrorist attack plot. Investigators have managed to identify more than a dozen hijackers who crashed the 4 planes and have linked them to Osama bin Laden and other terrorist networks. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has told U.S. troops they will be called to arms in the days ahead. Secretary of State Colin Powell says President Bush will oversee a long-term conflict. The military remains on high alert. The Navy aircraft carrier USS Washington is now in the New York harbor, and military aircrafts are patrolling our skies. Staten Island is home to many of the city's police and firefighters, and many of them are still missing 2 days after the attacks. Staten Island reporter Roger Clark has the story.
This is the scene outside firehouses and police precincts around Staten Island. Police, firefighters, and loved ones waiting for news on members of New York's finest and bravest who are missing or feared missing in the ruins of the World Trade Center. Mike Margiotta is trying to find out what happened to his brother, who was with a rescue unit first on the scene.
The last we heard from him was when he was just entering the area at about 9:30. Yesterday morning he called my mother, and we haven't heard from him since.
Margiotta says he has heard conflicting reports about his brother, who responded with Rescue Number 5. But he says it's not like him to not check in unless he's been injured. Despite that, he's hoping for the best.
He's got a wife and 2 kids, and they're waiting for him to come home.
Staten Island's elite rescue unit number 5 got to the scene in Lower Manhattan so fast, the firefighters say they were one of the first to get on the scene. Margiotta and other night shift firefighters joined day shift firefighters as they raced to the World Trade Center. Friends, loved ones, and comrades of other firefighters and police missing are trying to remain hopeful as rescue efforts continue.
We've spoken to his family, and it's a horrible void, not knowing.
Foster's friend was from Staten Island, but was serving with a Brooklyn unit that responded to the World Trade Center.
All he cared about was being on the fire department to save people. His quote was, "You might not like me, but I'd be the first one you'd want to run into a building to save a burning baby or a person."
As they await word, Margiotta has a message for others awaiting news on friends and loved ones.
Don't give up. Keep the faith. Stay strong together.
On Staten Island, Roger Clark, New York 1.
Some of them were among the first into the danger zone Tuesday, and they lived to talk about what happened to them. New York 1's Taina Hernandez headed to Bellevue Hospital and has the stories of some rescuers who made it out alive.
How lucky do you feel?
Very, very lucky. It's a lot of guys that...
These were some of the happier stories told Wednesday. Patients at Bellevue Hospital who survived Tuesday's deadly attack, like firefighter Michael Engel, who blacked out and injured his knee. They were hurt, but well enough to talk about their ordeal.
What I saw was buses that were burnt, fire engines, trucks that were burnt, police cars that were burnt. It looked like a fireball came right up the street and took out whatever was in its path.
He suffered 2 broken ribs. Ernest Armstead's colleagues call him Dinosaur. He's an EMS worker with 30 years on the job, and now he's really seen it all. He was one of the first on the scene Tuesday and described explosions everywhere. He's hospitalized only for smoke inhalation. Here's the equipment he believes saved his life.
Whatever hit me, the big pieces of metal and everything, I had it like this, and it just... God protected me.
Hendrik Martinez, who hurt his back, faced his own mortality while evacuating hundreds of school kids.
And I'm getting hit in the back by debris, and I was thrown to the floor. I landed someplace, I don't even know where I landed, and I just put my head down and I was saying, this is it. I'm dying.
Now all he wants to do is get home to his own son, who's 3 years old.
Here at Bellevue, there was a big effort to keep this scene organized. As you can see, this hospital has been flooded with patient inquiries, people who want to volunteer, as well as loved ones desperate for information about their missing.
Just several blocks away, a very different scene. Families waiting on long lines to identify bodies, capable of being transported by the hundreds in these refrigerated trucks. On the east side, Taina Hernandez, New York 1.
Images of jetliners slamming into 2 of the most recognizable structures in the world have left many New Yorkers in a state of complete shock. But as our health reporter Cheryl Wells explains, many people are finding ways to keep their spirits up.
As emergency vehicles from around the country zipped up and down the West Side Highway, New Yorkers formed a sort of parade route as their way of giving thanks.
You can break our buildings, but you can't break our spirit.
Trucks were carrying debris to and from the disaster site, and ambulances carried workers who would witness a horror they could only imagine in the movies. But New Yorkers did the best they could to make rescue workers feel special.
This is the inspiration that I think the city needs, and this is 100% New York City at its finest.
But despite all the cheering, the reality is the World Trade Center is gone, and many New Yorkers are having a tough time dealing with that.
The fact that they were hijackers, I can understand. We've had them before. The fact that they crashed into a building, I could almost accept. The fact that the World Trade Center towers crumbled is what's giving me a lot of trouble.
Counselors are working around the clock to help people cope with this enormous tragedy. Madeline Miller is one of them. She's a social worker volunteering with the Red Cross.
There is the experience of grief, there is the experience of numbness.
Both of which may be symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a severe anxiety reaction to a traumatic event.
It's going to be important for all of us to be attuned to our own feelings, to the people we care about and love, to be available, to be supportive, and to listen and to keep talking to one another.
And for some, stirring up a parade may be the best therapy around. In Manhattan, Cheryl Wills, New York 1.
While the human toll of this unfolding tragedy remains foremost in everyone's minds, the city's business community is vowing to prove its resilience. Wall Street is closed again today, but hopeful trading could resume as early as tomorrow. Here's New York 1's Elizabeth Gerst.
In a city reeling with shock and sorrow, few are thinking of business as usual. Many office workers have been staying home, and the New York Stock Exchange will remain closed Thursday for the third straight session, marking the longest trading suspension since the Depression. But though rescue efforts remain a top priority, Mayor Giuliani reminded New Yorkers they can help the city's recovery in other ways.
We want to get the economy of the city as much back to normal as possible. Obviously, below 14th Street is going to be very affected. But other than that, people maybe would have to plan to just take a little longer, be a little more patient to come in. But they should try, if they can, to come back to work. And they should use the stores and the restaurants.
To fortify commerce, the mayor convened a preliminary economic task force Wednesday, comprised of government officials and business leaders. He also praised the overwhelming support from the business community, including a $10 million donation from General Electric and a $4 million commitment from tech giant Cisco Systems. Those funds to be earmarked for victims' families. Meanwhile, in a separate strategy session, stock market and government officials determined trading would resume by Monday at the latest, possibly as soon as Friday. They say they're working with businesses and their own experts to monitor safety, communications, and power lines.
It is clearly the goal to bring the markets up as quickly as is humanly possible, considering both the human risk that people will take in trying to bring these facilities up and considering that our recovery operation, the brave men and women who are digging through that rubble, hopefully to find many more survivors, are undertaking. And it is in that backdrop that we don't want to do anything precipitously.
While the New York Stock Exchange infrastructure remains intact, the American Stock Exchange sustained some damage to its second floor, prompting the big board to offer to host trading of Amex shares if needed. Meanwhile, Grasso insists, while the financial community is bowed, it will not be broken.
Lower Manhattan has been a hub since the creation of the first traded instrument back in 1792. I think our landscape will change. Obviously, our security will change. The way we work and do our business will change, but nothing will change that concentration and that excellence that this city has brought to all of our markets.
The first test of U.S. market mettle will occur Thursday when major futures and government bonds resume trading. Elizabeth Gerst, New York 1.
The city is trying to return to normal. Here now is the latest on our roadways and railways, as well as the latest on closings.
Annika Pergament following all of that for us, and she joins us now. Annika. All right, many services are back up and running, still others not ready to resume operations, especially those in lower Manhattan. Let's start first off with the schools. The public schools, all of them are open today except those below 14th Street. However, they will be opening with a 2-hour delay. As for parochial schools, all Catholic schools in Brooklyn and Queens will open on a regular schedule. Catholic schools in Manhattan, the Bronx, and Staten Island will also have that 2-hour delay, except those schools below 14th Street will be closed. All St. John's University campuses will reopen today, except the location at 101 Murray Street. That is closed until further notice. The City University of New York says all schools will be open for classes today, except Manhattan Community College. BMCC is serving as the command center and staging area in the rescue efforts, and therefore that is closed until further notice. You can get more information by logging on to that website we showed you. That's cuny.edu. Long Island University's Brooklyn Center is reopened. Now, New York Law School will not resume classes, they say, until Wednesday, September 19th. As for the stock markets, you probably already know this, they will not open today. They are going to try to get financial markets up and running by tomorrow. That might not happen. We'll find out later today if that will happen. It'll very likely be Monday before things resume trading as far as the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange. But futures and bond trading resumes today. All right, in the world of sports, Major League Baseball once again canceling all games. Teams might resume play tomorrow. No word on that as of yet. Postponed games will be played at the end of the regular season's playoff. Games will then be pushed back 1 week. That is all to be determined. Moving on to Lincoln Center, now they have canceled some significant performances. The London Philharmonia Orchestra was unable to fly in, so all of their performances have been canceled, as has the craft fair that was scheduled for Saturday and Sunday. For more information on Lincoln Center, this is the phone number that you should call. It's 212-875-5464. Broadway shows will resume tonight. Theaters will dim the lights in their marquees in memories of those killed or missing in the attacks. Now, tickets for Tuesday's and yesterday's canceled performances can be exchanged or refunded. What you can do is inquire at the box office, or you can call Telecharge at that's 212-239-6200, or you can call Ticketmaster if that's where you got your tickets. That number 212-307-4100. Fashion Week and 7th on 6th, that is canceled and it is to be rescheduled. We understand that they are shooting for some time in October. We'll keep you posted on that. All zoos are back open today. The New York Public Libraries are open from 11 to 5 p.m. The Brooklyn Public Library is open from 10 to 5, and that is all, of course, staff permitting. So what you should do if you plan to go to the libraries, call ahead and check with your branch. The courts are open today, as we understand. What you should do for information on state courts is call these numbers that we have for you, 1-888-COURT-NY or 1-800-COURT-NY. Problems likely in lower Manhattan courts. As far as the Postal Service, they have suspended delivery in most neighborhoods below 14th Street. You will be notified where you can pick up your mail if you need to get it in the interim. Postal employees who work downtown, if you work in the Church Street Processing Center, you should report to the Morgan Processing Center, and that is at 9th Avenue and 30th Street. If you work in customer service below 14th Street, you should go to the General Post Office, the James A. Farley building. Also, you should expect delays in coast-to-coast mail delivery, as well as in any areas near the explosion. The reason for the delays in the coast-to-coast delivery is that normally what they do is they contract with airline carriers, but of course the FAA has suspended airline flights. So now what they are doing is moving the mail by truck and by rail. So that is slowing that down. That is an update on what's closed and what's open. We're going to keep you posted through the morning. But for now, I'm going to send it back down to you, Pat and Roma.
All right. Thank you, Annika. The Port Authority operates the city's airports as well as a number of the bridges and the tunnels.
Bill Cahill from the Port Authority with us now for an update on some of the operations there. Bill, any changes in the status of bridges, tunnels, airports, bus terminals, you name it?
Gee, there's a loaded question. It depends on when you last heard the status. I mean, we've been, no, I'm just joking. The fact is that some things are new. Yes, we're going to have, in fact, we do now have the lower level of the George Washington Bridge open in both directions as of about 4 o'clock this morning. As you know, the upper level was open in both directions early this morning. The Lincoln Tunnel opened at 3 o'clock this morning in both directions. The Port Authority bus terminal is going to be open this morning. Also the George Washington Bridge bus station. And the Staten Island bridges have been operating in both directions since this morning. On PATH, we're running a fairly comprehensive schedule between 33rd Street in Midtown Manhattan and the terminals in Hoboken and Newark. And the airports are open, kind of. They are, I say kind of because the only flights that are out there or are permitted out there by the Federal Aviation Administration are those that were diverted to other airports following the attack yesterday on the World Trade Center.
So the airport buildings are open. People can show up at the airports and talk to the customer service personnel and so forth, but they might not necessarily find flights with the schedules being what they are right now.
That's right. Yeah. Speaking from the airport operator's perspective, we call the airport open when it's ready for business, when the runways and taxiways are clear, the equipment is operating. The airports are open. It's just that right now, the only flights permitted are those that were diverted elsewhere after the attacks yesterday. We're waiting for the FAA to let us know and the rest of the country know when the airlines will be permitted to start resuming a normal schedule of flights. And there are also new security measures that are required of both airport operators and air carriers, required by the Federal Aviation Administration, and takes a little time to put those in place.
Can you indicate, can you spell out for us what those changes are going to entail?
The fact is that I can't because I'm not at liberty to do so, but I think some of them will be obvious to air travelers when they go to the airports, and some of them won't.
Bill, the transportation across the bridges and tunnels, with the George Washington Bridge open again on both levels now, Lincoln Tunnel open, do you have indications from those crossings of the traffic volume they've been seeing? There's been such a dramatic reduction in the amount of traffic on the streets in Manhattan. Are you seeing that at this point on those crossings, or has there been such a backlog of people wanting to move across that they're waiting to get across there?
Yeah, I think the traffic is still lighter than normal today, and I think it's going to build incrementally over the next several days as we get closer to normal, citywide and region-wide. One thing I neglected to mention, and I should probably add, is that the Holland Tunnel is closed and is going to remain closed to all but emergency equipment.
Yeah, basically the entire lower Manhattan area is closed to any traffic and will remain so indefinitely.
That's correct. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
Bill, I was just going to ask, as we finish up here, as far as operations at the Port Authority bus terminal, have the bus operators indicated to you whether they will be back to a normal schedule, or will that take them some time?
Well, at the George Washington Bridge bus station, it's going to be a fairly limited service. New Jersey Transit is going to provide service, and 2 other bus carriers to start. And again, we would expect that to build incrementally. At the Port Authority bus terminal, I know that New Jersey Transit is going to start providing service this morning. As far as the other bus carriers, I haven't heard yet. People should check with their individual bus lines.
And do you have any information on those express bus routes?
No, I don't.
Okay, we'll try to get the updates on that. Bill Cahill, thanks very much, spokesperson for the Port Authority, and of course we'll be checking back with you for lots more through the day.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. It has been a time of loss and pain in New York City. Some New Yorkers finding comfort in their neighbors today. New York One's Paul Lombardi has been out speaking to New Yorkers, and he joins us now with more on that. Paul?
Good morning, guys. Many of you out there watching us right now have been keeping a round-the-clock vigil in front of your television sets, but hundreds got off their couches and headed over to Union Square to hold hands at a candlelight vigil for peace.
Looks like we're having some trouble with that with that report, Paul.
Well, I spoke with lots of people out there who were crying, hugging each other, putting flowers out in remembrance of loved ones lost. Those haunting pictures we've been seeing all day and night of missing loved ones were plastered all over the ground in Union Square. We had people expressing themselves through poetry, through art. It was a real scene. People playing the guitar, you know, people calling for peace. There were also some angry people there who had posters up calling for revenge. But for the most part, it was a very peaceful evening there, and the organizers say they will be there for as long as the search continues and, you know, indefinitely.
It is a collective need to share this immense sense of grief. Do you feel it's going to grow, this group of people?
I mean, as we were there, it was growing. People just had to get out of the house. I mean, a lot of people have cabin fever. They're not working. Everything's canceled. No Broadway shows. You know, a lot of movies are closed. I mean, what are people doing? They felt the need to come out and join the community, and I assume that provided some sense of comfort in a time, you know, when it's tough to feel good about anything. You know.
Paul, when I was headed home late, I guess it was about 6 o'clock last night, by the time I got out of the subway up on the west side, and as I was coming out of the subway station, there were some signs posted there, just photocopied signs somebody printed out on their computer that said, they wanted a citywide vigil, 7 p.m., please observe a moment of silence. But there was no letterhead, there was no organizer indicated. It just very clearly sort of a grassroots effort on the part of New Yorkers, and that sort of thing seems to be going on everywhere, that some of this isn't so much an organized effort or any organization that existed before. This is just people trying to get together. And
Washington Square Park as well. You know, a lot of NYU kids were down there putting flowers into the chain link fences and lighting candles. And while I was at Union Square, hundreds of people were there, and many of them gathered around, held hands, and there was a moment of silence. And they actually, a couple people yelled at us, like, get these cameras out of here. You know, this was not for the cameras. This was a very genuine coming together of New Yorkers, you know, looking for some comfort in the hands of their neighbors.
You know, just to add to that, I saw another phenomenon yesterday. I was on the west side, the Upper West Side, and I was passing a firehouse. And as the firefighters were coming in and out, the people who just happened to be walking along the sidewalk stopped to pay their respects. They applauded them, they cheered them, you know, a couple tried to engage them in conversation, and, you know, they are being recognized in the city as our true heroes.
Yeah, I saw that on the Upper West Side as well. Flowers and people stopping and shedding a tear, you know, because they know that they've suffered a great loss.
By the way, we have the sound back, so you can return to that, I think.
We'll take a listen to what some of the people talked to me about this evening.
I was just staying in, listening to the news, but coming out here makes it real. And, you know, the emotions are apparent, and just how much people have lost, but how much people are willing to have hope, and just that there is still hope out there.
There's so much love here, and comfort, and peace.
We're all hurting, and we all need each other to get through this, and it's a good time, you know, together to stay positive even in a negative situation.
You know, like we said, they lit candles, played guitars, brought flowers, and expressed themselves through poems. Some shared political and religious messages. There were pleas for peace and calls for revenge. But whatever their views, these New Yorkers were together, sharing their grief as a community. And the vigil organizers say they'll be there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, indefinitely.
Paul, people that you spoke to, are they telling you what part of the city they're coming from? I mean, are the people that they vigil that you visited?
I talked to were neighbors around the Union Square area. A lot of people were wandering by. They just, you know, people, like I said, have nothing to do, you know, aside from keeping watch over the TV and what's happening. You know, a lot of people can't sleep. You know, the people walking their dogs, riding their bikes, and this was sort of a hub. You know, people seem to find some comfort there. You know, we're all going through the same thing.
Much as we appreciate that people choose to turn to us to get information about this, it's a little mind-numbing after 8 or 10 or 12 hours in front of the TV, and you can't blame them for wanting to take a walk outside and talk to some other people and just get a feeling of what other New Yorkers are thinking.
And we found some, you know, there were some people there who were agitated by the whole thing. One guy was actually yelling at some people because he was accusing them of sort of, you know, trivializing the pain that he was feeling. You know, he's like, I have friends in the building. Do you have friends in this building? You have no right to be here. And the guy's like, look, man, you know, this happened to all of us, which is a good point. You know, whether you know anyone in those buildings or not, we were all attacked, you know, and
obviously a sign of how emotions have frayed.
Especially as the hours drag on, this is, you know, it's just more and more stressful for everyone.
All right.
Paul Lombardi, thank you. Update for you now on the transit system on this Thursday morning, and Al O'Leary, New York City Transit's on the line. Al? Al, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Al, what's the status report this morning, please?
Well, the single major change from service yesterday is that we are now running some limited express bus service from Staten Island to Manhattan areas north of 23rd Street. The way that's going to work is the routes are going to pick up their customers on their regular stops on Staten Island, but instead of coming through Brooklyn to get to Manhattan, they're going to go through New Jersey, access Manhattan through the Lincoln Tunnel. Then they're going to take the path of least resistance, is the only way I can explain it, down to 23rd Street, where they will then begin dropping off customers on their regular Manhattan express bus stops. So that's a single change for Staten Island this morning. As far as subway service goes, the local bus service, by the way, is going to be the same as yesterday. It's going to be in Manhattan, local bus service north of 14th Street, and then in the outer boroughs, the local bus service will be normal. On the subway end, we've got a number of routes that are running normal service. That would be the B, the D, the F, the G, the L, Q, W, and 7. And then there are, as we experienced yesterday, other routes that are running, you know, in a truncated fashion, you know, in different parts of the city. Now, all we can recommend for people to do is if they need to know specifically what train to take is to call our Travel Information Center, which is 718-330-1234.
And Al, I'll point out that we've got a lot of that information up on our website as well, and that's not the only website in the city that you can find that information on, so that may be another alternative for people who need more of that information. And those, you say there are truncated routes. This is basically the routes for subways that need to pass through that area in Lower Manhattan, and you've kind of isolated the routes to either side, correct?
Yeah, we've got sections running in Manhattan and sections running in Brooklyn, but they're not running from Manhattan to Brooklyn. The MTA website is also a good resource, and in fact, Chris Boylan, who's the executive director for communications for the MTA, tells me that our website, New York City Transit's website, usually gets on a regular day about 250,000 hits, and yesterday it got 7 million. So that website address is www.mta.nyc.ny.us, and it has all of the MTA services on it, including New York City Transit, Metro North Railroad, Long Island Railroad, MTA Bridges and Tunnels, and Long Island Bus. So it's a very good resource.
All right. Al O'Leary, thanks so much for speaking with us. Of course, we'll be checking back with you periodically.
Okay, have a good day.
In Washington, let's turn it now to Bonnie Anderson, who is at Hartsfield Airport, the second busiest airport in the world, Atlanta, Georgia. Bonnie, what's the scene there?
Well, Miles, as you know, on any given day, on any normal day at this time of the morning, Hartsfield would be a bustling hub of activity. Not so today. I can show you that there's tape across the doors. There's very little activity here, very little movement, very few employees. And there's still no word from officials here on when the airport will reopen, whether they'll go along with the 11 a.m. Timeline. Delta, which is headquartered here, says later today they will decide when to resume their flights. We can show you some live pictures now of planes on the tarmac. They have been there since Tuesday. Meanwhile, officials here are implementing new security measures mandated by the FAA. I can tell you that on Tuesday, police officers and bomb-sniffing dogs combed every inch, they said every inch of this airport. Additional federal marshals, customs, and border patrol agents assigned to Hartsfield should be arriving today, we're told, as they have been dispatched to major airports across the nation. This is certainly a major airport. There has been a perennial battle with O'Hare International over the bragging rights to the title for world's busiest airport. Now, Atlanta Police Department says they have also permanently assigned additional officers to this airport, although Hartsfield already has a very sophisticated, what they call, multi-layered security system. Most of this was put in place prior to the '96 Olympics held here in Atlanta. Additionally, last year, some very high-tech electronic scanning devices were installed in the concourses. As for stranded passengers, well, the number is undisclosed. Some of them were stranded as they were coming through Atlanta, major hub, in the midst of changing planes. Others were stranded when their flights aimed for another destination were stopped here. So those passengers, along with employees, are awaiting word as to when flights will resume here at Hartsfield. I'm Bonnie Anderson, CNN, reporting live from Atlanta.
All right, thank you very much, Bonnie. Our continuing coverage, America Under Attack, will resume in just one moment.
This is CNN.
This is what the southern part of New York City looks like today. What we cannot capture with this picture, of course, is what this place smells like today. The winds have shifted here, blowing stinging smoke miles away from the crash site at the World Trade Center. The rescue work continues with some grim reminders of what the reality is today. The medical examiner confirming he now has 5,000 body bags in his premises, with another 5,000 body bags ordered and on the way. But rescue workers certainly are not giving up hope of finding more victims trapped in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Good morning, everybody. I'm Paula Zahn reporting for CNN from New York City this morning. And Miles O'Brien will be joining us from Atlanta in a moment. But first, I'm going to check in with Eileen O'Connor, who gave us some fascinating new information just about an hour ago on where the investigation is going now. Eileen, if you want to recap some of that and tell us anything new you've learned, we'd appreciate that.
Well, we have learned that some new information about the Bukhari brothers, but let's first start in Germany, in Hamburg. German police tell CNN they have detained a male airport worker and have brought in a woman for questioning in connection with Tuesday's attack. Now, federal law enforcement in the United States was led to this Hamburg connection by way of information that was gleaned from a car seized at Logan Airport. It was a Mitsubishi, and it was rented by Mohammed Atta, who was, and inside that was a flight manual, and an Arabic language manual that sources say was very helpful. Also sees Atta's driving records indicated that he lived here at 10,001 West Atlantic Boulevard in Coral Springs. We have some video of that apartment. Sources say that all of this information was very helpful. They also interviewed a man named Charles Voss, who housed Atta, and another man, Marwan al-Sheikhi. Charles Voss says that they attended this. Let's hear from him.
They arrived over there a year ago. It was in last July, and when they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in, pretty much, as I recall, unannounced, and so we provided them for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
Now, Huffman, now these two men attended a flight school, Huffman Aviation International. The director of that school says that FBI took records from the school on these two and other students. He also says that these two students attended the school from July to November of last year, and that after that flight school they went to another. This shows great planning, Paula. Law enforcement sources say they believe these two men flew one of the two planes from Logan Airport. Remember, their connection was to that car at Logan Airport. The United or the American flight were the ones that flew out of Logan. They flew into the World Trade Center. Both of these men had pilot licenses that we have obtained copies of. The men carried passports from the United Arab Emirates, but officials in that country deny that they are citizens. Now, in addition, there was information gleaned from a car, a rental car, that was impounded in the Portland, Maine airport. This led police to two other brothers, Adnan Bukhari and Amir Bukhari, and also a neighbor. CNN's Susan Candiotti went inside Adnan Bukhari's house. The FBI documents left inside that house indicated, this is Adnan Bukhari, inside that house, those FBI documents indicated that federal authorities took computer records, credit card receipts, and other INS documents. Now, also next door to Mr. Bukhari lived another man that police believe could also have been one of the pilots. One of the things that the FBI said that they took was a rooms-to-go receipt. That actually indicated that Bukhari had, in fact, bought some furniture at Rooms to Go on Tuesday. So it may well be, while law enforcement had thought that he might have been one of the men, Adnan Bukhari, who flew the plane out of Logan, coming in from Portland, they now believe that perhaps he is not and is still at large. They will be seeking him, of course, as a material witness. They did take that receipt from Rooms to Go, and Susan Scandiotti has been in touch. Apparently, the Rooms to Go salesman got in touch with her, said he has spoken to the FBI, and they indicated that perhaps they are already in touch with Mr. Bukhari. He said that furniture was supposed to be sent to the port in Fort Lauderdale for shipment back to Saudi Arabia. Paula?
All right, Eileen, I know that you were busy working your contacts when I was interviewing Attorney General Ashcroft just about a half hour ago, and I asked him a question about a report in Time magazine this morning confirming the fact that at least 4 terrorist teams, and you've indicated this too, had a certified pilot with them, and that some of these pilots had flown for an airline in Saudi Arabia. And I asked him if those pilots were trained in the United States and Saudi Arabia, and he wouldn't answer that. Explain to us this morning why that is so sensitive.
Well, it is sensitive because, of course, they're also in touch with the Saudi government. Now, of course, you know that Osama bin Laden is originally a Saudi national. They would have to be checking what links there are to Saudi Arabia, but also perhaps to Saudi nationals that might be linked to Osama bin Laden. Now, our records also that we've obtained do indicate that the two men, Adnan and Amir Bukhari, those two brothers that you saw earlier, the pictures of, those two men did indicate that they had a post office box in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and that it was a post office box with Saudi Airlines. They also described themselves to neighbors that we have spoken to as Saudi pilots, and we do know that they did receive training here in the United States in Vero Beach at Flight Safety International. FBI have been to Flight Safety International, and they are, of course, looking into them and to others that may have trained there. Also, Paula, they are looking into men connected with these men. They're looking through all of these records, and I am told by a law enforcement source that they are also looking at some other flight schools in Florida. So they believe that there are, of course, other pilots out there that would have flown those 2 airliners from Dulles and also from Newark, and they may all be connected. Paula?
The other piece of information that CNN has gotten that the Attorney General wouldn't comment on is something that you and I talked about in the last hour, which is the possibility that members of each of these hijacking teams may not even have known each other prior to commandeering the jet. I guess part of the motivation for that would be if they were to be captured or interrogated, they wouldn't have to betray the whole operation. Any new information on that?
No, my sources are just indicating that they are working increasingly under the indication that that is likely the case, that the pilots may well have known each other. Then probably there were 2 pilots, for each of those flights may well have known each other, but then they wouldn't have known the other three, and the other three wouldn't necessarily have known the pilots or even each other, but that there was some kind of overt signal they all followed.
All right, Eileen, thanks so much for that update. We're going to head back to Atlanta, where Miles is standing by. Miles?
Paula, a little bit of breaking news coming into us just now. An Amtrak train and a freight train have collided just within about 45 minutes, about an hour ago, in Utah, in western Utah, in Tuella County. Tuella County Sheriff's Office indicating that the collision occurred and that there were, according to our affiliate there, KSL, 200 to 300 passengers on board that Amtrak train. There are reports, according to KSL, that at least one or two of those Amtrak cars is on fire. We are obviously trying to button this up, get some details for you as quickly as they become available. Just to recap, at 7:15 Eastern Time, 5:15 local time, an Amtrak train and a freight train collided in western Utah in Wendover. The county is Tuella County. The authorities there are responding to the scene there. 200 to 300 passengers on board that Amtrak train. We are working diligently to get details for you as soon as they become available. Send it back to Paula in New York.
For guests. All right, we're back here in New York City, and one of the things I think the nation is fascinated by right now is exactly what rescue workers are up against downtown as they try to start to dig through the tons and tons of rubble. Behind my shoulder, of course, you still see smoke coming from that area. Not far from there is Martin Savage, one of our correspondents, who's going to give us an update now on exactly what is going on down there. Martin?
Morning to you, Paula. And as you see quite clearly on the Manhattan skyline, it is still that plume of smoke that continues to rise where once the Twin Towers were rising themselves into the sky. It continues to be that sort of grayish white type cloud. It is fire that is still down there and smoke that is billowing up. The wind has shifted somewhat. That has eased the burden on the rescuers down there, but it has made it problematic for other people in lower Manhattan. Anyone with respiratory problems in the area are said that they should close their windows and should not come down here. As for the rescuers themselves, we were watching as a fresh load of rescuers came into the area. They're riding in buses. They're sometimes riding on the backs of trucks. Any mode of transportation that can bring them down the West Highway here to approach to the Twin Towers, or what remains of where the Twin Towers once stood. Here is the problem that they're up against. There are at least two buildings in the immediate area around the debris field here that are said to be in imminent danger of potential collapse. We had a partial collapse that took place yesterday afternoon of the 7 remaining stories of one of those grand towers, and there is at least 2 other buildings. One is the Liberty 1 area, and then there is another building that is known as Building 5. That is a problem, obviously, for the rescuers down there. They had to evacuate quite suddenly, quite quickly. It was almost a repeat of some of the scenes we had seen days before. They are carefully working their way through that debris. They're using shovels, they're using picks, they're using heavy earth-moving equipment, and at times they're using their bare hands. The daylight now has supplanted the floodlights that bathe the area throughout the nighttime hours. They are searching for life, but many of them know that they are preparing to find death. As you point out, the number of body bags now requested by the city of New York has doubled to about 10,000. They have officially now found 160 bodies, but of course that death toll is going to go way beyond those numbers that have been found. So the desperate work is continuing. They are bringing in more equipment and they are taking out more debris. But they also know that with each passing hour and literally each passing moment, hope of finding more survivors grows dimmer and dimmer, but that hope still exists. Paula?
Martin, there was a lot of talk yesterday by FEMA and by other organizations across the country talking about sending in these specialized urban rescue teams. Can you give us an idea this morning on exactly how they are adding to the efforts already underway down there?
Well, the specialized teams obviously do the heavy lifting as far as trying to find those that may still be trapped inside. They are the ones that are dispatched to any indication if there is life to be heard from down underground. They're the ones that have the training, they're the ones that have the equipment and the expertise. The other volunteers that come in are doing also the heavy work, helping to clear the debris so that the specialized teams can have access to these specific areas. There are also a lot of firefighters that are down there doing their job, also assisting these teams. So basically, it is those teams that are working at the point when it comes to trying to find survivors. It is the many thousands of other volunteers that are doing the heavy work of trying to clear the way for them to do their job. Paula?
I know Americans stand in awe of these rescue workers and firefighters and police, all of whom are risking their lives to assist in this effort. But what are and I know none of these folks involved will ever admit the grave dangers they're facing, but today, what is the biggest challenge they face in terms of their own personal safety?
It's the shifting debris. It is the concern about the buildings in the surrounding area that are known to be buckling. We know that the fires have weakened them severely, and that is the greatest danger. But they go about the job of digging into the ground, even though the threat may be above their heads. They are concerned about finding anyone who is alive. They are leaving it up to the other experts in the area to sort of watch over them. The tremendous strain that is building up on these rescuers is very evident as you talk to all of them. You talk to some of the first responding firefighters, and the tales that they tell you of the destruction, of the human destruction that they found, are just mind-numbing. They said that they never expected to see some of the scenes that they came across. One firefighter saying that when they initially entered one of the towers, they had to obviously go in through the lobby. What they saw goes beyond human decency to describe, but there was a tremendous number of burned victims on the ground floor that initially surprised them. They expected to find the burned victims up where the two planes impacted. Instead, what they found was that the fuel and the fire from those aircraft immediately dumped down the elevator shafts and exploded into the lobbies. That's the sort of thing they're up against, Paula.
Cannot even imagine of what they face. Martin Savage, thanks so much for that update. We're going to come back to you a little bit later on in this morning. Joining me right here, north of where Martin was just talking from, is Ron Saladino, who works for Solomon Smith Barney.
Yes.
Welcome. Tell us where you were when both of the World Trade Centers were struck.
I was on the 28th floor of number 7 World Trade, working in the southeastern corner.
Okay, now for folks who aren't familiar with New York, building number 7, or number 7, was in fact the building that collapsed much later in the day.
Yes, around 6 yesterday evening.
Did you see either one of these planes slamming into the North Tower or South Tower?
No, I didn't see any of the planes.
What did you hear?
At around 8:40, you heard a tremendous explosion, followed by what felt like an earthquake rumble. After that, immediately we looked towards the southern window and saw debris of building parts, glass, and metal shattered to the ground.
And what did you do?
At first I was stunned. I didn't know what to do. I had maybe one breath of air in the whole action. Dashed to the window, looked up, and saw a hole as wide as the World Trade Center, about 20 to 30 stories high, with flames pouring out of every end.
Everybody has had a different description of then, how they reacted to that. Did you think you were doomed?
At that point, I didn't know what to think. I was scared for my life. It's something you hear about in other countries, but you don't really know what it feels like till it actually happens, in the city you work, in the building right next to yours.
So tell us what happened from that point on.
From that point on, everyone seemed to be in awe, just staring at the giant hole in the Northern World Trade Center. We seemed to see bodies fly out of the window minute after minute in free fall, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 seconds, down to the death at the bottom.
Some of those folks were jumping from the windows because they were trapped. Some of them just forced out by the pressure of the explosion.
Mm-hmm.
So you're watching this from the window. You're not thinking, I'm going to get out of this building because this building, if one of these other ones collapses, is going to be a gun or two.
Mm-hmm. At first,
are you surprised that you stood there and watched this thing rather than say, hey, I'm getting out of here?
Well, looking back at it now, it was just a blur in my memory. Eventually someone did say, let's evacuate and let's get downstairs. And initially, once that clicked in my head, I knew to, run to the stairs and run downstairs as quickly as possible.
How long did it take you to get out of your building?
About 2 minutes. I must have ran down the stairs as fast as possible.
Yeah, we need to explain that building was only how many stories?
48, I think, in total, maybe 47.
Say only. I mean, that's a massive building by anybody's standards anywhere else in the United States. But the other buildings dwarfed it. They were 107 stories. The most remarkable thing is hearing some of your colleagues across the street describing trying to get out of the North Tower and it taking over an hour to get out.
Yes.
Once you got to the street, what happened? Were you pelted with flying debris?
Well, initially when I got down to the ground floor, the second plane had hit the Southern World Trade Center. And again, people started to panic, people started to cry, people started to get away from the front lobby windows. After that, security guards then pushed people down the escalator, around the back entrance, and up towards Greenwich Street, getting people as north as possible away from the incident.
And once again, a lot of folks might not be familiar with the geography of the city, but once you arrived at Greenwich Street, which is not too far from there, did you see either one of the buildings collapse?
Yes, I did. About 10 to 20 blocks up, I stopped to catch my breath. I turned and looked around, and the Southern World Trade Center began to just buckle, about 50 consecutive bangs, and it fell down like a waterfall. And after that, there was chaos in the streets. People didn't know what to believe.
They were screaming? Were they? What were they doing?
People were crying. People were saying the city's under attack. People were mentioning that the Pentagon got hit by a plane also. I mean, that's when I almost started to get really upset.
You know what is fascinating to me is, as one of our previous guests was describing, trying to get out from the midsection of the North Tower, and he said people were quite orderly. I mean, some of whom had been through the '93 World Trade Center bombing, that there was not a sense of panic until they got to the lower floors. And Martin Savage was just reporting about all the kerosene that firefighters were surprised to burn a number of victims on the lower floors, but they were inundated with water. A lot of the sprinklers have gone on the building, and that was the point at which I think people realized they were in trouble. Martin, I'm going to ask you to assist me here. This is really quite stunning to share with folks that are joining us right now. These are pieces of paper from Cantor Fitzgerald, which I'm going to have you hold this from the brokerage firm. Singed, I don't know if the camera could pick this up, but singed pieces of paper that were blown out of the wreckage of the World Trade Center. And these actually showed up in the yard of one of our correspondents, Peter Stiles, I am told out in Brooklyn. So this stuff ended up miles and miles away. What do you know about the safety of any of your friends that have worked in the other two buildings? Are you missing friends at this point, missing colleagues?
As of now, I had no friends or coworkers who worked in number 1 and 2. There actually was an individual who worked on my floor that was hurt. He actually fell and broke his leg, but I found out that he's safe and okay with family and friends. So everyone else who I know of is safe.
You're a very lucky man, and I hope that ultimately you can erase some of these horrific images that you've shared with us this morning. Thank you, Ron Saladino. Appreciate your time. Time to go back to Atlanta. Miles is standing by with some more news.
All right, thank you very much, Paula. Let's turn our sights on Washington for a little bit. The U.S. Capitol. Minority Leader Dick Gephardt is standing by to talk a little bit about what's ahead in Congress as the discussion shifts to some tough talk, the possibility of retaliation. Thanks for being with us, Mr. Gephardt.
Thank you.
All right, first of all, give us a sense of the debate over any sort of resolution and the wording of a resolution. I hesitate to call it a declaration of war. I presume you would too. What would you call it?
Well, I think it's an authorization for the president to do what is necessary to both find and punish the perpetrators of this violence and to try to prevent other acts from happening in the future. The president is asking for authority, and I think the president will get proper authority. We're going to be talking to his people today about how to word it properly, but I think it is needed and it will be done.
These are the sorts of occasions when partisan rancor is put to the side, but nevertheless, there are some people who, with good intentions, could have some debate about how to phrase this resolution. What are the substantive issues which may divide the parties on this?
Well, there are all kinds of arcane issues about how to word it, but essentially I don't think it's going to be a problem. Look, this was the worst violence on our soil by a foreign influence or power in the history of the country. This is worse than Pearl Harbor. This country is united today. The Congress is united. There is no air or light between Democrats and Republicans, between the Congress and the president. We want to respond. This was an act against humanity, against civilization, against all Americans. And America, as it always has, will respond. We are moved by what the heroic, patriotic people are doing, sifting through this wreckage, trying to find people. We have all kinds of reports of heroism and courage, and America will stand behind our people and stand behind the entire world order.
You know, you mentioned a foreign power is the cause of it. You would have to go back to the Civil War to find greater loss of life on the U.S. soil, which leads one to believe, of course, if we can recover from the Civil War, we can well recover from this. Let's talk about short term for just a moment. There is talk of an emergency spending resolution. perhaps on the order of $20 billion. This comes right on the heels of a discussion about the budget and some concerns about tapping into Social Security, for example. Is there some concern that this whole issue might change the whole tenor of a budget discussion in the future?
Well, I really think this is a special exception. This is a national emergency. This is a national crisis. And we cannot worry about what the budgetary costs. We have to get this done. So I think Congress will put this to the side. We'll say this is not in the normal budgetary debate or discussion, and we're going to do what needs to be done. Again, there is unity in this country, in the Congress, and among the people of our country. Just as after Pearl Harbor, we stood together and fought a common enemy, that's what we're going to do at this time.
Looking back on your congressional tenure, perhaps the only parallel would be the Persian Gulf War. Can you compare the tone of the times then and the rhetoric then to today? Is there any substantive difference, or do you see it as very similar?
Well, I think it is different. I think the amount of unity from the outset is greater. We had a real discussion and a legitimate debate before the Persian Gulf War. There were those of us who were willing to use force, but we didn't think that was the right time to go at it. And we wanted to use diplomatic measures to try to achieve the end. So there was a difference of opinion. After we voted and the Congress decided to use force, there was absolutely no dissent. We stood shoulder to shoulder. But that's where we are now at the outset. There is no real criticism of moving forward, of finding the people who perpetrated this, trying to prevent it from ever happening again, and finding and bringing to justice the people who perpetrated this atrocity.
The House Minority Leader is Richard Gephardt. Thank you very much for sharing some time with us this morning.
Thank you.
Paula.
All right, Miles, I'm back here in New York City, and joining me now is Pat Probert, that is, who is joining us from Toronto this morning. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Pat, this is one of the more bizarre stories I've heard to come out of this. Explain to us your, in any way, attachment to this World Trade Center disaster. I understand you got a very strange email?
No, it was actually a call on my pager last night at 10:12 p.m. I went to bed about 9:45, listening to some of the news, and kind of fell asleep, and about 10:30 turned my TV off, and then heard my pager going off, and thought it was my brother Joe calling from Vancouver, as he did the night before at home, and I thought maybe instead of him calling tonight, being last night, he may have just paged me to call him back the next day. I called in, I heard this message, and it says, you know, we're under the rubble, we are okay, and it went on and then just ended. And I tried to go back to sleep, couldn't sleep. I got up, I listened to it 2-3 more times, tried to sleep again, I couldn't. I phoned the police. I waited for them to answer their phones. I guess they were busy. I didn't call on the 911 line. So I hung up and went back to sleep. I still couldn't sleep, and I listened to it again. I phoned the Metro Toronto Police, got through to them, spoke to a sergeant at headquarters. He listened to it, others listened to it. They sent police officers to my home last night to hear the tape, and they reviewed it. And he was on the line immediately with AT&T in the United States to try and track the phone number that came back to my pager last night, and you know, it was obviously very, very distressful and very, very sad and disturbing. It's been a long, long night for me.
I can't even begin to understand what that must have been like. Pat, for our viewers to get a better sense of why this was so disturbing, I think we're able now to play part of that message that was transmitted to you. Let's listen.
We're still alive. There's no trapped on the rumble app, but we're still alive. There's no.
Pat, about the only thing I could make out, because the sound was a little distorted, is I'm still alive, I'm still alive.
Yes, we are trapped under the rebel, and then he goes to we are still alive. and then goes on from that point. He sounded very calm, cool, collected, didn't sound like he was stressed. You know, kind of seems like maybe he's in a good protected area and a void in there, but there's definitely, because he changed it from to we, that there's more than one person in here, and obviously they are alive. And hopefully they can, you know, try and track this down through AT&T and find out who it was, or if somebody in the United States hears that voice, maybe it's one of their loved ones hears it and knows that that's his voice, that maybe they can get a cell phone and try calling him. We're really hoping.
That is absolutely amazing. Now, do you have any idea how your pager would have been run?
Well, Toronto,
how this number, you know, would have been accessible to somebody, or is it a common number that someone could have dialed?
Yeah, Toronto has a 416 area code. New York has 516. Upstate New York has 716. And the last 4 digits of my number is all the same. And it's a very easy first 3 numbers of it as well. I do business in New York, in New Jersey, around the world, and you know, I don't know, there's a lot of Canadians down there. I don't know if somebody was actually had my number, or if a business associate had called me on my pager and hit redial, as you know, somebody here might have suggested or something, or they just dialed at random last night. But you know, in speaking with the police and everything, and they're people that heard this.
All right, we've lost our signal with Pat. What an absolutely disturbing story. And Miles, I think it's important to point out that one of the heads of the fire chiefs organizations that represents firefighters from all over the country told me yesterday that typically that 90% of the rescues that are done in these kinds of crisis situations, of course nothing compares to the magnitude of this, but most of the folks who are rescued alive are found within the first 24 hours. I am about to interview Mayor Giuliani, but I have been told by 2 or 3 rescue workers that they have not been given up hope. And if Pat Probert, if what he says, or we're led to believe from that exchange on the pager, is true, maybe indeed there are many people who are trapped inside these are what we're hoping to be safe pockets under this debris.
It's a chilling thought, and at the same time a somewhat, I guess, encouraging thought, isn't it?
Yeah, we hope.
All right.
We won't know for a while.
We'll check in with you in a little bit. Paul is on in New York. Just a quick little bookkeeping note for our viewers. 10 o'clock Eastern Time, an hour and a half from now, the Transportation Secretary, Norman Mineta, will be holding a news conference to officially announce what we reported to you just a little while ago, that essentially the nation's airspace will be reopened after an unprecedented 2-day shutdown at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. This will obviously be a gradual reopening. You need to be checking with your airline before you make any moves toward the airport. And even if you have a flight that is operating, allow yourself plenty of time for several additional layers of security measures which have been added on in the wake of this unprecedented attack. One other little note for you. The Pentagon today, we're still trying to assess the damage and the loss there. The indications we have right now, despite some high numbers which came out yesterday, are that approximately 100 to 150 people are unaccounted for in the wake of the 757, American Airlines 77, crashing at the edge of one of the so-called wedges there. We're told that the bodies, as is the custom and the procedure in the military, will be airlifted fairly shortly to the Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, where the military handles processing of remains of military personnel. We'll be watching that as well. At the White House, Kelly Wallace is on the North Lawn, giving us a sense of what the president is up to today. Obviously, more consultations with the national security team, more consideration of the options that lie ahead. Some of them grim options, right, Kelly?
Well, certainly this whole situation very grim and very difficult for this administration, Miles. What we are seeing the president and his top team do, though, is try to build, in their words, an international coalition against terrorism. And that is to continue today. Mr. Bush in the Oval Office shortly after 7 a.m., getting his normal national security and intelligence briefings. And then aides say, telling us that the president expected to be telephoning other world leaders and also to be talking to local officials officials in some of the areas affected, including certainly New York City. We know that President Miles was on the phone yesterday calling the leaders of Britain and France and Germany, Russia and China. And what you are seeing is this White House trying to get some international backing, potentially for whatever response this U.S. administration might decide to take, but even broader, an international backing for perhaps a worldwide fight against terrorism. We know the White House, Miles, was quite gratified by that statement coming out of NATO on Wednesday, that statement saying that an attack on one member of the alliance is the same as an attack on the entire alliance. And of course, in your interview with Congressman Gephardt, we certainly know this administration, White House officials have been talking with U.S. lawmakers, trying to work on the language of a possible congressional resolution which would allow or give the authority for the U.S. to retaliate for these deadly terrorist attacks. We also know, Miles, certainly that the White House continuing to talk to lawmakers about an emergency spending bill, as much as $20 billion to go ahead and pay for search and rescue efforts, as well as the investigation and the rebuilding efforts in the cities involved. So potentially other meetings with congressional leaders. President working the phones, though, again, trying to build international support. U.S. officials, Miles, as you certainly very well know, publicly not at all speculating or talking about any response this White House might take or when that response could come. Privately, though, some U.S. officials telling CNN that the administration in the president's national security meetings yesterday at least beginning discussion of possible U.S. responses, possible steps the administration could take. Miles, back to you.
Well, Kelly, before you get away, they don't call it the World Trade Center for nothing. There are reports this morning that 100 British nationals, 75 Australians, 100 Japanese nationals, 27 Koreans, we could go down the list.
Absolutely.
Are missing in the wake of these attacks. And I presume that makes it a little easier to build this coalition.
It certainly does. I mean, when you do see these other countries involved losing citizens from those countries, it does make it easier. Obviously, you have heard world leader after world leader come out and condemn the violence and the terrorism, saying that that country is standing directly side by side with the U.S. You've heard the Prime Minister of Great Britain. You've had the Australian Prime Minister, who happened to be in Washington, I believe, earlier in the week, coming out on the floor at the Capitol, pledging to cooperate and work with the U.S. So that does make it easier. And again, one question we've been asking U.S. officials is, does the U.S., is it looking for any kind of tangible support, actual military support, perhaps from other nations, when and if the U.S. decides to retaliate? U.S. officials publicly and really even privately not sort of speculating about that. But clearly you are seeing this White House trying to build some coalition, some backing for any steps it takes in the immediate future, and then maybe for a long-term fight again against terrorism. Miles.
Well, and certainly there would be a tremendous amount of symbolism should it be, for example, a NATO attack when and if that were to occur. But you get the sense that given the drama here and given the extent of the casualties, that really all bets are off in a sense. There are no constraints really as far as potential reprisals. The White House doesn't need to be bridled in any way. Do you get that sense there?
Well, certainly, and I thought your interview with Congressman Gephardt quite telling, how you asked him that great question, I thought, about the comparison with the 1991 situation, Congress having to come forward, deciding on a resolution to give Mr. Bush's father the go-ahead for using force against Iraq when the Iraqis invaded Kuwait. Congressman Gephardt saying there's really no division here, no controversy here. Democrats, Republicans united, definitely standing together. Obviously, there is pressure on the administration to respond. You've been reporting American people very, very angry. But, Miles, this administration, wants to certainly get the facts, get a case together, make sure it gets the right people. Also make sure whatever steps it takes, it can sort of knock out that organization or organizations or whatever it is so that those groups can't attack again. And then there is a sort of longer concern to try to somehow convey to the American people that the White House, the administration, that these organizations have taken steps so that something like this could never happen again. That's obviously the big hurdle for this White House.
Kelly, what about the timing, though? Is there a sense that there is a window of opportunity that is open now for a reprisal, and at a certain point in time it becomes too late to do that? In other words, the coalition might become frayed at the edges?
Well, that's a good question. You have heard a lot of people talking about the tremendous anger on the streets of New York City, certainly in Washington, all around the country. Anger for retaliation, for the administration to do something, to a show of force, really, because of the magnitude of the destruction and the tragedy. So there seems to be certainly growing pressure for the administration to act quickly. You get the sense that the president, he is certainly known as a decisive leader who certainly wants to, once he makes a decision, go forward and go forward quickly. But at the same time, if you look at the language the president has used, the Secretary of Defense, they sort of make the case that this can be a maybe sustained or prolonged battle. The president saying that the battle will take time and resolve, but in the end, we will win. So you get the sense that while there's pressure to act quickly, and while maybe the U.S. could be planning to act quickly, that as well U.S. leaders kind of making the case in the U.S. for a maybe longer term battle again against terrorism around the world.
CNN's Kelly Wallace at the White House, keeping us posted. We will, of course, be checking in with her as our continuing coverage presses on. We're now approaching the 48-hour mark since that first attack on the first tower of the World Trade Center. In about an hour and 20 minutes' time, we should be hearing from the Secretary of Transportation to confirm what we have been reporting this morning, that at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the nation's air traffic system will resume operations, albeit gradually, albeit somewhat constrained, but nevertheless, at 11 a.m. the skies will be reopened after an unprecedented, nearly 48-hour closure of airspace over the United States. Let's send it back to Paula in New York.
And Miles, you just mentioned that 48-hour mark. At this point, it is beginning to look like a more typical workday here in New York City. We're going to show you a shot now of what the area continues to look like downtown, where smoke is still billowing from what is left of the World Trade Center bombing. I might have mentioned earlier the winds have shifted, so a lot of New Yorkers who never smelled this stuff before are smelling it this morning. It's a stinging, acrid smoke. Rescuers working against the clock here, trying to dig through tons and tons of rubble. And in fact, in one of the most astonishing stories we've heard here today, there seems to be an indication there are people still trapped inside this rubble. A man named Pat Probert, who just joined us from Toronto, explained that last night he got a page on his pager. He punched in his codes, went to listen to the message. It was a message from someone trapped inside the rubble, someone saying, first of all, I am alive, and then indicating we are alive. Pat Probert was so shattered by what he heard, he listened to the message over and over again, called authorities in Toronto, who then engaged some U.S. authorities. They're investigating this call. They're trying to get AT&T to try to do some work to track down the number of who was calling them, to perhaps try to figure out the identity of that caller. So that is a bit of encouraging news, even though 12 hours has passed since that page. The mayor of New York City saying that these rescue workers are going to stay in these incredibly challenging situations for many days to come, and in hopes of getting to these folks. We should mention yesterday that it is quite miraculous that these search and rescue teams actually got to 11 people, 6 firefighters, 3 police officers, 2 civilians, and rescued them from the rubble. You were looking at the area around a building called One Liberty Plaza, familiar to New Yorkers here. It actually houses NASDAQ's new headquarters. You know, you got to understand, because no one can really get into this area, it's very hard to accurately report what's going on. But for a large part of yesterday, most journalists were reporting that this 54-story building was in danger of collapsing. The mayor confirming today it did not collapse. It was not a secondary collapse. Those are his exact words. The management of the building saying that the building has not sustained any structural damage, and there are no issues with the building at the current time, which is good news. However, there are 100 buildings in the area surrounding this that are in not very good shape. The mayor confirming this morning that the Millennium Hotel, some of you who visited New York may know that hotel. He reiterated something to clarify this. Millennium Hotel is okay. There might be another hotel that is in greater danger of having some problems. Just a quick recap of what New Yorkers are dealing with this morning. New York public schools are open, parochial schools open for the most part. The public schools did open late today to give teachers and counselors a time to sit down and figure out what they are going to tell students about this attack here in New York City. The major exchanges may open as early as tomorrow. If that doesn't happen, they will open on Monday. And the reason why it's difficult to get these businesses open south of 14th Street is that it is very difficult to get south of here. There's a street called the West Side Highway that has been set up as a staging area for all these search and rescue teams that are coming to town to assist in these efforts. The mayor is saying this morning that they hope to open up some of these corridors heading south to Wall Street in anticipation of the exchanges opening again tomorrow. Once again, the numbers continue to be disturbing. The medical examiner of New York City saying they now have 500 body bags on hand, that they have ordered at least 5,000 more that are on the way. We can tell you this morning, and we can confirm this now because the mayor's confirming it, 300 firefighters missing, 30 police officers missing, and about 30 Port Authority police officers missing. And Miles, the most disturbing statistic of all, and this is the first time the mayor has been saying this, is that 3,700 people are known to be missing.
All right, thank you very much, Paula. We're going to turn it over to Staten Island, New York, not far from where Paula is standing right now. CNN's Hillary Lane is there with some information on the phone with us from there, some information about what is going on there. Hillary?
Good morning. What is happening here is that they have shut down Staten Island. Port Authority police are telling us this morning there is no way anyone will get on the island, and they are not allowing cars off the island at this point. From New York or New Jersey, there are about 4 entrances to Staten Island, which is one of the 5 New York City boroughs. All of those bridges have been closed at this point. The Staten Island Ferry, which ran from downtown Manhattan, obviously is not in service as well. They will not confirm what is going on Staten Island at this point. They said they are moving emergency personnel in, conducting some sort of an investigation, but Police Officer Hughes of the Port Authority Police will not tell us why. He's only saying that Staten Island has been shut down at this point. Back to you.
Hillary, just to confirm, Staten Island has been the site of a repository for much of the rubble from the collapse of the World Trade Center. Is there some linkage there?
I cannot tell you this at this point. The only thing they're telling us is that they're moving emergency personnel in. There was a good deal of police activity at the Outer Bridge crossings where we tried to enter from the southern tip. Our producer, Vito Maggiolo, is trying to make it in from the Goethals Bridge from the New Jersey side. He has been shut off as well and says it does not look like they are letting anybody off. Earlier today, he thought there was one lane of one bridge open and that they were letting cars go by one, but apparently that has been stopped as well.
And have you been told to evacuate the area or just stay put then, Hillary?
We were not allowed to go onto the island at all. They were moving all cars out of the way, so they said they could move in police personnel from the New Jersey police and from the Port Authority police. But like I said, nobody is allowed to go onto Staten Island at this point, and it does not appear like they're letting anybody exit the island as well.
Hillary and Miles, I'd love to jump in here because this brings to mind something that happened during the 10 o'clock hour of our broadcast last night when we were told the Empire State Building was being evacuated and Penn Station was being evacuated. It turns out there was nothing to whatever threats were made there. So, Hillary, I guess one of the things we're going to have to continue to live with perhaps is fake threats in some of these areas. I know we don't know enough at this point to say that. I just wanted to interject that because I think it was scary
right.
for a number of us last night.
I think it's a case of, take every precaution at this point. Don't let anything go by. And in the case of a borough like Staten Island, which is accessible only by bridge at this point, it is a very easy area to cordon off should that be the case. And so I think police have moved in this morning working on whatever information they are and taking every precaution that they can. And in this case, they are able to block off, to entirely cordon off the island.
Okay, Miles, I don't know if you want to carry on here.
All right, thank you very much, Paula. As a matter of fact, we're going to keep it in New York. Let's move along to the hospitals, a scene of a real wrenching emotion as medical personnel try to care for tremendous numbers of severely wounded people. Brian Palmer has been at St. Vincent's Hospital, along with the fatigued staff there, trying to keep us updated. What do you know, Brian?
Exactly. Well, we've seen a trickle of ambulances arrive here at St. Vincent's Hospital Medical Center. Actually, under a dozen volunteer. There was a volunteer police officer who was just treated, and emergency services vehicle going back past. This is one of the main arteries south to the blast site. But Paula said before, a largely typical scene in New York, but that's largely above 14th Street. Below 14th Street, where we are, there's a state of emergency. The streets have been shut down to anything other than authorized vehicles, emergency services vehicles, which is kind of eerie. This is one of the most vibrant parts of New York, with New York University and the Parsons School of Design in Greenwich Village and the legendary jazz clubs. People are waking up, but the scene is a bit subdued. Now, here at St. Vincent's, they had set up a treatment area outside of the hospital. They've actually taken that down and moved things back inside, as sort of a sign that things are returning to normalcy, but also a sign that they're not receiving the numbers that they expected. Miles?
Brian, if you would you mind sort of taking off the electronic blinders, if you will, and pan the camera around so we can sort of set the scene? You sort of referred to it, and just describe what you're seeing there as you stand in the midst of all of this.
Well, what we're seeing now outside of St. Vincent's is really a press vigil, but we've also seen some family members who've come by to talk to the press, family members of people who are still missing. But you see a scrum of just press waiting for the latest information from St. Vincent's spokespeople. They were holding regularly scheduled press conferences, but what they've told us now is that they're going to speak to us when they have new information. What they have told us is that they're going to try and set up a website which would have patient names. The catch there is that they need to get the permission from all these patients, over 400 patients, before they can post that. But they're working in cooperation with the city's Office of Emergency Management to do that.
Brian, we've heard these tragic stories about family members looking for missing relatives who might or might not be in hospitals, might or might not be identified. How many of those have you seen? Are there quite a few in numbers?
Well, we haven't seen too many of those here yet. We've been here about 2 or 3 hours, but we have seen some people here who have actually taken their case directly to the media, and they're talking to people here and trying to get their stories out. Miles?
CNN's Brian Palmer maintaining a vigil at St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan. Let's go back to Paula.
You know, Miles, I'd love to stay with you for a second. The one thing that none of us has addressed, I think because the markets continue to be closed, is what the impact of this horrible tragedy is going to have on markets. You know, we know all the major brokerage houses are closed. We don't know, how that's going to affect people's individual accounts. And right now I'm going to check in with a man, Michael Farr, who I think can give us all a better sense of what broader picture of what impact this might all have on the fleet economy. Mr. Michael Farr, thank you so much for joining us today. Sure. Let me see if I have this correct. You're with Farr, Miller in Washington. What is that?
We're a money management firm here in Washington, D.C. We manage individual accounts and institutional accounts.
All right. I think almost everyone that we have talked to or seen as quoted would acknowledge that this is going to certainly add instability to an already weakening economy. How much instability?
Well, that's the big question. We really don't know. We do know that Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan has said that he and the Federal Reserve are at the ready to supply whatever liquidity is necessary to maintain order and stability in the financial markets. We've also seen G7 leaders come up with the same pledge of liquidity, and in fact a great deal of liquidity was applied yesterday. So when we have seen periods like this in our nation's history of catastrophe, including Pearl Harbor, including the attack in 1993 at the World Trade Center, Desert Storm and the Gulf War, there is a period of instability, and then some 6 months later, on average, we see markets trading higher by about 11%, and 12 months out, markets are some 18% higher. The American markets are some of the, of course, best and finest in the world, largest in the world, and bringing them back to order so that we can begin to get back to some sort of business again will happen. This time, the amount of time that it takes to happen is really what's in question, and I think, you know, so much of the infrastructure of the markets at the various firms and World Trade Center, so many of our friends, Wall Street's a place of relationships, and we all know people that were there, and we're grieving for them. We're all walking around a little bit numb, knowing how important and vital it is that we get back to the business of America's business.
Michael, you brought up a couple of those other crises. How critical or how relevant is it that this is the first crisis, other than the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, that has happened in the financial heart of a city?
Well, I think that it is certainly significant, again, because Wall Street is a place of relationships. Business is done still just by a person's word, frequently over the telephone, based on relationships that we've built. Now, the data, the real backbone of what happened in the World Trade Center in terms of records and papers and that sort of thing, are all held in off-site, or replicated in off-site storage centers, data storage centers away from Manhattan. So the skeleton and the architecture of the markets is still there, ready to come back in place. The minds, the experience, the expertise, the brilliance that was housed in those buildings, the relationships that were so essential to getting business done, have tragically been lost, and we need to rebuild ways to add some meat back on the infrastructure to get business resumed on Wall Street.
Michael, need a real brief answer to this one. We're talking, there's talk that a spending bill of some $20 billion will end up at the president's desk sometime today. Is that drop in a bucket, or is that something that also, at a time when people are worried about Social Security and some of the budget resolutions, might also have an impact on the economy?
I think that certainly it's a drop in the bucket, but it's an indicator of the support that's at the ready, and it won't be the last bit of support at the ready. I think that everyone's focused, everyone is joining together to get back to some normalcy and to make sure that America shows its resolve to move forward from this sort of great disaster. Though our hearts are certainly heavy, we forge ahead.
Okay, Michael Farr, thanks for your insights this morning. Back to Atlanta now, and Miles.
Thank you very much, Paula. In New York, after all, they invented the ticker tape parade. This is a city that is used to cheering on what it deems to be heroes. Through all of this terrible tragedy, a new kind of hero has emerged, and Jeannie Mose tells us about that.
We've seen the bad news over and over, from above, from below.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me.
The doctor holding this camera did live, and now New Yorkers are saying we will survive. Guys driving bulldozers are getting the red carpet treatment. Thank you! New Yorkers, who sometimes treat camouflage as a fashion statement, are cheering the military.
Thank you, guys! I was so touched when I first came around the corner and saw what was happening. I kept having to fight back tears.
I've been mesmerized by watching this on TV, and I wanted to come out and show my support.
This woman used to have a view of the Twin Towers from her apartment. Now the skyline has too much sky.
It reminds me of when somebody loses their two front teeth or something, and there's this void, and you feel like something should be there, but it's not.
I woke up this morning and I made this t-shirt, and I thought, that's just not enough. What else can I do?
Luke Littell ended up making a big thank you sign. Soon others joined in. Firemen tend to be favorites. But folks even cheered Con Ed, a utility.
Probably the only time that we'll ever see Con Ed trucks applauded.
The crowd applauded trucks full of debris and ash.
You see these flowers?
Yep.
That's for every truck that goes by that has ashes in it, because in those ashes is someone's family's family.
Some folks choked back tears. Others vented their anger.
I'm mad. That's what I am. I'm a Vietnam veteran. Mr. Bush, put the bombers up in the air. Get him. Just get him. Get him. Get him. Get him.
Some would like to get the towers rebuilt.
You can hurt us, you can keep us down, but you can't keep us down forever. And I think the rebuild would be a symbol to the world that the human spirit is alive and well here.
The spirits of those involved in the rescue effort seemed raised by the reception. People are great. A moving reception for those who move the earth. Jeannie Moe, CNN, New York.
All right, remarkable scenes of contrast in New York City in the wake of this terrible tragedy. Let's take a look at some live pictures. Baltimore Harbor, I believe, is the place we are moving to. This is the U.S. Naval hospital ship Comfort. You're seeing a very close shot of it. There's the radar tower, the conning tower of this particular ship. It is in this harbor to bring supplies to aid and help in the recovery in New York City. I must confess I don't have a lot of detail about where it's headed right this moment or what it is doing, but we will keep you posted on its progress as it steams along the East Coast. CNN's continuing coverage of America Under Attack will resume in just a moment.
This is CNN.
Southern Manhattan this morning, still smoke billowing from what is left of the World Trade Centers. The Environmental Protection Agency now saying there is nothing dangerous in this plume that continues to hang over the city from the aftermath of the attacks on the World Trade Center. The EPA has already tested for lead, asbestos, and other organic compounds. They tell us there are non-detectable levels. That's not very comforting to New Yorkers, who many of whom are actually smelling this stuff now. The winds have shifted and blowing some of these particles to other parts of the city right now. But once again, the EPA claims it has tested for this stuff and says there's nothing to worry about. You're looking at a shot now at the round-the-clock rescue efforts that are still underway. A chilling interview about an hour ago suggested that there may still be people trapped inside. A man from Toronto last night actually getting a page. We don't know whether it's an accidental page or a business associate of his from the United States who called him. But a man saying, "I am alive, I am alive." Later on in the page saying, "We are alive." The city and federal agents are taking this very seriously. You've got search and rescue teams, specialized teams that have come in from all over the country to assist the metro workers here. The mayor confirming this morning that so far at least 3,700 people are missing. Over 300 firefighters among those, among 330 various police officers from various organizations across the country. This comes at a time when 3 of the local airports here are opening, but in a very limited way. The first flights to come in here today will be those flights that were diverted from New York City on Tuesday. Public schools are open. They got a late start, allowing administrators and teachers to sit around and discuss exactly what they will tell their students today. The major stock exchanges may open as early as tomorrow, perhaps though on Monday if that doesn't happen. But the city is doing everything possible to create a corridor now to allow traffic to proceed south of 14th Street, where businesses today continue to be closed. But even if people wanted to get down to Wall Street right now, they couldn't, because the West Side Highway, which is the main artery heading south from this part of the city, is now being used as a staging area for all the rescue workers and police officers who are assisting in the cleanup effort and the rescue efforts. There is a lot of news to report on the investigative front. You may remember yesterday, federal agents took a number of men into custody in places as far-reaching as Providence, Rhode Island, Vero Beach, Florida, other parts of Florida, and Boston. Eileen, it is my understanding those men have been released, but they have indeed provided investigators with some new information that might help speed up the process of this investigation.
Well, indeed. But first, of course, Paula, we actually have a major development. We are being told on the ground, CNN's Susan Candiotti in Vero Beach, Florida, is being told on the ground that Adnan Bukhari, who was a pilot training in Vero Beach, he described himself as a Saudi pilot. You see him here. He is alive, and he is cooperating fully with the FBI. Now, we know that Mr. Bukhari was speaking, or that was negotiating with the FBI to be brought in. We were told that by a rooms-to-go salesman who called us after seeing our picture of Bukhari on our air. He called Susan Candiotti, and also inside of the apartment that the FBI searched that Bukhari lived in Vero Beach, the FBI left behind receipts indicating that they in fact had taken a rooms-to-go furniture receipt from that apartment. Now, the rooms-to-go salesman said that Bukhari was in his store on Tuesday, bought furniture for exportation to Saudi Arabia. I also know from a law enforcement source told me there was an operation of federal agents went to the port in Fort Lauderdale on Tuesday night. And also the rooms-to-go salesman said he called the FBI, and they told him, don't worry, we are negotiating with Mr. Bukhari. We now know he has been brought in, and he is fully cooperating with the police. Now, we also know that German police tell CNN they've detained a male airport worker. They've brought in a woman for questioning in connection with Tuesday's attack that is in Hamburg. Federal law enforcement in the United States was led to the Hamburg connection by way of information gleaned from a car seized at Logan Airport. It was a Mitsubishi. It was rented by Mohammed Atta, who lived in an apartment in Hamburg that the police have searched. Inside was a flight manual and Arabic language material that law enforcement investigators say was very helpful. Atta's driving records indicated that he lived here at 10,001 West Atlantic Boulevard in Coral Springs. Sources say that, and we have obtained Atta's driving records, and they also indicated that he lived at other addresses in Coral Springs. Police interviewed Charles Voss, who housed Atta, and another man, Marwan al-Shaki. He actually worked at a flight school that they attended.
They were, like I said, students, and they arrived over there a year ago. It was in last July. And when they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced. And so we provided them, for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
Now, they attended this flight school, Huffman Aviation International, a flight school in Venice. Now, we are being told by law enforcement sources right now that Amir Bukhari, the brother of Adnan Bukhari, actually has died last year in a small airplane crash. But originally, there were the FBI was on the lead of the Bukhari brothers from that Portland car that they impounded. Paula?
Eileen, the Attorney General John Ashcroft was on the air earlier this morning and wouldn't really characterize whether any arrests are near. Given this cooperation now that you're describing between Adnan Bukhari and authorities, do you expect, or are you led to believe, any arrests are expected anytime soon?
Well, we know that these people were being sought as material witnesses. They can be detained, Paula, as material witnesses for a while, and then they could be arrested if enough evidence is brought forward on conspiracy charges. We're getting this information that he's actually in custody just seconds ago, and so we do not know what kind of information he is in fact supplying, but everything does look very suspicious. That Portland, Maine car was rented at Logan, driven up to Portland, and it was rented, according to documents that the FBI at least looked at, or law enforcement looked at, that led them to these Bukhari brothers. Also, we know that those two men who took that car to Portland were on a U.S. air flight from Portland to Logan right before the American and United planes took off. And they are convinced that those two men were at least some of the hijackers. Now, they've reviewed cameras at that airport, so now what they're going to have to do is match up pictures of these brothers to those pictures, obviously. And we're also obviously looking at associates of these two men. That's where you're going to see the leads taking place now, with Adnan Bukhari giving up more names of potential pilots, Saudi pilots that were trained here in the United States. Paula?
All right. Well, thanks so much for bringing that to us, Eileen. Keep working those telephones, and we'll keep on coming back to you. Thanks so much. And let's go back now to Miles, who's standing by in Atlanta.
All right. Thank you, Paula. We're going to shift our sights a little bit toward the Middle East. Yesterday, the leader of Pakistan, the military leader of Pakistan, General Pervez Musharraf, pledged unstinted cooperation with the United States as it tries to seek the suspects involved in this attack. That's a significant point, in as much as Pakistan, at least the allegation has been in the past, Pakistan has offered at least some aid and assistance to the Osama bin Laden organization. Joining us now from Islamabad is CNN's Tom Mintier to give us a sense of further response which may be coming from the Islamabad government today. Tom.
We were notified just a couple of hours ago, Miles, that the government spokesman was going to hold a press conference here at the Marriott downtown hotel where we're staying. What we've heard in the last few minutes is that he thought this was going to be a background briefing. The cameras were not going to be allowed in, so they're debating now whether to allow the cameras to stay in. What we heard from the Pakistani president through the American ambassador was, "We are with you." And it was repeated several times. What we're waiting to find out is what "we are with you" really means. And I think the U.S. government is probably wanting to know what it exactly means. Wendy Chamberlain, the new ambassador to Pakistan, spent more than an hour with the Pakistani president behind closed doors in the discussion. There was a call from the U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell last night to the Pakistani president. He also appeared on national television saying that they deplored terrorism and would support the United States. So we have to wait and see what that support is. As you know, Pakistan is only one of 3 nations that has relations with the Taliban, and I think the U.S. would like to use Pakistan as a mediator to get their message into the Taliban and find some solution to this crisis if Osama bin Laden is indeed implicated in this. So we're waiting to hear from the Pakistani government. We don't know if that's going to be allowed before cameras or not. If it is, we're going to try to bring it to you live. Miles?
Tom, do you have the sense that there are enough moderate forces inside the government in Pakistan to serve in that role? I mean, after all, when you're dealing with the Taliban, you're dealing with a very secretive, difficult organization. I guess obtuse is the word. Is this the appropriate channel, do you think?
Well, you know, it creates a lot of domestic problems if the United States is assisted in this battle. There are a lot of Islamic fundamentalists here in Pakistan who would not agree with supporting the United States in any military effort against Afghanistan. There are even supposedly a couple of training centers inside Pakistani territory that are a real problem for the Pakistani government if they're going to be dealing with the United States in planning for some kind of military action if it comes to that. So domestically, there are serious problems that exist if the Pakistani president decides to side in this with the United States, and we'll have to wait and see what happens on the streets of Islamabad in the coming days as this is more widely known.
Tom, as you've been talking,
there was really no statement on local television.
As you've been talking, we've been looking at some footage we have of Osama bin Laden, who is the leader of this al-Qaeda group, this widespread, well-funded group that has been linked to terrorist activities for a number of years. Just give us a little bit of context here. How has Pakistan been in any way linked to bin Laden?
Well, Pakistan has been accused for a long time of providing safe haven for Osama bin Laden's group, but not basically on the ground, but across the border, back and forth between Afghanistan, where Osama bin Laden is, and on Pakistani territory, where a lot of his support comes from, maybe some of his financing comes from, some of his volunteers and associates may indeed come from Pakistani soil. So that relationship across the border has been kind of fuzzy over the years, but there has been, you know, some charges and accusations that the Pakistanis have been walking a line on both sides of the border, assisting Osama bin Laden and denying it at the same time. So that question is going to be answered in the next few days about "we're with you." What does that really mean? The Pakistani president saying to George Bush in the battle against terrorism, denouncing it, deploring it, and saying that we are with you. I think you know, U.S. President George Bush is probably waiting to hear what "we're with you" really means, and that conversation is going to be going on behind closed doors on secure telephone lines, back and forth right now between the United States and Pakistan.
All right, and as we look at pictures of Wendy Chamberlain, the new incoming U.S. ambassador to Pakistan, we await your guidance as to whether this is a background briefing or an on-camera news conference. If it is the latter, we will, of course, bring it to you live as soon as it happens. Thank you, CNN's Tom Mintier, live from Islamabad, and just stay with us on that account. We'll keep you posted on what happens there. Let's turn it back now to the Pentagon. CNN's Bob Franken has been standing outside in the wake of the devastation there. We've been talking an awful lot about those who are missing. We haven't talked as much about those who survived the carnage of the other day. Bob is going to tell us a little bit more about that. Bob?
Well, Miles, we've been hearing so much about the tragedy of this, but also stories of heroism, and we have two examples of that with me right now. We have David Theol, who's standing right next to me, and Carl Monken. Both of you were working in an office maybe about 100 feet or so from where the airplane actually collided. Tell me what happened.
We did indeed. We were indeed working about 100 feet from what I call ground zero. I was talking to a friend, a major friend of mine in the Army, who was calling up to ask if I had heard about the World Trade Center, and of course I did. Everybody in the Pentagon did. The whole Pentagon was abuzz that morning with the video footage of that. And she jokingly told me, you know, the Pentagon is probably next. You ought to get out of there. And we sort of chuckled about that. And she said again, I'm serious, David, you really ought to get out of there. And it was at that moment that I've described it as the gates of hell opening up. The wall that was beside me just simply crumpled, much the way that you would crumple a piece of loose leaf paper. And you have a moment there to realize what is happening. And probably because she had planted the seed in my mind, I knew instantaneously what was happening. And I thought, we're under attack. And there was a brilliant flash of light which came from the corners of the wall which had given away. And immediately I was thrown about 25 feet back into the office next door. Still had the phone in my hand. And my response was immediate, again, because she had planted the seed, I'm sure. And I immediately started making my way towards Carl, who was about 25 feet away from me in front in another office. What was going on with you, Carl?
I was sitting there working at my desk. I just got upstairs, or came down from downstairs watching the terrible scene of the World Trade Center. I sit down and my PC just comes and hits me in my face. But it was more than that. It was this instantaneous, this force that in my mind, closed my eyes and I can hear the ripping of the metal, the tearing down the walls, and just this force that knocks me, I don't know how far back, but when I looked up, I saw nothing but just confusion. The walls were down. We were crawling over our studio where we work, and we went to the next room. We found some people. I call him Bird Dog because he was looking for a way out, and he said, "Cowboy, let's get out of here." So we did, and we went to the room and said, "Where are we?" I said, "We're in Delta 535, and I said, "Okay, let's keep moving." And we knew that where we had to go. And on the way, we heard people that were crying or were upset, but it was still not a sense of chaos, even though we were there where there was hardly any light except from the fire and from the emergency lights.
When I came to, the walls around me were on fire. One of the walls had collapsed on top of me, and I will believe until the day I die that deflected the fireball which had injured so many people in offices near us.
Well, your offices are on the first floor, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, and so, of course, some of the damage was overhead. The fireball, as you found out, literally went over your head, is that right?
It did indeed. I mean, there was obviously a fire source. For when I stopped, when I finally landed, everything around me was on fire, and the smoke was just incredible. The smoke was just billowing into our little corridor. Just an incredible rate, and frankly there is a vacuum that happens on impact, and the air in my lungs were just sucked out, and the first breath that I took was just this intensely hot, thick smoke.
Burning. You were knocked out. You were almost knocked out.
I wasn't knocked out, actually. I was spring-loaded. Immediately I was up and over the walls and calling for Carl's.
As I understand it, that once you found that you were safe, you then tried to get other people out.
We did, and we started climbing over the rubble, and it was a matter of there were no floors left. I mean, it was just rubble on the floor that we were walking on top of, twisted desks and filing cabinets and portions of walls, so much so that you can lean on the ceiling at certain points. And I was, in fact, grabbing rebarb that was hanging out of the ceiling. I was amazed at the destruction. It was total. It was complete. Just as far as you could see, just nothing but rubble. And we got scared at one point for when we came up to where I thought that the hallway should have been. There was a cement blockade in our way, and I really got scared at that point because the smoke was so bad that I thought that we were entombed in it. But we were able to pull some cement away and bend some rebar back, and only upon reflection and hearing other stories that I truly believe that it was the floor that fell down, and it simply fell down like a garage door and continued to block sections of the hallway.
Were people following you? I mean, you have the nickname Bird Dog now.
When we had crawled through, I refused to die. I remember making a conscious decision in there. I am not going to die here in the Pentagon today. And when we got to that first cement blockade, and it was just a matter of running my hands along the wall, pulled some cement down, bent the rebar back, and Carl was hot on my tail, and we crawled through that and into another section. And when we crawled into that other section, there was just this eerie white dust on everybody's face, and I think one of the emergency lights had strangely illuminated the entire area. And a few people whose names I don't know, but whose faces I recognize, we pass them every day in the hallway. Everyone just had this look on this face like, did this really just happen? And I buzzed right by them, asking if everybody was okay. Carl was checking on other people, and you can hear people calling for other people. You can hear people making an immediate accountability there for their people in their area. And we continued our movement on out of the Pentagon. I knew where there was a door and I just continued my movement towards that area.
Now, as I understand it, one of the first people who you saw when you got outside was Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld.
It was about a minute and a half or so after we had gotten outside, because as soon as we got outside and we made a run down the E ring, we were on D ring, of course, which is one hallway back from E ring, which is the outside ring, and we ran down E ring calling for people before we'd actually left the Pentagon. But E ring, thankfully so, was vacated because in preparation for the renovation in the Pentagon, E ring was vacated, and there wasn't much left to it, frankly. And at that moment, we saw some emergency people running into the building, and without respirators, we knew that we had to get out because the smoke was so bad. And as soon as we exited the Pentagon, there were people who had simply collapsed outside and gasping for fresh air, and we simply picked them up. And it was amazing to watch how the military just sort of naturally fell in line. There are certain skills that are simply instinctive to you when it's drilled into you. As a former soldier, I didn't even have to think about what happened. As a reserve officer, nor did Carl, and there was others on the spot.
As I understand it, the three-star general automatically started, in fact, organizing things out there.
Correct. We saw a lieutenant colonel out there who was a doctor. She was the first, and I asked her what she needed me to do, and she said, make an IV, and I told her I'm not a medic, and she stretched the IV and said, make it look just like this.
So as I understand it, at about that moment, you saw the Secretary.
Yeah, there was a secondary explosion. There was some confusion, some screaming. Somebody yelled out that it's probably a fuel tank. I remember thinking that makes sense, and we went back to work, and it was probably, I would say, 15, 20 minutes or so after the explosion when we were triaging these people, and we had medevaced one lady away who was burned, and we just sort of made our way as these people came out. They would just be laid further down the line, and there was a point there about 15, 20 seconds where I wasn't engaged. Carl was holding an IV bag, and I looked up and there was the Secretary of Defense, and I remember thinking, good for you, this makes sense. And I stood up and just started briefing the Secretary of Defense as to the injuries that we had sustained in this area, describing some of the injuries, describing that one lady had been medevaced away, and some of the other injuries that we saw.
So we want to report now that the Dover, Delaware facility, which is designed to handle casualties, that type of thing, we've seen it so many times used when there have been overseas disasters. It has been activated. It will be receiving those who did not make it, but we've just heard the story, the heroic story of somebody who in fact was able to survive. Miles?
CNN's Bob Franken reporting live from the Pentagon. To say that was a harrowing tale is a bit of an understatement. Let's go back to Islamabad, Pakistan. We had just reported to you a little while ago via Tom Mentir, our person there, that a briefing is about to begin with Pakistani officials in the wake of the U.S. Ambassador Wendy Chamberlain presenting her papers. The person we're about to hear from is Major General Rashid Qureshi. He is Pakistan's presidential press secretary. There he is right there. Let's listen in.
Oh, sorry. All right. Do we need the question again? Okay.
What kind of cooperation has the U.S. government asked?
At present, I don't think there's anything specific that has been asked. The President, General Pervez Musharraf, did make a statement last evening when he came back from Karachi to the capital, and he went into a high-level meeting last night, and he did make a statement. If any of you haven't got that statement, we can give that to you. What happened today was that the American ambassador to Pakistan presented her credentials to President, and there was an exchange of views there also. And I think after that short exchange of views, the American ambassador did talk to, I think, CNN for a short while. And I think she said what needed to be said.
When General Musharraf says that he will cooperate with the United States, what does he mean? In what regard? Will he allow, for example, U.S. troops on his soil? Will he share intelligence? What kind of cooperation will he give?
You see, we cannot go into areas that haven't been discussed or defined as yet. So, and I'll read out his last sentence that he said yesterday, and that was that I wish to assure President Bush and the United States government of our, that is Pakistan's, unstinted cooperation in the fight against terrorism. Now, beyond that, we cannot really answer questions, the knowledge of which we do not have, answers of which we do not have.
A Pakistan delegation is now in Kabul. What is she doing there?
No, that's not true. No Pakistani delegation has visited Kabul yesterday, as was reported.
Today also no.
And today also, no.
Sir, can you tell us about the nature of discussions that General Mahmood has had in the United States, especially with American intelligence officials, on which there have been many reports? And also, can you respond to those who say that this is perhaps the most critical time in Pakistan's relations with the United States, because you have to make a choice. Either you go with the United States, which would then mean taking a position against the Taliban and many groups that Pakistan has supported over the years, or decide to stand firmly against the U.S. What's your response to this overall question?
The first portion of your question, I have no knowledge of what has been discussed between General Mahmood and people in the United States. He is not in Pakistan as yet. I guess one will come to know after he returns. The second part, there needs to be a specific concern or requirement conveyed before a decision can be made. As I said before, there has been no specific demand. As far as your question of support is concerned, Pakistan has always said that the best way to deal with the Afghans is to engage with them. That's been Pakistan's policy. And that's how decisions have been made. In the past, Pakistan has conveyed to the United States and to all other countries that the best way to deal with the Afghans or the Afghan government is to continue to engage with them. Beyond that, Pakistan has always said that it does not support terrorism in any form. Pakistan is against it and has cooperated not only with the United States but with the world on combating terrorism in the past and will continue to do so in the future.
Has the United States contacted Pakistan for the extradition of Osama bin Laden? If they do, what will be Pakistan's response?
I frankly have no knowledge of what you've said.
It's a hypothetical question.
There's supposed to have been several meetings today, certainly, if not in Afghanistan, here in Pakistan, between yourselves and the Taliban. Could you give us some indication of what was discussed?
I don't think there was any meeting today between Pakistan government officials and the Afghans.
Apparently they were at the foreign ministry.
In the foreign ministry? Yeah. Then I'm not aware of that.
Sir, you talked about a high-level meeting last night presided over by the President of Pakistan. Could you give us some details about what that meeting was? And
all that had to be given was given out by the President. Beyond that, I don't think, yes.
General, has Pakistan Intelligence Service picked up any intelligence that they've been able to convey to the United States on any groups or individuals in this region that may have been involved in these terrorist attacks?
Frankly, I do not know. I don't think that there has been any intelligence that Pakistan intelligence sources have picked up.
If you heard reports that the Taliban have detained Osama bin Laden today under house arrest, and do you give any credence at all to those reports?
I read a report in the Times of India, on the Times of India website, referring to what you have said. This was Dateline Dubai, and at the bottom was a very thin line saying that it has been denied by the Taliban. So I really don't know. We have no information about it.
However, there was a report which I saw on the BBC very recently, just about, I think, about an hour and a half back.
They have lifted from, I suppose, from the same source.
General, when President Clinton visited here, he invited Pakistani government to face
the choice, as he put it, between going with the West, going with globalization, going with the developing economies of the world, and choosing another bleaker path. Is there a sense in your government that the moment has arrived at which you're going to have to make that choice?
What makes you think that we are, or have been, or would be on the bleaker path? We are on the path where the entire humanity is. We are on the path where the world would like to be. We are on the path where right is. We are on the path where justice is. We are with the rest of the civilization of this world. This is what the President has said, that we join the world community in condemning in the strongest possible words whatever has happened 2 days ago in the United States. We are with the world in combating terrorism. So where is the question of being on any other path? No, certainly not.
Are you therefore prepared to make potentially very hard choices involving the change of your government's policy towards Afghanistan, towards the Taliban, and towards Islamic extremist movements in general?
Let me repeat, there is no need for us to change because we are already on the path of justice, on the path of righteousness. We are with the world against terrorism. I mean, I don't understand what the question is. I mean, how can we be against the current? I mean, we are with the world on this. What makes you believe that we are on any other path?
The question is whether Pakistan is actually prepared to match those words with action. I mean, the reality is that this is the closest ally to the Taliban, a regime which most of the world regards to be a sponsor of terrorism, and which is the focus of investigations over the last 48 hours.
We have to, you see, you are asking us to respond to a hypothetical situation. The General just said a little while ago that there has been no specific demand from any quarter. So why should we react or respond to something that is yet to happen? I mean,
General,
in future, in the past, I think there's a misperception here that Pakistan, in some way, has hesitated in cooperating with the world, as you put it. I don't think that is true. Pakistan has continuously said that the way to resolve crises is to engage with people, not to drive them into a corner. That's been Pakistan's policy. Nowhere has Pakistan ever prevented, culprits from being brought to justice. I think the amount of cooperation that Pakistan has had with the United States as well as other countries in combating terrorism, I think very few countries can match that. So this perception that for some reason Pakistan's been out of line is incorrect.
General Rashid, if the United States were to attack Afghanistan, would you expect there would be serious unrest in Pakistan?
A pair of Pakistani officials, the Presidential Press Secretary, General Rashid Qureshi, and Anwar Mahmood, who is the Secretary of the Ministry of Information, offering defensive replies to reporters asking questions about Pakistan's links to the Taliban in Afghanistan and by inference to Osama bin Laden, the person who is at the top of the suspect list in the wake of these brutal attacks on the United States. Let's turn it now to Afghanistan, to Kabul, where CNN's Nick Robertson has been standing by. I believe he was able to listen to a little bit of this news conference. Nick, I don't want to bury the lead here. They did deny some earlier reports. CNN has not been carrying them, but since they were stated on our air, we'll just underscore the point. Denied reports that Osama bin Laden was being held in custody by the Taliban. I'm just curious, your thoughts on what you just heard, at least a portion of it, and just a general sense of the mood there in Kabul.
Well, if we deal first with the issue of Osama bin Laden's detention, certainly the early indications today from the Taliban were that he was not under detention. Because this has become a more central issue through the day, we've pursued Taliban sources this afternoon, and we expect to hear back from several sources in a few hours' time exactly what the situation is. Currently, from the spokesman's office of the spiritual leader of the Taliban, Mullah Omar, and as well from a spokesman within the foreign ministry here in Kabul, that at the moment they will neither confirm nor deny the story that Osama bin Laden is under Taliban detention. However, the current thinking for analysts here listening to the earlier reports is that it would be unlikely. The Taliban have often said in the past that they would be far more likely to expel Osama bin Laden than arrest him. But at this stage, we are waiting to hear back from two key sources within the Taliban about whether or not Osama bin Laden is under house arrest. Now, in 1998, shortly after the attack on the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, the Taliban put Osama bin Laden, as they put it, incommunicado. They said that they were preventing him from communicating with the outside world, and they prevented him from talking with journalists. Now, he was, in fact, at various times able to contact members of his family elsewhere in the world. At that time, that indicated a degree of control that the Taliban said they were putting on Osama bin Laden. But it is very, very difficult here at this time, with very poor communication and a very secretive situation, to find out more definitively about Osama bin Laden. Nobody here knows where he lives or is willing to say where he lives. His whereabouts, we've been told before, often change. He often moves at night. So very, very difficult to get hard confirmation on stories like this. The story came out of the United Arab Emirates, not from here in Afghanistan. So again, further checking needs to be done. As for the mood here in Afghanistan, a lot of apprehension in the city, people concerned about what could be coming next. 3 United Nations flights today took off, taking out the last remaining United Nations personnel in the city. Most of the non-governmental charity aid groups working here, their international workers, have left. And the majority of the workers, international workers from the International Committee from the Red Cross, have left as well. And that's leaving a lot of people here wondering exactly what's going to happen next. For them, that's a bad omen when they see the international workers here packing up and leaving, Miles.
Nick, when you talk about these omens and the rising crescendo of talk about retaliation on the part of the U.S. or perhaps some sort of NATO response even, at what point does Osama bin Laden become just too much of a liability for the Taliban? And I'm cognizant of the fact there is no extradition treaty with the U.S. If that were the case, where might he be sent?
Well, between Afghanistan and Pakistan, there are extradition understandings. Pakistan has told the Taliban before of various individuals they want for crimes committed in Pakistan who they believe are in hiding in Afghanistan, and some of those individuals have been handed over to Pakistan before. Is that likely in the case of Osama bin Laden? The roots and the ties that bond the Taliban to Osama bin Laden are very, very strong, and one should not underestimate them. And they go back to Osama bin Laden's role here in Afghanistan during the Soviet occupation in the 1980s. He played a key role in helping organize, in helping finance not only the military machine, but also the logistics support of the Mujahideen fighters that were at the time being supported by the United States as well, to help drive out the Soviet occupation that finally ended in 1989. So Osama bin Laden is owed a debt of gratitude in the Taliban eyes by Afghanistan. So when he sought sanctuary here in 1996, the Taliban felt obliged to give it to him. And many of his spiritual ideas would be in keeping and along the lines of the ideas of the Taliban. There are a lot of issues to bind them together. Afghan hospitality is extremely generous, almost to a fault. willing to befriend people that they would see in trouble. The Afghans are a very friendly people, and indeed the Taliban culture. They are ethnic Pashtuns. They come from the southeast of Afghanistan, close to Pakistan, and it is a very friendly and warm, generous tribal spirit that they have that puts out of a hand of friendship to people they see in need. So in those terms, there's a very strong tie between us. Unlikely, it would seem at this stage, perhaps to be moving towards handing them over.
CNN's Nick Robertson offering us some excellent insights and context from Kabul, Afghanistan. Thank you very much for being with us. And we will, of course, stay in close contact with him as events progress. Let's send it back to New York City, and Paul is on.
Thanks so much, Miles. As you know, many Americans now are sort of either in this, their state of shock or their state of numbness is turning into a state of anger, wondering how this could have happened in this country of ours. And we're going to turn now to William Webster, who is not only the former head of the FBI, but the CIA as well. Good to see you again, sir. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Mr. Webster, you know now are probably sensing some of the anger of Americans. Did the U.S. government let Americans down?
That's a question that I think will have to wait a more reasoned time of judgment. What we're seeing right now is understandable. We see it in our own home lives. When things go wrong, there's denial, there's anger, there's a range of things. What I want to see, and what I clearly think we are seeing, is resolve. Resolve to take care of the victims, resolve to find out who was responsible, resolve to run that. You see the fast-breaking news all over the country and indeed around the world. Resolve, once we have clearly identified them, to have an appropriate response for a great nation determined to protect our freedoms and freedom around the world. So let's not try to make those judgments. The cellular nature of terrorism makes it the most difficult to truly identify plans. We've interdicted countless numbers of terrorist incidents, including Saddam Hussein's terrorist teams out during the Gulf War. What happened here remains, why they were able to keep all of this from somehow breaking loose is a question that deserves to be answered, and it will be answered in time.
Yeah, I think Americans are trying to appreciate just how well orchestrated this campaign was, how well financed it must have been. But it would appear as though law enforcement agents or agencies have been able to get a lot of information and actually driving to the point where they know the identities of some of the terrorists involved in these attacks. Does that mean that our intelligence, that U.S. intelligence, perhaps with intelligence provided by some friendly countries, should have been able to uncover these attacks before they happened?
Paula, that's a judgment that I think we need to wait. I'm very proud to see the fast movement, the picking up of little leads, even the cell phone conversations on airplanes that tragically went down. Tracking them down, very much like the speed with which the perpetrators of the Oklahoma bombing were identified from small fragments of evidence by skilled professionals who know what to do with them. In terms of anticipating this kind of event, there were lots of warnings that we were vulnerable to terrorist attacks in the air and bombings. You know the whole debate about protecting the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. The specifics depend. If we have as many people as appear to be involved in this, one may reasonably say, why didn't somebody break loose and start to talk? Apparently some are starting to talk now. But in a cellular activity, often the people who have the responsibility, as in the planes, don't know their full assignment, don't know when it's going to happen, and are carefully sworn to secrecy. It's a tough business, but we'll make that judgment after we've done our duty to bring them to justice.
Mr. Webster, one last question for you. Intelligence officials have intercepted calls after Tuesday's attacks on the United States from members of a terrorist ring called al-Qaeda, which is supported by Osama bin Laden. Excuse me, I've been talking a long time this morning. I lost my voice. But how much is actually known about this group?
I can't answer that question, and I don't think now would be the time to be outlining the information that is close held. It's clear that the government is acting on every bit of available information. No lead is considered frivolous. Thousands of them are being run down. This particular group, there are others, often called by different names. Often names change. I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't. But we will have an answer, and we will have one soon.
And in fact, I think that the Secretary of State indicated yesterday that if and when they have those answers, that this won't be a campaign that will be over quickly to deal with either the perpetrators of this or those countries or groups that have harbored these. Mr. Webster, William Webster, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your perspective this morning.
Thank you, Paul.
I need to tell you that here in New York City, as you can see from this shot, the smoke plume continues to hang over the city. The EPA telling us now they have tested for levels of various dangerous particles in the air. They do not exist. Nevertheless, a lot of folks working in that horrible destruction area are walking around with masks among them. Michael Aku, who has gotten very close to where these rescue operations are underway, and he is wearing this mask for good reason. Describe to us what you've seen this morning.
Well, Paul, of course I'm wearing this mask because I'm just a few blocks north of Ground Zero, what of course used to be the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. And we're essentially standing right underneath this what's become a very recognizable plume of smoke that's come to symbolize the aftermath of this disaster. It smells almost as if you're standing in the middle of the burning embers of a bonfire. And what caused this bonfire? What are the effects of this bonfire? You can see it throughout the streets of Lower Manhattan this morning. Cars like this, which were essentially pulled out of Ground Zero away from the site. You can see just behind this car the words inscripted. Somebody wrote in the words "God bless," obviously for inspiration for those who survived, and for many of the families who also lost some loved ones. And yet at the same time, somebody wrote just here in the front window the words "war." And you can understand why people's emotions run so high when you're down here. This car covered in debris is absolutely pales in comparison to what's just north of it. These two stacked cars were pulled from Ground Zero, from someplace very near the World Trade Center, by rescue workers, by crews, to make it easier for them to do their job, to get to what they hope might be some surviving life, and to find whatever else they might be able to find there. But you can see just the devastation and the force of this blast by looking at these two cars. You can see here the front of the car, what used to be an engine. And if you look down at this tire, these were obviously still belted tires. This is what remains of them, just rods. In the back of this car, I want to show you this because this is what struck me as well. For some odd reason, I looked at the back of this car and I thought, my goodness, somebody was getting married. Then I realized, of course not. These are actually ribbons of steel, shards of somebody's previous possession. And what happened to the person who owned this car, we can only speculate. We don't know. And just north of here, another car. I'm going to put my mask on from time to time. Just over here, another car. Again, blasted, completely gutted. You might be able to see inside what was once somebody's comfortable vehicle. Completely looks like it was at the center of a war zone. And in fact, in many ways, it is the center of a war zone. And just across the street, William, if you can pan over to the left here, just across the street, you can see a Con Ed van, or what used to be a Con Ed van. Now, Con Edison is the local utility company that services a great part of New York and New York State. And the people who work for Con Edison often respond to emergencies just like this one. You can only imagine what might have happened to the people who were in that car. Now, we don't know whether anyone was in that car. That car may very well have been here before the emergency, before the disaster occurred. But when you look at vehicles like this one that belong to people who respond to emergencies like this, you can only think of the firefighters and the police officers who responded to this scene. Mayor Giuliani has already said that there are 350, maybe more than 350 firefighters and police who have been unaccounted for. What happened to their vehicles? Did they arrive here moments after the scene hoping to help people and were caught in the blast or caught when the rubble came down? You can only speculate. Paula?
Michael, I think we'd all feel a lot more comfortable if you'd leave that mask on. You know, we're 2 miles north of there, and we are beginning to feel the sting of this smoke. Once again, you are only how many blocks from where the trade centers went down?
I'm about less than about 8 blocks from where the World Trade Center went down, and you can see I'm on a very busy street. They're using this as sort of an artery to go back and forth, supplying equipment. Firefighters obviously still responding to the scene and to other scenes around the World Trade Center. Just moments ago, William, I'm going to ask you to pan back over again. Just moments ago, we saw this truck with what looks like a lot of plywood and other kinds of materials on the back of it. And I am told that they could be using this wood for a variety of reasons. They might be using it to support some of the buildings, some of the existing areas where they're trying to work to give themselves a little bit more support. And on a more sort of ghastly side, and yet the grim reality of what we are facing here, they might be using some of this wood to essentially build boxes. Because they've run out of some stretchers in some areas. So some of this material might be used to actually build what they call litter boxes for some of the bodies that they will remove from the rubble. Paula.
I'll tell you one thing, Michael, I can only gauge reaction based on how my crew is reacting to these pictures. They are absolutely sickening, and I think you are the first person who has given us an idea of just how tremendous the impact was. I mean, you have shown us the car with how someone wrote war on the windshield, how someone wrote God bless. On a purely human level, what are you thinking as you're looking at this stuff?
You can't help but look at this, and the first thing you think of is, I'm in the middle of a war zone. And that's an adjustment, of course, as we've mentioned before, that many of New Yorkers have had to make. We feel very much like we're in the middle of a war zone. The second thing that you have to think about is the fact that there were people there. Oftentimes you look at these pictures and you think, my goodness, we've lost the World Trade Center. Well, we lost a lot of lives in that World Trade Center as well. And when you look at the cars and you look at just how severe the damage was, one can only imagine what must it have been like to be there. And then thirdly, I think, what must it have been like to be there? Well, how miraculous it is that they actually found some people alive. Sometimes God is smiling on you.
All right, Michael, we're going to leave it there and come back to you later on in the day. Put that mask back on. You need it down there. The EPA is telling us we don't need it up here. Once again, for the first time, many New Yorkers are actually smelling the sting of this smoke because the winds have changed a little bit. And I know last night from standing up here, it's a little bit better today. But it is a stinging, acrid kind of smell. Let's go back to Atlanta now, where Miles continues to stand by.
Okay, Paula, thank you. We could talk all day and not rival those pictures for telling the story of what has unfolded this week. Let's move now to another borough of New York City, Staten Island, where CNN's Hillary Lane is standing by, unable, at least at last conversation with her, unable to get onto Staten Island because authorities there had cordoned off the area. Hillary, give us an update.
Well, Miles, I'm actually on the New Jersey side where we were turned away from crossing one of the bridges onto Staten Island. The reason for that was that New York, New Jersey Port Authority police had been tracking a vehicle that was suspected of some involvement in the World Trade Center attack, tracking that vehicle on Staten Island, which is one of the 5 boroughs of New York City, an island just like Manhattan. They did locate the car. When they found the car, they found that their lead had been unfounded. And what Port Authority people are saying this morning, they know it was an inconvenience to commuters. There was a backup of at least an hour on these different crossings. But they said at a time like this and at any time, they would not compromise the safety of anybody in the region. Miles, that is what is going on. Staten Island is being reopened, but is turning out to have been a false lead. Back to you.
All right, Hillary, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. Staten Island is, in fact, open for business now, so to speak?
That is exactly it. They are reopening Staten Island. They're saying following up on any lead that they can at this point. That is the reason that they shut down the island for about half an hour this morning. But cars are now able to move both onto the island and off of the island to get back to business.
CNN's Hillary Lane, who is now on Staten Island or fast approaching Staten Island. Paula.
Miles, I know you mentioned a little bit earlier on that we are awaiting a news conference that is going to be held by the U.S. Department of Transportation. If and when that happens, we will go to it live. In the meantime, we are now joined by Mary Schiavo, who is the former Department of Transportation Inspector General. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
I wanted to get your quick reaction to some of the new guidelines that are going to go into effect at airports across the nation. I am going to quickly recap some of these new regulations. Among them, no curbside check-in. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed through security. No knives of any kind can be brought on board, and higher standards for security personnel and more federal marshals in place at larger airports. Will any of this prevent the kind of attack that the United States has just endured?
No, this is a piecemeal response, and I think it really gives away how shell-shocked the FAA is. Many of these recommendations, for example, the tighter and higher standards for security personnel, those have been recommendations for almost a decade, and now we're seeing them in the wake of this terrible terrorist attack on domestic aviation. We have had sky marshals, by the way. We have very few numbers, but increasing that is definitely an improvement. But what we need is coordinated law enforcement to run our aviation security at our nationwide airports in a coordinated manner, not a civilian FAA piecing it together with local authorities across the country. And this has pointed up that great shortcoming.
All right. Well, what do you mean by that? That you'd have law enforcement agents stationed at every security zone in an airport? They would be the ones overseeing the checking in of luggage and the handling of hand baggage as you head to your airport gate?
No, actually, it's more pervasive than that. It stems from the very top. Right now, our overall coordination of airport security and our policies and procedures are set by the civilian Federal Aviation Administration, which has been highly criticized for well over a decade at being unable to perform this function. The law enforcement function overall, setting the policies, running the programs, telling our airports, our almost 400 passenger service airports, how to do this in other countries is run by law enforcement, not by the civilian FAA. And also we see this incredible patchwork quilt of security. We see, even now, we see the Federal Aviation Administration telling the airports one by one to handle various situations. We see local authorities. We see local security and police forces. And what we need is a national coordinated federal law enforcement oversight of airports, because we are only as safe as our weakest link. If Boston Logan is weak and you can board a plane at Boston Logan and go compromise Chicago or Columbus, then the entire system points out the fallacy of having it on an airport by airport basis.
I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But if you are to believe the reports that have been in the Boston Globe newspaper and the Boston Herald newspaper, or all, most of those reporters recognizing that there have been some security lapses at Logan Airport, the bottom line is, from what we're hearing from sources, that some of the men who hijacked these airliners from Boston actually, the stuff that they carried on them never would have picked up as security to begin with. They apparently carried razors that were embedded in plastic knives. I mean, how would the law enforcement impact have changed this?
Well, for one, we had a spotty policy. It's astonishing that our debate in the wake of this, a part of our debate in the wake of this tragedy, is debating what kind of knives were acceptable. And we had screeners unprepared and untrained, literally given the message that some knives are okay and some aren't. And it's a 4-inch blade. Are these 4 inches? Are they not? Do they have ceramic handles? The other problem is, of course, that we now know that at least at one airport they had ramp access, which is not surprising with a coordinated attack this big, and for as easy it is to get a job at an airport. I mean, many of the jobs are minimum wage, low or no screening. We have had convictions for actually lying about security agencies or companies actually doing the background checks. That has even been the subject of a criminal case in this country. So now we know that the system is compromised from within as well, and this is a total failure of the system, saying, oh, well, okay, some screeners missed it, or some screeners weren't even required to pick it up. We have something far more serious going on than that when we find out that they have ramp passes and literally could have compromised the entire system.
But once again, even if you had had this plan in effect that you're suggesting, with law enforcement basically running aviation across the country from top to bottom, the fact remains that given how martyrdom in some parts of the country, or excuse me, in some parts of the world are honored and promoted, if you want to get onto a plane, you're going to find a way onto the plane, and is there anyone that can stop you from slamming it into a building?
Absolutely, and we have to stop it. See, that's the whole point. I think it's the fear that we can't stop them. Of course we can. And remember, we're not talking one, we're talking four. And if we are unable through a minimum wage employees to stop 4 airplanes being used as a bomb because we say, well, we can't pick it up on a metal detector, then the answer is actually astonishingly simple. Then don't do it that way. If we do not have the ability to screen this out, I was struck by the fact that people are...
We just really need to work together right now.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Good morning. Shaken to its core, the nation pulls together in the face of the devastating attack on America. And new details about the tragedy are emerging today, Thursday, September 13th, 2001.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, Attack on America, with Katie Couric and Matt Lauer.
And good morning. Welcome to Today on this Thursday morning, another difficult day. I'm Matt Lauer.
And I'm Katie Couric. Tuesday, September 11th will forever be a milestone in U.S. history. Time will be divided into before and after, but of course it's unending for emergency workers toiling around the clock in lower Manhattan, where several buildings near Ground Zero are in danger of collapsing.
In the wake of the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, Americans are rallying around President Bush. According to new NBC News poll numbers, 80% of people approve of how the president is handling the attack. 83% of Americans believe that the United States should take forceful military action against the people responsible for the attacks, even if that means risking further retaliation and the threat of war. 66% say the attacks are more serious than the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And now, according to President Bush's aides, officials had, quote, real and credible information, end quote, that the White House itself had been the original target of the plane that hit the Pentagon. And the Secret Service received a phone call after that attack that, quote, Air Force One is next, unquote.
Let's bring you up to date on what we know now. Limited commercial air travel will resume today. The government officially opening American airspace at 11 o'clock Eastern time on a limited basis. The stock markets remain closed, and the grim casualty count keeps growing. We've known for 2 days now that 266 people were killed in the hijacked jetliners. Pentagon officials say about 190 people are dead. Hospitals in the area report that at least 94 people were treated for injuries. Here in New York, of course, the devastation obviously much worse. The true scale, almost impossible to imagine. Thousands still missing. Only 82 bodies have been recovered from the estimated 450,000 tons of debris from the devastated Twin Towers. A handful pulled out alive. It's been reported that people looking for loved ones are taking pictures of their relatives on their shirts or on TV trucks in the hopes that somehow someone will recognize them and know where they are. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani estimates that 3,700 people are missing.
Of course, we're trying to remember this is not about numbers, this is about people, and the personal stories of those people are very important. One woman named Melissa Hughes was attending a meeting on the 101st floor of one of the towers when the plane struck. She left this message for her husband on an answering machine.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off. We don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and I just wanted you to know that I love you always. Bye.
Melissa Hughes' husband is still trying to find her, and we're learning more details this morning about the people who may have been involved in this brutal attack and how they did it. Investigators say that each jetliner was hijacked by groups of 3 to 6 men armed with box cutters and plastic knives, but many more people could have been involved. Word early this morning, one arrest has been made in Hamburg, Germany, in connection to the attack. Federal authorities said that the hijackers were followers of Islamic militant Osama bin Laden.
We'll have all the latest developments throughout the morning, but first, NBC's David Bloom is in Lower Manhattan, where search and recovery efforts continue. David, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. I want to first update you on that casualty figure. You mentioned Rudolph Giuliani, the New York City mayor, saying that as many as 3,700 workers may have been trapped inside the Twin Towers at the time of the two attacks. That is, of course, merely the best guesswork that New York City officials can give us at this hour. But if that casualty figure, that death toll, is anywhere near accurate, it would mean that the total death toll from these attacks could exceed 4,000 if you include the deaths at the Pentagon, as well as the 266 people killed aboard the 4 planes that were crashed. I want to show you a live picture right now of the recovery operations going on here in Lower Manhattan. These workers, many of them covered with soot, dazed, are telling us that they're literally using everything that they can get their hands on, including their hands, shovels, crowbars, cranes, blowtorches, to try to proceed with this recovery. They're using listening devices, video cameras, heat sensors to try to find victims who might still be trapped inside the rubble. But frankly, and forgive me for the graphic nature of this, the search dogs, they say, are simply being overwhelmed by the smell of human flesh. They are recovering mostly not bodies, only 82 reported recovered thus far, but rather just fragments of human flesh. In fact, some of the people who are going here in New York City to the family trauma centers to get information about their loved ones are being told to come back with a brush, with a comb, something that might contain a piece of hair that could be later used for DNA matching of the victims. Of course, one of the biggest concerns this morning remains the possible collapse of other buildings surrounding the World Trade Center. Last night, 2 buildings of particular concern, Millennium Plaza and another larger building known as One Liberty Plaza. As nightfall approaches, it's clear the 54-story black glass building is not about to collapse. So emergency workers again start hauling tons of twisted steel and debris from the remains of the World Trade Center. Not because it's safe, authorities admit, but because it's their only hope if there are still survivors.
This is a very dangerous rescue effort. That shouldn't. It's going to continue to be a dangerous rescue effort for some time.
But is it worth the risk? At last count, 202 firefighters and 57 police officers are already missing. But one New York cop, trapped in the rubble for an hour and a half that first day, says yes.
It's pitch black. You can't see. It's very dark. But you hear people screaming, "In the darkness, help me."
But on Wednesday, rescue workers find only 3 more victims alive. A total, the mayor says, of just 5 survivors, despite the search dog teams and the prayers of anxious relatives who gather at nearby hospitals holding pictures of missing loved ones.
We all need somebody to lean on.
As New Yorkers come together for a candlelight vigil last night, Mayor Giuliani estimates Tuesday's attacks killed thousands. The city requests body bags. And the New York Times reports this morning that 1,500 workers are missing from just 3 of the hundreds of companies that used to call the Twin Towers home. I spoke this morning to a very badly shaken paramedic who told me a horrifying story about 2 brothers here in New York City, one a firefighter, one a New York cop. The firefighter raced into one of the World Trade Centers just a moment before it's collapsed. The paramedic told me that his brother, the New York cop, has been standing a silent, somber vigil at the spot where his brother died for the last 2 days, refusing food, refusing water, just trying to stand where his brother apparently died. Katie, back to you.
That's heartbreaking. David, by the way, we just got a bulletin over the wire that said Mayor Giuliani is now saying 4,763 people are missing from the World Trade Center destruction. I guess they're coming up with those numbers, David, by talking to companies and seeing who has been accounted for?
That's exactly right, Katie. They're talking to companies who housed literally tens of thousands of workers inside the Twin Towers, as well as states, local governments, police departments, which had buildings inside. Again, these numbers are bound to change, but that 4,700 figure would put the death toll at more than 5,000 from these attacks.
Hard to believe. David Bloom. David, thank you very much for that report. I know we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. 9 minutes after the hour. Now here's Matt.
And Katie, word now that the White House has declared tomorrow, Friday, a national day of prayer and remembrance. FBI and other federal agents are scouring the country this morning following thousands of leads in search of those responsible for these attacks. NBC's justice correspondent Pete Williams is in Denver this morning with the latest on the investigation. Pete, and I'm reading here that the FBI has now received 2,055 calls to its telephone tip line, and I'm sure they're busy following those tips.
The telephone tip line and also the special internet tip line that they set up for this, and a sign, Matt, this morning of how international this investigation is. Police in Hamburg, Germany, detaining one person they describe as an airport worker. The Hamburg connection, interesting, of course, because the two suspected hijackers who took their training at the Florida flight school told people there that they had come from Hamburg, Germany. And in the United States, more than 8,000 federal investigators and support staff pursuing leads this morning. Officials say this investigation is moving along surprisingly well, considering that it's coming along so soon after the attacks.
The Justice Department now says between 12 and 24 terrorists were on the 4 hijacked airplanes during their final deadly flights, controlling passengers and crew, investigators say, with knives and threats.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats.
Despite those threats, federal investigators say they found no indication the planes carried explosives, just the explosive power of tanks filled with jet fuel. FBI agents are scouring records for evidence of who the hijackers were. Rental car records, telephone logs, videotapes from airport security cameras, and ticket logs. Investigators say hijackers used both cash and credit cards to buy their tickets and rent hotel rooms, leaving behind a trail of evidence. But by far the most productive tool, the actual passenger lists. Investigators now say they know the names of nearly all the hijackers. Vehicle registration records for a car found at Boston Airport parking garage led investigators to this Florida flight training school, where the FBI believes at least 2 of the hijackers took small plane flying lessons. Federal agents believe other hijackers took lessons through at least 1 other flight school outside Florida. Overall, the FBI is conducting nearly a dozen searches in at least 5 states, looking for anyone who might have known the suspected terrorists. Some of those detained were later released. The FBI's new director says officials want to be certain that no other terrorist conspirators are at large.
Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future.
Federal agents also presented search warrants to some of the nation's biggest internet service companies, looking for information about an email account that authorities suspect might have been used by the hijackers. And investigators converged on this mailbox rental office, checking out a lead that one of the suspects may have rented a box there.
The Justice Department is recommending that when domestic air travel resumes in an hour or so, that federal marshals be posted on selected flights in civilian clothes ready to foil any potential hijackings if they should occur. And the Justice Department is also recommending vastly increased security and screening for both passengers and their luggage, Matt.
All right, Pete, not the first time we've seen that. It was, 20 years ago that we had sky marshals on some planes to thwart hijackings. It looks like a return to that.
That's the model, I think, Matt. And a couple of other things. We are now hearing that federal officials think the number of hijackers, even though the Attorney General has given us this range of numbers between 12 and 24, we're now hearing from some federal officials that they think the number of hijackers was probably around 18. That number may change 1 or 2 in the coming day or so. And they believe they know, at least they know the people they suspect were the hijackers. They have all of their names, and now the big task force is to find out who their associates were. One other new piece of information, Matt. Federal officials know that this planning for this hijacking was at least in the works for a year, because that's when these 2 folks in Florida first started their flight training. But now some federal officials telling us they think that this attack may have been as many as 2 years in the planning.
All right, Pete, thanks. Pete Williams in Denver this morning. Now over to Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. The nation's aviation system is finally reopening today on a limited basis, but the government says travel will be slower, security much, much tighter. NBC's Robert Hager is at Washington's Ronald Reagan National Airport this morning. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. Well, officially, the skies will be reopened in 45 minutes. That's the word from the Federal Aviation Administration. But in reality, for most passengers, it's going to take a lot longer than that. The big airlines are saying that they'll be cranking up their schedules very slowly. For instance, Southwest and Alaska say they won't try any flights today. Delta says it'll offer only very limited service, perhaps just planes to pick up passengers that have been stranded that were in mid-flight when their planes were diverted on the day of the hijacking. Same from Continental. They'll only offer those flights to pick up passengers. United says it won't consider running anything until this evening, both Eastern and Pacific time. So again, this is all going to go very slowly. And then when passengers get to airports, they're going to find tougher new security. Let's take a look.
A peek at new security measures coming. After passenger screening, more use of a second backup test to sense for explosives. An absolute ban on knives in carry-on luggage, which, believe it or not, weren't banned before. A security search of every aircraft before passenger boarding. Tighter restrictions on access to runway ramps. A temporary ban on passenger planes carrying mail or cargo. And additional numbers of sky marshals, armed guards disguised as passengers, seen here drilling. There are a few sky marshals used already for international flights. The government now says it will deploy more to guard domestic airports and planes.
Meantime, more details on the last of Tuesday's hijacks. The one that left Newark was hijacked over the Midwest and turned back toward Washington.
Turns out a passenger named Jeremy Glick told his brother-in-law from a cell phone that he and some other passengers had come up with a plan to resist the terrorists, stop them from doing whatever they'd planned, even if it meant losing their own lives. Investigators still don't know why that flight was the only one that crashed short of its intended target. May never know. But it could have been what Glick threatened in that last phone call, a struggle for control of the plane.
By the way, that account of a passenger hoping to take on the hijackers on that plane jibes with the story the mother of another passenger on that same plane told us here on Today yesterday. She said, too, that she had talked to her son on that flight by cell phone. One other point, the fact that the airports aren't opening until later on today and really tomorrow to get back to normal, more than the airports not being ready and more than the FAA not being ready, that was really at the request of the FBI and CIA. And initially, we thought that that was because they were concerned that all these new security measures be in place. But now we're hearing that that may have had more to do with an intelligence agency and enforcement agency request to keep those airports closed because they didn't want any of the potential accomplices of the hijackers, suspects, the living who were still here. They didn't want them being able to flee the country easily. Katie?
Bob, meanwhile, the NTSB doesn't have much to work with when it comes to the planes that crashed in the World Trade Center. Not much to work with even with the plane that crashed in the Pentagon. Is there best hope of finding out or piecing together what might have transpired that flight that crashed southeast of Pittsburgh?
Right. All you really have to work with for the investigative side for factual information from these planes is whatever they said to control towers, whatever signals they sent or messages they were able to get off on the radio before they were disabled. So they'd have that. That may be very limited if it exists at all. But other than that, the best hope of finding out what went on in the planes comes from the cockpit voice recorders. And we've been saying the cockpit voice recorder in Pennsylvania might be more easily found than the one in New York. So yes, they are hoping that. But even if you do find the cockpit voice recorder, you aren't sure. That also could have been disabled by the hijackers, because it wouldn't be very sophisticated information if they knew how to fly 767s and 757s to also know how to switch off the button that would cut off the cockpit voice recorder.
What about
don't know if there'll be information on
Bob,
it.
what about the flight data recorder? Won't that be helpful too?
I wouldn't think that that would give you a lot of information, because it tells you what the plane really did. And in this case, that's not valuable to know. It's very valuable to know in a regular aviation accident. But in this case, where the plane is being forcefully taken over and then flown by the hijackers, it simply tells you when they turned. It would be helpful in pinning down the timing of the turn, but it wouldn't tell you anything about how they'd taken over and what they'd done.
All right. Bob Hager at Reagan National Airport. Bob, thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie.
It is 19 minutes after the hour. Now here's Matt.
Katie, a little bit earlier this morning, I spoke with Attorney General John Ashcroft and asked him to describe the progress of the investigation into these terror attacks.
Well, we've assembled the largest investigative team, I believe, in the history of the United States. The FBI alone devoting 4,000 special agents, along with about 3,000 people to support them, to provide them with secretarial and other support. 1,000 lab technicians and scientists available, most of them deployed. And we believe that we're pursuing credible leads.
Have you identified all the people you think who were actually on the plane involved in these plots?
Well, we do know the manifests for the planes. So we do know that we believe there were between 3 to 6 hijack involved perpetrators on each of the aircraft. Those are things that we feel reasonably confident about, although if additional evidence were to provide additional information, I suppose we could adjust those understandings. Those obviously have some parameters. 3 to 6 is not exactly an exact number.
We don't want to scare people, Attorney General Ashcroft, but wouldn't it be safe to assume that there may have been others, perhaps even sitting on planes that never took off because of the ground hold or that were delayed, that there could be other people at large who were a part of this plot?
Well, that's one of the reasons that we want to emphasize prevention in what we do, as well as detection and understanding of what the facts were in regard to these acts of war against the United States. That's the reason that the Justice Department, together with the Treasury, are going to be devoting hundreds of marshals, customs agents, Immigration and Naturalization Service, Border Patrol type people to participate in the startup of air travel service, and to deploy these individuals in addition to the kinds of search and the more stringent requirements related to passengers on air service.
There have been reports, Mr. Ashcroft, that at least 2 of the alleged hijackers' names were on a list, a border watch list created by the FBI to arouse suspicion when someone like this tries to get into our country, and yet they managed to pass the border anyway. Do you have a comment on that?
Well, persons who are on border watch lists sometimes precede their listing into the country. I say that as a general matter. I'm not making comments about individual circumstances. We do maintain a list of individuals that we believe are dangerous, and if we get them on the list prior to their coming into the country, we have a much better chance of stopping them.
There were reports coming out of the White House yesterday. Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, said that there was real and credible information that the White House, Air Force One, the president himself, may have been the intended target of that plane that eventually crashed into the Pentagon. Can you confirm that? And can you tell me if you've seen or heard that evidence?
I can confirm that our nation has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets in the minds of those who were perpetrating acts of violence 2 days ago.
Could you characterize that evidence for me?
I'm not prepared to discuss the evidence, but I can confirm that our nation has such evidence.
What's going to happen, Attorney General Ashcroft, from now on? Obviously, flights are going to resume in the next couple of hours. We understand some flights have already resumed. What's the difference going to be for traveling passengers when they try to board a plane, when they arrive at an airport? What do you want to see happen?
Well, there are a whole range of differences relating to the security of the airport property itself, relating to the procedures regarding airport employees, regarding the kinds of luggage that will be allowed on airplanes, regarding the existence of U.S. Marshals, other law enforcement officials.
Marshals on board aircraft?
On board aircraft and in other settings to promote the security of the airplanes. The airplanes are undergoing very thorough searches since having ceased operations 2 days ago. So there's a whole range of undertakings designed to assure the public of the fact that the airlines are safe.
Just to paraphrase, what you're saying is we've now reached a point in this country based on this attack where we're going to be flying along with plainclothes armed guards on a lot of flights.
It's our intention to do what is necessary to make planes safe and to provide a reasonable understanding in the public that our planes are safe and that America is back to business.
Arizona Senator John McCain serves on the Senate Armed Services Committee. Earlier this morning, I asked him if he believes Osama bin Laden is the individual behind these terror attacks.
I don't know, Katie. I believe that there's only a few organizations that are capable of carrying out an operation of this magnitude, but I am confident that very soon we will find out exactly who and what organization and what countries may have assisted in this atrocity that's been committed to the United States of America. Our message is to the terrorists, we are coming. God may forgive you. We will not.
All right, but of course, military planners in Washington at this very moment are evaluating options. I know when you spoke last night with Tom Brokaw, you said you would recommend a sustained scenario opposed to one attack or cruise missiles or otherwise. What did you mean exactly, Senator McCain, by a sustained scenario?
Because we have to consider a wide range of options depending on what we find out. Cruise missiles alone may not be sufficient. Certainly that's been the case in the past. We may have to put troops on the ground. We may have to insert them and withdraw them. We may have to use local assets as well. We may have to ask our allies to join with us, since, and it's very important that our NATO allies have already pledged their support. So we have to exercise a wide range of options in order to meet the specific situation. And that does not mean that I think we have to permanently put American troops in Afghanistan or any place else in the Middle East.
At the same time, you are saying sustained. So are you saying, in essence, the United States will be there for the long haul if necessary?
I think the United States is in a long twilight struggle against these forces of evil that have chosen to destroy us because we are good. And I believe that it may take a lot of time, a lot of American treasure, and perhaps some American blood.
You mentioned NATO allies showing their support. What about some of the other countries around the world? How confident are you that there will be worldwide support for U.S. military action?
Except for a handful of nations, I believe there will be worldwide support, because every nation that practices democracy in a free society is liable to sustain these same kinds of atrocities, and it is in their interest to work with us to eradicate this blight from the earth.
You say a handful of nations. Can you tell us some of those that you're concerned about?
I'm concerned about those countries that in the past have either assisted or even harbored terrorist organizations such as Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Libya, Syria, North Korea. Those to name the majority of them.
In fact, Senator McCain yesterday, again, Colin Powell said the United States is calling on the Pakistanis for, quote, any information that would shed light on this incident or who might have caused it. He also added, we expect Pakistan and others to help us out. Is this a message that the Pakistanis may have some involvement in this and they need to cooperate, or there may be repercussions?
The Pakistanis developed a relationship with the people in Afghanistan back during the Russian occupation of Afghanistan. Those ties have been maintained. There is credible evidence that that the Pakistanis have been involved in some ways with some of these organizations. I'm not qualified to judge how much, but there certainly has been a relationship there, and the Pakistanis know these people better than anybody, and they can be of enormous assistance to us.
Senator McCain, a spokesman for the Taliban, the group believed to be harboring Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, has warned that if the United States retaliates and, quote, innocent and sinless people suffer, hatred toward the United States will further increase, and the result will be similar to the suicide incidents. How concerned are you about this warning?
I'm concerned to the degree that they may try to respond, but the status quo where acts of war have been taken against the United States clearly circumstantially from an organization that exists within the country of Afghanistan is an unacceptable situation. And I say to the Afghan government, the best way you can prevent the loss of innocent lives is to turn over all of the terrorist organizations that exist within your country. Work with us to eradicate this threat, and you will be, and your people will be perfectly safe.
Senator John McCain, Senator McCain, thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie.
As people throughout the country wonder how it was that we didn't know this attack was coming, the United States began to round up backing from its allies today. NBC's chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, is standing by at the State Department. Andrea, good morning to you.
Good morning to you. I've actually moved up to our Washington bureau, but to follow up on what Katie was just discussing with John McCain, for the first time, Matt, in its 52-year military history, the NATO allies are pledging military support to the U.S. if, as expected, it is now proved that the attack came from outside the United States. The initial benefit, of course, is something the U.S. sorely needs: improved intelligence cooperation. Well, U.S. intelligence forces caught flat-footed, with the counterterrorism budget doubling in the last 6 years to a proposed $13 billion. Why was there no warning?
Historically, the American intelligence agencies have been the gold standard of the world for technologies, particularly communications technologies. In the last few years, we've lost that edge.
Or was there too much information? Perhaps a clue buried somewhere in millions of communications collected by listening posts around the world.
I doubt if there's a day goes by that the intelligence community doesn't have all sorts of threat warnings, and sifting those warnings out, coordinating it with other data, determining how much is real.
Don't they? I think they're waiting for signals from here. So we'll have to see if they can get the electronic trading up and running. You know, that it's all, you know, it's just questionable if they have the infrastructure and the capability to do it.
Okay, Mark Shank, thank you so much. We want to let those of you who are just joining us right now that it is 10:30. You are watching our special coverage of the terror attacks and their aftermath. I am Paige Hopkins.
And I'm Dean Shepard here at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. We're continuing to monitor all of the developments in this ongoing story, ongoing tragedy, actually. We must focus on the financial markets, of course. And as we've been telling you, while the stock markets in the U.S. remain closed and there is still no trading of U.S. stocks in Europe, the bond market has managed to reopen today for an abbreviated session. Let's get the latest now on that from our economics editor, Donna Klein. Donna?
Hi, Dean, Paige. Hello, everyone. Good morning. In fact, what a week it's been. Let me start off with what's probably most pertinent to the markets at this stage, and that is the availability of ample liquidity. Several statements crossing the wire from the New York Federal Reserve, from combination between the Fed Bank and European Central Bank, all stating that they are certainly going to do what it takes to do all open market operations that are required to keep enough cash in the system to make all of the payments and balancing that is needed by various firms out there. That is good news. Let's talk a little bit, however, about what's happening on the economic cycle. It doesn't seem like like it's that important. But when we have to look at where we were in the U.S. economy before this disaster hit, and then, of course, what might happen going forward, we did have some data across the wire this morning that was reflective of events that happened before the accident. Number one, we saw initial jobless claims rise to 431,000, again showing evidence that pre-existing conditions in the U.S. economy were causing corporations to lay off workers. That is still evident. We saw import prices fall 0.1 of a percentage point. That is for the August reading again. However, probably most interesting was the early release of the University of Michigan Consumer Confidence number. This number was a September reading, but I want to point out this number actually hit a low we haven't seen in quite some time, 83.6. But it did not include surveys taken after the Tuesday disaster. This is a report released with a statement. Let me read you something that came from economists. University of Michigan Preliminary September Consumer Sentiment Index reported at 83.6 from its final August reading of 91.5. Consumer confidence is clear on the downturn, but not included. Looking for data that does not include Tuesday's tragedies. It seems to be, at least according to Christopher Lowe over at Tennessee Bank, that all of the decline in confidence have more to do with equity market declines and obviously the layoff information. Now tomorrow we're going to get a big chunk of data in the way of PPI, retail sales, and industrial production capacity utilization. So we're going to take into account all of this status, where the market was before the Tuesday problems, and then carry forward. Right now you're still seeing strength in bond markets, except for the long end of the curve, just a little weakness there.
All right, Donna, thanks. Yeah, the cutoff for that, the survey was Monday night on the Consumer Confidence Index. So
and a lot has changed since then.
The world has changed since then.
So I'm sure this will be.
Bloomberg's David Wells has been talking to some investors this morning, and he joins us now from our newsroom with more on how investors are feeling and how they're lining themselves up, how they're preparing for the reopening of the U.S. markets. David, good morning.
Hi, Dean. How you doing?
Good. What is the feel out there?
Well, generally, what most people are saying is they're going to wait for the market to open. They're going to see what happens. And if there is some massive sell-offs in industries that they like, say financial services especially, they'll probably start to buy. I just spoke with one person who manages $500 million. He says he's got 2% in cash. He's out in San Francisco. What he's thinking about doing with that is, maybe if an industry that he's been wanting to get into starts to rise, he'll get into it. Or if something falls considerably lower than his price targets for it, he'll get in on it there as well. The trick, though, that people are most concerned about is they're doing tests of their systems to make sure that they can serve their customers with their trades. But what they don't want to do is interfere in any way with the search for survivors. They don't want to jeopardize that. So that's why they're trying to figure out when the market should open. What they're expecting to fall, financial services, like I said, big companies like Citigroup. They're expecting defense companies to rise, people like Raytheon, expecting oil companies such as ExxonMobil, anybody that has integrated services to rise. But more so than anything, what people are saying is if you're a patient investor, wait out the first couple of days. Let the markets heal, let them shake things out, and then go ahead with things. You tend to find that after a big occurrence like this, 6-10 months down the road, things are better, things are fine, and the market's back where it was. If you're a trader, however, you're going to have a different mentality. Hedge funds are going to jump in and they're going to short things that they know are going to fall. So we're just basically right now trying to call as many people as we can and find out what's going to happen. Another concern that people are following is, will the Fed step in and cut rates again? And that's a possibility. We've talked to some investors. John Waterman at Rittenhouse Securities told us recently that he thought there could be another half-point cut now versus a quarter point, which some people had expected to come in October. So we're going to have to see.
David, over the last couple of days, we have heard from our European correspondents that firms there have been asked via a variety of regulatory agencies and so forth to tread lightly, not to put on any extraordinarily aggressive trades. Is the same sort of request likely to be made to U.S. firms once we do have the U.S. markets ready to open?
I would imagine not. I mean, generally the markets, they try to stay away from it. But I'll tell you this, the people that we're talking to, that's exactly what they've said. I mean, I can't tell you how many quotes I've written down today that say, frankly, I'm not going to do anything, or I'm not planning on selling anything, or exactly the words you just used, I'm going to tread lightly. I think people understand that. What they don't want to do is go in and create mass hysteria. They want, even for just psychological reasons of showing that this terrorist act did not do what they wanted it to do. It's cripple the market. So I think what people are going to do is they're going to be cautious. They might get out of a position they were planning on getting out of anyway, and there's going to be certain things economically that people have to be concerned about. First Call, as you know, yesterday lowered their earnings expectations. You know that airlines aren't going to be doing very well. You know that certain insurers are going to be hurt. And so people are going to have to adjust their portfolios to meet that.
David Wells, thank you so much.
Hate to cut you off, David, but we want to go to the Federal Aviation Administration. Norman Mineta is now telling us about the status.
For travelers, for our economy, and for the restoration of America's freedom of mobility. Effective 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, airspace system will reopen to commercial aviation. At this moment, the FAA reports that we have airports starting to reopen across the country. Now, this decision was made after a series of meetings throughout the day, yesterday, and late into Wednesday night, with the White House and other cabinet officials, Federal Aviation Administrator Jane Garvey and her great team, aviation industry leaders, as well as intelligence and law enforcement representatives. I must caution everyone that a system as diverse and complex as ours cannot be brought up instantly. And so we will be reopening airports, and airlines will be resuming their flights since as they meet the new security measures that we are now imposing. Additional airports will be opened only after they meet the new stringent security measures. Anyone planning on flying today, or not even today, but henceforth, should check with their airlines regarding the level of service and flight schedules, and especially be able to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security precautions. As I stated yesterday, safety is always of paramount importance. And in these extraordinary times, we will be vigilant. Therefore, I have ordered a variety of security measures to be instituted at our nation's airports upon reopening to improve the security of our national aviation system. A thorough search and security check of all airports and airplanes will take place before passengers are allowed to board any aircraft. We have discontinued off-airport check-in and curbside check-in at the airport. All passengers will be required to go to the ticket counters to check in. We must reserve boarding areas for passengers only, and only ticketed passengers will be allowed to proceed past airport screeners. And all vehicles near airport terminals will be monitored more closely. We experienced an unprecedented assault on our commercial aviation system. And in times such as these, we will use all available resources to ensure the safety of our travelers. Agents from the Department of Justice and from the Department of Treasury will be deployed to airports across the country. The added presence of these officers will augment our existing heightened security procedures, serving as a visible reminder of our strong commitment to protect the safety of the American people and the traveling public. Again, I strongly urge all passengers to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security procedures, and also to exercise patience with airport and airline employees and security personnel. Finally, let me say this. From this day forward, we are operating with tightened security. In the weeks and months ahead, we will do all that we can to ensure that the safety of the American aviation system is in place. We will not allow this enemy to win the war by restricting our freedom of mobility. I wish again to express my hope that all Americans will heed the President's call to keep the victims and their families in our prayers and our thoughts as we go about the task of recovering and rebuilding. I will now take questions.
What is the situation now with general aviation, with business aviation, and the cargo carriers?
First of all, the cargo carriers are not being differentiated from the commercial passenger airliners. There are certain requirements being put on them in terms of security and safety measures, but they are back in the air again effective 11 a.m. On private or general aviation, rather, I will have a little more on that subject later this day. But right now, this is a announcement only as it relates to the commercial and cargo airline.
So just follow up. As of 11 a.m., you can't go out and hop in your Cessna and take off?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Secretary, some safety experts are saying that the United States is opening their airports too quickly, that some of the security measures are a quick fix and low-level security, and that we should be really looking at a long-term possibility of even federalizing security, arming pilots, training flight attendants with some kind of anti-terrorist combat. Is there any thoughts or any feelings, or have there been discussions on adding more security into the airlines and airports?
Well, I think the part of the question, the implication is the short-term, long-term. What we are trying to do right now is restore to normalcy as well as we can the ability to travel. The President had indicated on Tuesday that he wanted to return life in the United States as fast to what we knew before 8:50 a.m. on Tuesday. And so what we are trying to do is to get back into normalcy by allowing commercial airline travel. Yesterday we said we would allow those continuation flights or flights that were diverted to continue on to their final location. There are other things that have to be done, and one of the ones that is a very high priority is the whole issue of the screening of passengers. Now, do we federalize it? If we federalize it, who's going to be doing the work? Are they civil service employees? Or are we just going to be federalizing in the sense that the FAA/DOT is now going to take over the contract, and then are we going to go around and asking for bids from the lowest contractor? So what have we netted then? All we've done is to move it from a low-cost, low bid contractor at the that's awarded by an airline at a specific airport to FAA/DOT. That doesn't improve security. So yes, you're right. That whole issue of do we nationalize or federalize passenger screening, that is a longer-term issue that we are looking at as we speak. Those other things that you mentioned about other training requirements, those are also issues that are being looked at in the longer term. And yes, we are. So we're trying to do things on a two-phase basis. If I were to characterize it, one to try to get up as soon as we can, and then the other to deal with some of these other issues on a longer-term basis.
Mr. Secretary, in both those phases, will those Justice and Treasury officials who are being deployed around the country, will they board and fly aircraft? Will they be the new marshals?
In the case of, for instance, we'll be using uniformed personnel more at airports to be able to, again, increase safety and security. For on board, we do need trained personnel on how to deal with the use of weapons in a aluminum cylinder that's flying through the air. And it would take several weeks to train people who, let's say, we might get from INS agents or Border Patrol or others in terms of being competent to being federal air marshals. On the other hand, we are asking for expeditious treatment and action by the Department of Defense to give us some Delta Force folks. They are already trained on high-risk situations, and it wouldn't take that much more training to put the Delta Forces on the airplanes. So we're hoping to augment federal air marshals with Delta Forces. The other issue about whether we take a, I don't know, let's say a Border Patrol agent and train them for being on an airplane, that will be, I guess, another part of this phase. But right now, for the immediacy, we're going to keep them in terms of their use at airports.
There was a rumbling yesterday that you might bar mail and freight shipments, cargo on passenger planes. Is there any consideration being given to that, and can you go into more detail on these new security measures for the cargo airline?
As of right now, in terms of belly cargo, mail is not being allowed.
What about other types of?
And as far as cargo airlines, let's see, let me get a reminder from Monty. Can you help me out on this? Monty, why don't you come on and help me out on cargo?
Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta announcing that as of 11 o'clock Eastern Time, which is just shy of 10 minutes from now, U.S. airspace will reopen for commercial traffic only. Obviously, military traffic will continue to fly, but there will be no private air travel allowed. You will not be, as one questioner put it, allowed to go out and hop in your Cessna and go for a ride. But airspace for commercial traffic only reopens at 11 o'clock this morning.
And he said this is all in keeping with the president's objective of returning things to normalcy. But he did talk about the heightened security, talked about having federal marshals possibly on planes, and their efforts augmented by Delta Forces.
The other issue here is that, yes, while airspace will reopen, only those airports that have met the new heightened security procedures will be allowed to reopen.
For instance, Logan is closed. Boston's Logan Airport remains closed.
All of the airports, in order to reopen, are going to have to meet these new heightened security measures. And if you're traveling or planning to travel, Mr. Mineta pointed out that expect a lot of delays and expect some new procedures. He's saying to be patient with the personnel there because, for example, there will be no more curbside check-in and no one will be allowed past the airport scanners without a ticket. And Page, I think, hit the nail on the head in terms of the most dramatic revelation of that news conference. Mr. Mineta wants Delta Force personnel, the very elite Delta Force personnel on commercial flights to augment federal air marshals.
And his point being that the training that they've already had will make them ready to take to the skies, whereas the other people need to be brought up to date with how to patrol an airline that's under siege by a hijacker.
Yeah, definitely expect a much more military feel to air travel in this country, at least for the time being.
Yes, as he said, for the next several months. So we shall see. Travel will never be the same, of course, as we've been saying all morning. A lot will never be the same again. Well, let's check in with Alan Skrenka. He's coming to us from St. Louis. He's the chief market strategist at Edward Jones. Let's just switch gears for a moment. Thanks for joining us this morning, Alan.
Good morning.
What are you expecting when the markets reopen?
Well, first of all, of course, our thoughts are with the victims and their families. The market seems almost insignificant in light of this terrible human tragedy. Our message to our customers has been to stay the course, not to make dramatic moves in their portfolio. And for everyone that believes the market is going to take a terrific tumble when it does open, I would point to the fact that we've had a few days here for cooler heads to prevail, and also the fact that interest rates today are nearly half a percentage point lower, and hopefully that will cushion the impact of this terrible news.
Alan, how would you characterize the bond market trading that we've seen so far today, and how the system has held up?
I think it's very encouraging, and I think, again, investors need to know that the basic infrastructure or financial system is intact, that business will go on, the U.S. economy will go on, and in spite of these terrible events, it's not a reason to make dramatic moves in your own investments.
And do you think, Alan, also that really the markets are waiting to see what the United States does? So much is going to hinge on that.
Well, sure, and that's why we don't have a lot of answers. It's too early to tell what happens next. We do know from history and how people react to things like this is it never pays to make an emotional decision with your investment money. The U.S. economy and the U.S. People are very resilient at times like this.
Alan, I've been getting the sense from some of our previous expert commentators over the past day or so that they believe it would be, and they believe that most professional investors believe that it would be almost unpatriotic to put on a trade that would in any way roil the markets. Do you have a sense of that?
Well, of course, we're hearing those reports too, and I think it's very encouraging. I think everyone will be judged in terms of how they perform at a time like this. Several of the big oil companies, for example, put a freeze on prices. OPEC announced they would provide more oil if oil prices do start to rise. And so you're really seeing internationally people coming together to try to avoid the sort of outcome that the terrorists obviously hope. The goal of terrorism is to create terror, fear, and panic. And I think we all have to realize that and stand against it.
Alan Skranka, thank you so much for joining us, especially when we've been in a market that responds lickety-split to
so
every
far,
little thing.
as we've been pointing out, so far they have absolutely failed in their efforts to destabilize the U.S. economy or the world economy or the financial system.
Stock market trading, which may resume tomorrow or Monday at the latest. Well, the New York Stock Exchange Chairman Dick Grasso made that announcement yesterday after meeting with the SEC, brokerage houses, and New York City officials.
More discussions are expected today. Monica Bertrand follows the big board for us, and she joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Monica.
And thanks a lot, Dean. Thanks a lot, Paige. Well, you know, Rudy Giuliani, the New York mayor, in fact, did come out a short time ago and say that he was trying to get the city up and running by midnight. That may have an impact on what happens with trading tomorrow. Again, there is a meeting with officials expected to go on later today. We're expected as well to get some comment out of the exchange officials later today as well as to whether or not the exchange will open tomorrow. Now, Dick Grasso did say yesterday he would like to see the market open as early as tomorrow, as late as Monday. But again, a lot of things have to be in place, and that really has to do a lot with not only the communication systems at the New York Stock Exchange, but also at the brokerage houses, so everybody is on a fair footing. He, in fact, is saying as well that he doesn't want to bring a lot of people into that downtown area, that lower Manhattan area, if it's going to cause a problem for the rescue crews who are down there trying to really clean up the big mess that is down there as a result of the attack on the World Trade Centers as well. A lot of sentiments coming out of it, as you heard our guest previously. A lot of people recommending not to panic. I know Richard Grasso also as well was saying in some of his comments, you know, the best thing is for people not to panic at this point as far as the markets are concerned. Really trying to suggest that everybody put on a brave front, and that really is what Wall Street is trying to do in general. Back to you.
All right, Monica Bertrand, thank you. Let's move now to the global security implications of what has taken place. Joining us from our bureau in Washington, D.C. is Jonathan Granoff. He's president of the Global Security Institute. Jonathan, good morning.
Good morning, Dean. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for being with us. We were just commenting how striking Mr. Minetta's statement was just a few moments ago, that he wants the Delta Force personnel to augment U.S. air marshals to help protect the sanctity of the United States air travel system. How dramatic is this apparent militarization, at least short term, of the air transport system?
Well, I think if we have to secure the air transport system with his suggestions, we can do it within the existing constitutional safeguards that we have. My deep concern is that if you look at the front page of Tuesday's New York Times, which people probably never got to read because of the timing of this horrific event, you'll see a lead article titled "Nuclear Booty, More Smuggling Using Asian Route." And my concern is that there's an enormous amount of weapons-grade fissile material out there, and it's time that we really declared an end to the Cold War and started working cooperatively and institute a cooperative international inventory of all weapons-grade fissile material.
But
my concern, yes.
Oh, excuse me. I just wanted to ask you, Jonathan, how can you ask groups like this to be accountable to that kind of scrutiny? They're not going to participate.
Well, thank God they're not the groups that have it right now. The
as far as we know.
Right. The material largely is inadequately protected in the former Soviet republics and in Russia. And this is the opportunity to accept Putin has reached out and said, let's cooperate. We have a joint problem here. So this is the time to get the nuclear arsenals off of alert status and to cooperate and get control of the fissile material. You realize that had they brought a tugboat into the New York harbor with a nuclear device, within 1,000th of a second, you would have had a fireball at 20 million degrees Fahrenheit. And within 5 miles of ground zero, winds in excess of 600 miles an hour. 16 miles out, 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the kind of catastrophe that we've got to start preparing to prevent right now.
And the catastrophe with which we're dealing now is bad enough, and I'm wondering how successful is the administration going to be in its efforts to present a united front against terrorism at this point?
If we take the lead that if Colin Powell's call for international cooperation, if we follow the course that the president's father followed by utilizing and strengthening the UN system, if we strengthen the international treaty conventions dealing with this, sticking with our core values, the rule of law, reason, justice. There are conventions. There's a treaty on taking hostages. Okay. There's a number of instruments. If we follow that, we will strengthen the international order, and we will destroy terrorism.
Jonathan.
We have an update on all the latest news relating to the attack, and here is the very latest. Mayor Giuliani is now asking for 11,000 body bags, a grim indication of the number of fatalities. The mayor says there are 3,700 people officially missing.
Most public and Catholic schools in the city are scheduled to open today, except for those located below 14th Street. Public schools will be on a 2-hour delay. Catholic schools in Brooklyn and Queens will open at their normal hours.
All 3 major airports are now open, but right now they are only accepting flights that were diverted to other airports during the attacks. There are no departures.
Governor Pataki will speak to a joint session of the state legislature, talk about the terrorist attack, talk about the rescue and rebuilding efforts, and we'll also talk about the primary.
As for the investigation, there is word of an arrest in Germany, and police have arrested a man in Hamburg. They're still not giving any details of what kind of role he may have played in the attack.
Government officials say perhaps as many as 50 people were involved in the terrorist attack plot. Investigators have identified more than a dozen hijackers who crashed the 4 planes and have linked them to Osama bin Laden and other terrorist networks.
Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has told U.S. troops they will be called to arms in the days ahead. And Secretary of State Colin Powell says President Bush will oversee a long-term conflict.
And the military remains on high alert. The Navy aircraft carrier USS Washington is in the New York area, and military planes are patrolling our skies.
Now, I believe we have New York One's Davidson Golden standing by on the phone to give us observations from his perspective. Davidson, I'm not quite sure where you are.
Roma, I'm at the command center where Mayor Giuliani has just recently given us some updated numbers, and one of those numbers is the number of body bags. There are, in fact, 30,000 body bags on order, but the mayor cautions that that does not in any way reflect the number of anticipated casualties. It's simply because in many cases, in so many cases, there are body parts, and each body part needs its own body bag. So that 30,000 number does not reflect the total number of casualties. But as you mentioned earlier, there are in fact 3,700 missing person reports, a number that is expected to grow today. As I'm just being handed a note which says there is no subway service south of 42nd Street anywhere in the city except the A train. The fire department has requested the closure due to instability of several structures. So once again, this is just being handed to us by...
All right, did we just lose Davidson Golden?
Yeah.
Obviously, a couple of important pieces of information there. We've been reporting this body bag number throughout the morning, and I think we've got to be cautious in the inference there that 30,000 body bags on order has anything to do with the number of anticipated casualties. I think if there was a number that we were to stick to, perhaps that 2,500 to 3,000 number, the number of missing persons reports is probably a more reliable indication of what we might be dealing with there. So I think we need to back away from that number. But more importantly, just at the end there, Davidson Golden talking about the sudden development of the transit system.
And the instability of buildings, and I'm not quite sure how far down they're concerned. I'm assuming the instability of the buildings they're referring to is in that World Trade Center area, but it's worth noting that 42nd Street is quite a distance away from there, so I'm very curious why they've suspended all train service south of 42nd Street, and unfortunately he was disconnected, so we're going to have to wait and get the answer from there. But again, Davidson Golden at the command center, so presumably he will have answers when we can reconnect.
You know, often just operationally, I think with 42nd Street being as much of a transit hub as it is, it's easier for them to bring the trains there and turn them back around and send them in the other direction to get things moving again. Davidson Golden back on the telephone with us now. David, I know you just got this information. Can you tell me anything more about this subway service shutdown?
Pat, all I can tell you is that apparently the fire department has requested it due to some structural concerns. It's not clear at this point whether that is concern about the integrity of the subway system itself, or whether they're worried about reverberations from the trains moving. Anybody walking on the streets of Manhattan knows the trains you can feel them above ground. So certainly they may be concerned about buildings. In particular, we heard yesterday some concerns about both the Millennium Hotel and One Liberty Plaza. The mayor saying this morning that at this point, and they keep testing those buildings, they do not appear to be in danger of collapse, but perhaps the subway service is related to those buildings or others. Let me get back to some of the numbers, Pat, that I think I didn't have a chance to say before we were cut off. The total number of dead people so far found and able to be identified is 94. 28 of those have, in fact, been identified, and in addition, the authorities have found 65 body parts. In terms of the uniformed officers who are still missing, 300 firefighters are missing, 30 members of the New York City Police Department, and an equal number of Port Authority police officers, 30 Port Authority police officers at this point are missing. They hope to open the stock exchange tomorrow. The mayor says that they are trying to at least create some corridors that would enable Wall Street employees to get to the stock exchange. And the goal, and none of this is official, it's just a goal at this point, is to move the barrier from 14th Street down to Canal Street, so that the hope is that from 14th Street to Canal Street will be reopened by tomorrow morning for regular business and regular traffic. Just checking through my notes here, one other thing to point out is we'd heard a lot about people calling from the rubble who were in air pockets on their cell phones. 2 people, in fact, have been found so far from their cell phones, and this is still being classified as a search and rescue operation. And just about an hour ago at 7 o'clock, the Armory on 25th Street in Lexington reopened to take in missing persons reports. We know over 1,000 people showed up there yesterday between 8 o'clock and midnight. That contributes to the 3,700 total number of missing people that they're they're looking for. So for now, Pat and Roma, that is the latest from here at the command center.
All right. Thank you, Davidson Golden. We want to give you an update on the status of the airports. There is an urgent that just crossed the wire, and it just came across, so I'm going to read it alive here. The Transportation Secretary is saying that airports will resume service at 11 a.m. Eastern Daily Time. So that is approximately 3 hours from now. However, that is there's a qualification there. The nation's airspace being reopened, but Mineta says, Norman Mineta, the Transportation Secretary, says airports will reopen. Flights will resume on a case-by-case basis only after more stringent levels of security have been implemented. So if you do have flights, you're advised the most important thing you can do right now is call your airline, try to get through, and get details on your particular flight.
Okay, Roma, Davidson just brought that news to us about the subway here, and I got the subway map. I just want to try to go through some of it here if we can get in as tight as we can on this. He said that the only service south of 42nd Street in Manhattan is the A train, which continues out this way and heads over to Brooklyn. As you know, I mean, the way the subway system in the city developed with the various competing subway companies is they all wanted to get down and serve lower Manhattan. And so literally, I mean, every significant subway line in the city comes down in this perimeter through lower Manhattan and past the World Trade Center. And although it's the 1 and 9 line right here on the left side of your screen that is the one that's been most immediately affected by this, all of them come quite close to that area. And as Davidson said, there are concerns about instability, not clear to us at this point whether it's instability of the actual subway tunnels or whether they're worried about the vibrations from those trains. But because so many of them pass through the area, right now we have subway service shut down in all areas of Manhattan south of 42nd Street. That will be a major story on the commute this morning on a day when the city was trying to get back into business.
Restore to normalcy. Although, you know, I'm no transit expert, but looking at that map, the C train is suspended, and the C train is running along the same route as the A train, though perhaps the A trains are traveling deeper in the ground. I'm not quite sure what the major concerns are, but once again, only A train service below 42nd Street and all other subway service suspended, including the C train.
Let's go to New York One's Arthur Chien now. Chelsea Piers is where Arthur is. That's the location that has been a staging area for much of this rescue effort. Arthur?
Pat, this was originally a triage location, but it is no longer because they simply haven't been able to gather the number or recover the number of people that they hope to have recovered from the disaster scene, which is just about 1.5 miles or 2 miles down the road. As you said, much of it is a staging area now, a lot of recovery crews coming in and out. Let's give you a look from a different vantage point. A lot of the emergency medical technicians who have come from all over the region, from as far as Massachusetts and Pennsylvania, have been rotating in and out much of the morning. Many of the supplies that have been brought down here have been shuttled down to the disaster site as well from this location about every half hour, almost every hour by our estimation. Now, aside from these ambulance crews, this facility is still operational in terms of receiving families that want to file missing person reports. That's what they've been doing in this sort of grief counseling side of the operation over here as well. Now, at its height yesterday and in the overnight, they had 1,000 volunteers, more than 1,000 volunteers we're told, and they had so many that they actually had to turn people away because there were no victims to actually treat. Some of the people that were being turned away were very skilled people who normally, in cases of disaster, you would imagine would be commodities, including 2 specialists in internal medicine that we spoke with. They said they were told to go home.
We just came down to volunteer and said right now they don't need medical doctors. They just need counselors and that sort of individual.
Is it frustrating to want to make that contribution and want to do something and not be able to do anything?
Yeah, it's very frustrating. I've been coming for 2 days trying to volunteer with the Red Cross, and I understand that it's very difficult to process all these people, but I hope I will be able to do something.
Now, we too really don't know what to do to help people. There are a lot of people who have come down wanting to file missing person reports. A lot of them have come out to talk to us. So this actually started yesterday. We just started taping up some of these. Let's see, this one's Carrie. She was in 2 World Trade Center. Others have more details in terms of which floors they were working on in order to try to help them be found over here. There was one firm in particular, Cantor Fitzgerald. They estimate about 700 of their employees are missing. There are a number of numbers, excuse me, there are a couple of different numbers that you can call to get information, but we would suggest these are numbers that we actually dialed into and got a human voice at. The first one is a police hotline. The number there is 866-856-4167. That is the police department hotline. And then there is a hotline that's being run by the American Red Cross as well, and their number is 212-560-2730. They say that they will cross-reference names that are given to them with the patients at hospitals that have been treating people who have been brought to them from the disaster site. The American Red Cross is also operating 12 shelters as a result of the disaster, and they imagine that they'll be checking there as well. Then there's a third option, which Davidson Golden just mentioned, which is going down to the Armory. My understanding is that the Bellevue operation was completely inundated with missing person reports, and so they have set up the Armory, which is on 25th Street on Lexington Avenue. That's another route that you can take. I want to stress, though, the numbers we gave you were numbers where people were answering, so you'll have some luck. And the one final thing to point out, people who are volunteers say that photographs like this one that are wide headshots that provide a clear image of a person's face are very helpful, much more helpful than ones, for instance, at the top over here, where you see the individual fairly clearly, but certainly the facial features would probably be better served if it were a full-frame picture, so to speak. And finally, the volunteers over here say that they themselves are tracking about 2,500 missing person reports. That's the latest from here in Chelsea. Piers, we go back to you guys in the newsroom.
All right, Arthur Chien, thank you. Now, we want to repeat some information for you that just came across, and that was from Davidson Golden, who by phone was able to relay to us the latest from the command center, where the mayor has been controlling things. According to Davidson, 3,700 people are confirmed missing, and there are 94 official fatalities, and that includes bodies and body parts that have been identified. There are 300 firefighters missing now, some 30 NYPD officers and 30 Port Authority officers, and of course hundreds and hundreds of people injured. And many of the injured have been taken to Bellevue Hospital, and that's where our Jeff Simmons is standing by. Jeff.
Roma, and many of the family members and relatives of those who are missing are starting to show up here once again today, or throughout the morning and overnight. We have brought you their stories. There are also the stories of those who have fought on the front lines after this devastating incident, those volunteers from many walks of life from outside New York City who have come here to pitch in and help. And one of those gentlemen who had come into town for spinal surgery is Brad Morrison. Now, Brad had come in here to be actually right near us at NYU Medical Center for spinal surgery, but when this happened, went down to ground zero and then wound up here because of exhaustion a few hours ago. First, Brad, tell me what the scene was like downtown for you. What did you see? Take us there.
Well, upon arriving at Stuyvesant High School, which was the closest checkpoint to ground zero, it was, all you could see was the smoke, asbestos flying through the air. It was like a movie set.
As part of the recovery process, the search and rescue effort, what did you do? What was your role?
I was volunteer medical personnel, ex-paramedic.
Did you treat the injured?
Yes, I did. I was at the eye flush station.
What is that?
As the firemen come in with debris in their eyes, firemen, police department, any emergency search and rescue people, as their eyes would become full of smoke and contamination and debris in the eye, they would come to Stuyvesant High School, which was the checkpoint first checkpoint out of ground zero. And we flush their eyes, take out any debris, and then send them along to appropriate further care or right back to
did
the front line.
Did you get any rest? When was the first time you were able to close your eyes?
About 3 hours ago, as I came in for exhaustion into Bellevue, I had falling out on the way here to help with body identification.
What is the most vivid image that stays in your mind right now?
Just the sheer destruction of 4 to 5 buildings and a general, I'd say, 1 mile circumference. It is like a movie set. It just didn't even look like New York City.
Yeah, you're back up here now. As I just wrap up, are you going to be able to go get your spinal surgery now? What happens?
Yes, at 10 a.m. I have a myelogram in preparation for surgery, and we'll take it there where, I guess, wherever OR space is available.
Right, thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, one other thing we do want to point out, I've been repeating this throughout the morning because it is very important. For those of you who are coming here, who are trying to track down missing friends or relatives, there is a bereavement center that is only a block away from Bellevue. That is at 68 Lexington Avenue at 25th Street at the Armory. That will be open throughout the day. A lot of the paperwork, we are told, is being filled out over there. People are being sent there, but still a number of relatives and friends are coming here to Bellevue. And inside the hospital right now, Roma, we should point out there is a news conference going on. We're expecting to bring you sound from that at some point this morning, as well as hopefully interviews with doctors who were dispatched there from Bellevue to help out, as well as a number of medical students. Reporting from Bellevue, Jeff Simmons, New York 1. Back to you, Roma.
All right, Jeff, thank you.
Keeping track of what's open and what's closed in the city today, New York 1's Annika Pergament with an update on schools and some of the other closures you need to know about. Annika?
Thanks a lot, Pat, and I don't know if you've already reported this. Just want to give you the one update on Amtrak, which is telling us that they will honor all plane tickets, not e-tickets, but paper tickets, except for Midway Airlines, which went bankrupt. Public schools are open, except for below 14th Street. They're opening late, though, today. And as you know, the financial markets are closed. They are trying to get those open tomorrow. Incidentally, the stock market hasn't been closed for this long since World War I, when it was shut down for 4 months. I want to give you some important phone numbers. Arthur gave you a few. This is if you're trying to track down anybody who is missing. The most important numbers to call, if we can get that full frame up, is 1-866-854-4167. This is for if you knew somebody who was in the World Trade Center and can't find them, or 1-866-866-9928. We also have some other numbers which you might find helpful. If you are looking, let's see here, the city has a number that you can call, and this is general information, and that number is, let's see here, it's actually the New York City Bureau of Labs, and that's if you're searching for somebody who's missing. That's 212-447-2998. There's also a website that the City Department of Information Technology, you might be able to find a lot of information on here. nyc.gov. There's also another one which is members2.boardhost.com/Battery Park City. All right, we'll try to get those full frames up for you, but I'm going to get back to send it back to you, Roma and Pat, for now.
All right, thank you, Annika. And we are hearing some big news about transit around town. No train service south of 42nd Street, so we're going to go to Metro Traffic's Kat Greenleaf, who has the very latest on that for us. Kat.
Okay, here's what's going on. Service has been suspended on all trains except the A line south of 42nd because the fire department is concerned that rumblings from the trains are causing instability of buildings in the area. Again, all trains except the A line south of 42nd Street suspended. Now, something else just came across our wire. All the Staten Island crossings are currently under a lockdown because of a possible suspect vehicle. No traffic is allowed over the Verrazano, Goethals, Bayonne, or Outer Bridge. Okay. Eastbound Staten Island Expressway from the Goethals Bridge to the Verrazano has the left lane reserved for emergency vehicles only all the way across Staten Island. So again, all Staten Island crossings currently under a lockdown because of a possible suspect vehicle. Okay, so what else is going on? Northbound BQE at the Brooklyn Bridge, very heavy because of the Brooklyn Bridge closure. Westbound Grand Central Parkway at Hoyt Avenue, big delays because of a security checkpoint approaching the Triborough Bridge right now. Your GWB inbound upper level, delays of about 10 minutes of the tolls, but very heavy across the span. And your lower level is looking better. Your outbound's okay. Don't forget the Holland is still sealed in both directions. We will keep you posted with these closures as the morning continues. I'm Kat Greenleaf, back to you in the newsroom.
Kat, a lot of this is new information to us here. How long has that restriction on the Staten Island crossings been in effect?
Pat, that just came across my wire right when I was ready to go on air.
All right, and again, all travel into and out of Staten Island at this point is shut down?
Absolutely shut down. And, you know, from my studio where I sit at 53rd and 5th, there's a huge amount of sirens and emergency vehicles in the area here as well. I don't know what that's attributed to, but again, it just kicked in about 2 minutes ago, a barrage of sirens and emergency vehicles in the neighborhood.
All right, well, we're going to look into that and try to get to the bottom of it.
Okay.
Kat Greenleaf, Metro Traffic, thank you.
Thank you.
There are reports of violence against Muslims, Arabs, and Sikhs across the country in the wake of the attacks. Here in New York, one man was arrested accused of making an anti-Arab threat. In Texas, bullets shattered windows of the Islamic Center in Irving. In San Francisco, a bag of what appears to be blood was thrown in front of a group that helps the Islamic community with immigration issues. In Washington state, a prison brawl broke out after slurs were made against Muslims, and this is leading authorities now to remind Americans that violence against Muslims is a crime. The director of the Council of American Islamic Relations is asking people not to let this tragedy turn them into terrorists.
City officials have expressed concern that the attacks may provoke violence against certain ethnic groups. New York One's Dean Meminger takes a look at what one community is doing to try to head that off.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Saluting the flag of the country they all call home, Muslims, Jews, and Christians gathered in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn to try to ward off any anti-Arab backlash.
There are like tens of people under the rubble now. They are buried, Muslim people, and their families are crying and mourning and feeling the same pain that everybody else feels.
There have been incidents of harassment in this community in the past, which has a growing Arab American population. So leaders met at the Salam Arabic Lutheran Church Wednesday evening to urge residents not to blame their neighbors for the World Trade Center attacks.
Let me say something quite clear here tonight. None of us have to defend ourselves with anything. We're Americans, and we're showing our love for how great this country is and our sadness for all those who are gone.
That act, which was against all of us, and we want to show everybody that attacking innocent people or killing or destroying is nothing but the act of the devil. And we are all against it, and all the religions are against it.
We are gathered here to condemn the violent actions that shook the very foundations of our country, and yet it has brought us together as a community and a nation.
In Bay Ridge, it's not hard to find people flying the American flag. But is there real unity in this community of many ethnicities? Although community leaders say there have been no reported incidents of violence, as you walk the streets of Bay Ridge, you can sense that there is a bit of tension in the air. While police beefed up security outside the Islamic Society of Bay Ridge, as they have at Muslim centers across the city, an area resident voiced outrage that Arab merchants weren't flying the red, white, and blue.
Listening to the conversations on the streets and in the stores, however, is frightening. People are looking to put a face on the responsible parties.
Arab leaders say they are strongly considering placing American flags throughout the community. And they say they will continue to pray for the families who lost loved ones. In Bay Ridge, Dean Meminger, New York 1.
The impact of Tuesday's attack is being felt around the city. In Hell's Kitchen, a makeshift memorial stands in front of the local firehouse. It is filled with sympathies and prayers for the missing firefighters. New York 1's Stephanie Simon has more on that.
Outside Rescue Company 1 in Hell's Kitchen, some bring flowers, some light candles, others just stop and stare.
They were so heroic in doing what they did that all I can do is pray and hope that they can come back all together.
The firefighters of Rescue Company 1, one of the fire department's most elite rescue corps, were among the first to arrive at the World Trade Center Tuesday morning, rushing in to save the lives of those trapped inside. So far, no one from the unit has emerged.
You can call 718.
Maria was answering phones at the station Wednesday.
We don't have any information, unfortunately. As it comes, we're just praying and just thanking this whole community for being so supportive, and all the guys that are not here will be back. This whole outpouring, besides being overwhelming, has given me an inner strength that is unbelievable, and I just want to thank the whole community. Everybody's been here for us. There's friends, there's family, there's people from all over the community from a very diversified background just dropping by, bringing milk, bringing eggs, bringing lunch, bringing a candle, bringing a flower. I mean, it's overwhelming.
Some live or work nearby. Others are total strangers. Some bring cards and notes. Others offer poems and prayers, though many find it difficult to put their feelings into words.
What do you say? If they gave their lives to try and save people, what do you say to that? That's like the best of humanity in the face of the worst of humanity.
Rescue 1 is a longtime fixture in this community, not just for responding to emergencies, but for being good neighbors.
I live in the Riverbank West, and I pass these guys every day for the last 5 years and say hello to them, and they get me cabs, or we give them cake on the holidays.
And so while people here continue to hope and pray, this neighbor does her part, making sure the candles continue to burn.
It makes me sad to see the candles go out, so I just been riding them.
In Hell's Kitchen, Stephanie Simon, New York 1.
Good morning, I'm Pat Kiernan.
And I'm Roma Torrey. It is Thursday, September 13th, 2001. Here now the very latest on the attack on America. Staten Island has been locked down. The Verrazano, the Goethals, and Outer Bridge crossings, along with the Staten Island Ferry, all shut down, according to Metro Traffic. Police are looking for a suspect who may have been trying to travel to or from Staten Island.
All subway service south of 42nd Street has been suspended. There's one exception to that. That is the A train, but that came as the fire department decided that the vibrations from the trains passing through Lower Manhattan may be compromising their search and rescue operation at the World Trade Center.
Mayor Giuliani now saying there are 94 confirmed deaths, and he says there are 3,700 people still missing. The city is now asking for 11,000 body bags, a grim indication of the number of potential fatalities. The mayor is also confirming that 30,000 body bags have been ordered.
Most public schools and Catholic schools in the city are scheduled to open today, except for those located in those areas below 14th Street. Public schools will be opening 2 hours later than usual. Catholic schools in Brooklyn and Queens are on their normal hours today.
All three major airports are open. Right now, they're only accepting flights that were diverted to other airports during the attacks, though a late breaking report announcing that airplanes will be allowed to take off after 11 o'clock this morning, and they are leaving on a case-by-case basis, so check with your airport before you leave your home.
As for the investigation into the attack, there is word of an arrest in Germany. Police have arrested a man in Hamburg. They are not giving details on what kind of a role he may have played.
Government officials say perhaps as many as 50 people were involved in the terrorist attack plot. Investigators have identified now more than a dozen hijackers who crashed the 4 planes and have linked them to Osama bin Laden and other terrorist networks.
Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has told U.S. troops they will be called to arms in the days ahead. Secretary of State Colin Powell says President Bush will oversee a long-term conflict.
The military remains on high alert. The Navy aircraft carrier USS George Washington is in the New York area, and military planes are now patrolling our skies.
As we told you a moment ago, there has been significant disruption to subway service because of the vibrations from trains and the impact that may have on the efforts in the area and around the World Trade Center. No train service south of 42nd Street with one exception anyway. New York one's Davidson Golden at the city's command center with the latest on that. Davidson?
I believe we don't have Davidson Golden. We're going to go to Jeff Simmons, who is first standing by at Bellevue Hospital. Can you hear us, Jeff?
Yes, I can, Roma. And in fact, what we've been reporting so far is that Bellevue Hospital today is going to give us steady press briefings throughout the day on the number of people who've come here, and also important phone numbers and advice for anyone who is searching for a relative, a loved one, or a friend. What Bellevue had said yesterday is that it was sending an initial group of 12 people down to the site, but what they've done is send continual shifts. A lot of people, staffers here, medical technicians, medical students, first-year, second-year residents, have been going down there in shifts. And I'm now joined by 2 individuals, Sandy Gelbart and Darren Feldman, who had been there yesterday afternoon. Now, when did you guys first get there yesterday?
We got there a little bit after 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
3 o'clock. And what was the first thing you did when you got down there?
The first thing we did was search out for the triage area. We had to walk actually quite a distance to get down there through the mud because the buses or the van that dropped us off couldn't even get us into the directly into the area because it's just roped off. So we walked down into the area and found some people from Bellevue Hospital who had already set up a triage area and sort of relieved them and took over their station, got acquainted with the surroundings.
Describe that triage area for me. What was it like?
It was like a makeshift little clinic, and it was mostly treating the rescue workers who were out there for hours and hours, inhaling the smoke and the fumes, who were coming in, needing oxygen, nebulizers, some IV fluids. They were dehydrated, totally unconcerned about their own well-being. I mean,
what about yourself? How did you hold up?
We were not thinking about ourselves at that point at all. We were
just concentrating on the volunteers, paramedics, firefighters, police officers that are doing an amazing civic duty and risking their own lives to try to pull the debris out and save anyone that could be under there that's worth that's salvageable.
In the first few hours, were you thinking of your own safety? Because at some point, as I'm going to ask you in a moment, you did have to, but in the first few hours, did you?
No. We were just concentrating on trying to work on the firefighters who were injured or had gotten smoke or dust particles into their eyes, try to get them back into the field and encourage them to rest. Although those guys just want to get right back out there. They won't sit too long, even with the doctor's advice.
At what point did you realize then that your safety was in jeopardy? Take me to that point where you realized you had to leave.
What happened was throughout the day there were a number of moments when at the top of the wreckage the 500-600 rescue workers would retreat like 5-10 feet. Then finally at 5:30 it was very scary. They all just screamed, "Run!" And everybody, and these were guys who just really wanted to be out there, and to see them so scared was scary to us because they were the ones fighting to stay out there, and they just screamed run, and they ran right into our triage area. We were in a little alcove on the right, about 50 feet from where they were, and we all ran through a tiny hallway, single file almost, very calmly, very controlled, and when we got to the back there was no exit. So we had to come back in and then go out a different room and climb out of a broken window. And then we were just running and running down the streets, and I actually stopped, and one of the firefighters was like, "No, keep going." They really wanted us far out of the area. And then actually the way we got back to Bellevue was the police officer running next to me all of a sudden started to have a little bit of difficulty breathing. He had been at the top of the wreckage and exposed to the fumes for 4 or 5 hours and was having chest pain, and all our supplies were back there. We didn't have oxygen or anything to give him. So we just, finally an ambulance came, we put him in the ambulance. Darren and I rode with him back to Bellevue.
When you were leaving that scene, did you hear, did you feel that building collapse?
No, we did not. Several times throughout the day, we did see debris from the pile tumbling down, and people were running off and got injured in the mayhem because it's not even ground. You know, you're running and it's just debris sticking up, and you're not really watching your footing, you're just trying to get out of there so you don't get toppled by people and by debris. But that's what we saw falling. We just heard that a building was swinging and saw the screams and heard the screams of firemen saying, "Go, go, go, run through the end of the building," whereas before we had just sort of gathered in our building when the debris piles were going. This was different because they said, you need to get out, you need to get away from the scene, blocks and blocks away, you need to run through the back. And like she said, we had to climb out of a window, and there were firemen helping us climb out of the window. People were getting hurt because some people were scared and they were just jumping out and not letting the firemen assist them. We tried to treat some of those people. I had grabbed a bottle of saline on my way out and tried to irrigate some of the wounds, but they were like, "Your life's in danger, go, go, go." And you know, that was the time where we started to think of our own lives, and you know, and we had to consider our own safety, and we had to get out of there. And then we were able to get an ambulance with a sick patient back to Bellevue Hospital.
How far away were you when you finally were able to stop and tried to calm down?
You mean from the
from the triage center?
About 4 or 5 blocks we had ran out of the area, and what was really frightening was that when we didn't actually see the building twisting in the wind because we weren't at the top of the wreckage, or we weren't focusing on the building, we were inside focusing on the patients. But that's what we heard when we all ran out to the street. And when we got back to Bellevue, what was really frightening was we heard that the building partially collapsed. So it was it was good judgment on their part to scream at us to get out at that point.
Obviously, I pointed this out at the top. Bellevue has been sending a number of people down there. Will you go back if asked again?
Yeah, we were actually going to go to the ER today and see if they were sending people down. My family doesn't know that, but we were planning on doing that. And as of last night, they weren't sending us, so we'll see today.
And you're ready to go back down there again?
If we can be of assistance, we're prepared to go. We need to support the tons of volunteer firemen, police officers who are risking their lives. We need to be there for them, and for any possible civilians or other people that are recovered from the rubble.
Final question, how do you deal with this? We're talking about this for the last 48 hours. We are talking about post-traumatic stress disorder. Given what you've been through, how do you cope? How do you release even the stress or the tension?
We try to point all of our energy and all of our stress into helping people that need our help, and sort of think of ourselves last, and just channel that energy into trying in any way possible to help this situation as doctors, as Americans.
Well, Bellevue itself is offering counseling for all the residents. We had a meeting yesterday at noon. This hospital, I mean, I've never seen anything like it. We've all been mobilized. It's really been a group effort. Everybody got clear to their duties. All the residents were called in yesterday and dispersed to different areas, waiting. Unfortunately, there were no patients, and that's what prompted us to go down. I was called by a bunch of people from my hometown. I'm from Rockland County, and there's a lot of people that work in the World Trade Center, and I was being called all day yesterday to check the list that were going around the ER of all the admissions for the past 24 hours in all the city hospitals, and nobody's name was on it. So finally, when they asked for volunteers to go down there, we just went. And
I just have to cut you off because I'm going to need to toss it back to the newsroom. But Sandy, Darren, thank you very much, and best of luck. You've done a wonderful job. Thank you. And one thing we just were talking about a moment ago was the bereavement counseling and any type of counseling. And what's also happening 1 block away at 68 Lexington is a bereavement center. That's where a number of people are being sent. At Bellevue Hospital, Jeff Simmons, New York 1. Back to you in the newsroom.
All right, thank you, Jeff. There has been a contradiction in reports pertaining to the subway service south of 42nd Street, and we're going to attempt to clear it up. But right now, let me tell you all that we have. Earlier, Davidson Golden, who was at the command center where the mayor is stationed, had reported there is no subway service south of 42nd Street except on the A line. Well, now, then we heard that that was not true. Now we're hearing the Transit Authority reporting that the subway service that is suspended is all the numbered trains, the number 4, 5, and 6. That's the Lexington Avenue line. Along with the west side trains, the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 9 trains are suspended south of 42nd Street. However, the lettered trains, the old BMT, how I used to refer to them, the A, B, F, and G, apparently are running at this hour, and that's the latest from the Transit Authority. However, the C train was announced earlier today. That is suspended, and apparently that information stays as is.
Because there's just so much on the World Trade Center tragedy in all the papers. We're looking at them one by one this morning, and we will begin this morning with a look at what's in the New York Post. On the front page of the Post, the headline is, through the night our flag was still there, and right there you see some of the rescue workers putting up an American flag at the scene of the World Trade Center, and they are at least with that symbol showing that they are getting through this. Page 2 of the Post, continuing on that patriotic theme, there is what is not clearly identified as an editorial, but written as one, and the Post goes on to advocate an immediate action against these terrorists, and that would be in the form of a bombing action. The Post says, locate them, pinpoint them, bomb them, and then bomb their smoldering rubble one more time. Goes on to say, America has the means, and the country needs to use its intelligence and its allies to identify the terrorists. It says, cast a wide enough net and you'll catch the fish that need catching. And goes on to say that it is inconceivable that American military intelligence doesn't know where the big fish run. That on page 3 of the Post this morning. On page 5, a look at the Wall Street firm Cantor Fitzgerald, widely expected to be one of the places that has been most tragically affected by this. On the right side there you see the headline, 1,000 staff, just 200 found at Cantor Fitzgerald. This is a company that works in bond trading, has about 25% of the U.S. bond brokerage market. It was on floors 101 and above at One World Trade Center, the first building hit. Quite simply, the people at Cantor Fitzgerald didn't have any warning, and the impact of that plane on the floors just below them would have meant that it was extremely difficult to get down the stairs to get out of the World Trade Center building. On page 18, with that theme, some of the people who were on those upper floors of the Trade Center towers and their cell phone farewells. Regular phone service cut out, but a lot of people were up on those buildings with cellular telephones, phone family members, urgent telephone calls saying, you know, we're stuck here for now, we hope to get out. And in many cases, those cell phone calls, the last those people have been heard from, stockbroker Frank Naples, pictured on the right there, computer programmer Karamo Trera, also pictured. Those stories and many others on page 18 of the Post this morning. The Post devotes a lot of attention this morning to the tenants up on those high floors of the World Trade Center and looking at the companies that will be most affected by this, and those arrows point to the tenant list on each of the floors above the area where the planes hit, and you can see that entire list of all of the companies on page 33 of the Post this morning. Pages 38 and 39, this is about aiming a jet like this. The headline suggests that because of the modern technology used in these planes, the 757 and the 767, it's actually a very easy plane to fly. It's difficult to take off, difficult to land, but in terms of just taking over the controls, they say that these jets were well chosen for these hijackers, and that it didn't take a lot of skill to pilot it once it was in the air like that. Also in the Post this morning, looking ahead to the primary that didn't happen on Tuesday, the primary that began on Tuesday and was promptly canceled when this tragedy hit. Government officials will be meeting today. The suggestion is that the primary is likely to occur 2 weeks from now. We have to keep in track, of course, of what's going on at the Pentagon, and on page 41 of the Post, an update on that Pentagon staff trying to get back to business, determined to show the world that the U.S. military is still active, still defending the country. On the editorial page, the Post describes Mayor Giuliani as a mayor for a crisis. Praise for the mayor here and all of the work that he has done, the fact that he has been meeting with firefighters, meeting with police officers. The editorial opens with the words, "Rudy Giuliani is a rock from the earliest moments of Lower Manhattan's agony. The mayor has the city of New York been simply magnificent." It says he has proven himself many times in the past, of course, but this has been his finest hour. And finally, from the Post this morning, we've been giving you a lot of these numbers, places you can get help, whether that's psychological help, whether that is supplies because you're down in one of those areas near the World Trade Center and can't get home. All of these help locations and hotline numbers recapped this morning in the Post if you'd like to get your hands on any of them. And that's some of what's in the New York Post this morning.
We have been reporting to you the latest information from the command center where the mayor is directing operations in the wake of the disaster. Our Davidson Golden earlier had told us that there was no train service south of 42nd Street except on the A train, although the Transit Authority has revised that to some extent. So we have Davidson Golden. He is standing by, and hopefully we'll be able to clear up some of the discrepancies in the news that we are reporting. Davidson.
Roma, hi. Sorry, the police here are just saying we have to move in a moment. But real quickly, just to try to clarify the question with the A train, we're still being told by the mayor's office that, in fact, the A train is the only subway running south of 42nd Street. I understand our assignment desk is getting word that, in fact, the numbered trains are the only trains not running, and that perhaps the B, the C, the D, and some other trains are running. So we're still trying to clarify that here, but I guess for people at home, the best thing to presume from the mayor's office at this point is still only the A train south of 42nd Street, and of course no train service at all south of 14th Street. That's where the barricades are set up river to river. The area is closed to try to remove debris and continue the search and rescue operation. On that subject, though, Mayor Giuliani says he hopes that tomorrow that barrier can be moved south to Canal Street. No definite plan yet, but the goal is for tomorrow to allow businesses and other sorts of normal life to continue between 14th Street and Canal Street. The mayor also says that he's working with New York Stock Exchange officials to open the New York Stock Exchange for normal trading tomorrow. Workers are spending the day today trying to clear a corridor from Canal Street south to the Wall Street area so that the financial markets can resume. So that's some of the logistical news. In terms of the search and rescue, which is obviously the more pressing matter now, the updated numbers from Mayor Giuliani this morning are that a total of 94 people are confirmed dead, and 28 of those have been identified. In addition, there are 65 body parts that have been recovered and are awaiting any identification. The mayor says that 30,000 body bags are on order, but that's not because they expect 30,000 people dead. It's because since there are so many body parts and each individual body part needs its own bag, that's the reason for that high number of body bags. As far as missing people, we're told 3,700 people, as we've been reporting this morning, have been reported missing. That's both actual missing persons reports and also numbers they've been able to compile from the flight manifest, the lists of people on the planes, and also lists of names that some employers from the World Trade Center complex have been able to provide the city. So the search for them goes on. This morning at about 7 o'clock, the Armory on 25th and Lex reopened. It had been closed since midnight as the main point for families to go to. There's a 9-page questionnaire which people are asked to fill out, listing if they can what floor the person who they're reporting missing was on in the Trade Center complex, and also they're looking for identifying information about those people. We've also been reporting throughout the morning on the number of firefighters and police officers still missing. Those numbers are 300 firefighters are still missing, as well as 30 New York City police officers and also 30 Port Authority police officers. They're among the 3,700 people total that are missing. So the search and rescue effort continues, and the mayor says that efforts are also underway to try to reopen more of the city for normal business. But for now, the subway service, certainly the numbered subway service, is not running south of 14th Street, and we're told that only the A train service is running south of 14th Street. So we'll keep checking on that, Roma and Pat, and we'll get back to you as soon as we know more.
All right, thank you, Davidson Golden.
Al O'Leary, New York City Transit, on the phone with us now. Al, we've had some conflicting information about subway service south of 42nd Street. Can you clear it up for us, please?
Yeah, I can, Pat. The A train, as David said, is running. The B is running normal. The D, the F, the G, the L, the Q, and the W are all running normal, and many of those trains travel south of 42nd Street. I think what the confusion is that it's the IRT, the numbered lines, that is not running south of 42nd Street. But they haven't been running south of 42nd Street, and it's not a change. You know, we've been running those in different segments. The problem being, of course, that, you know, the 1 and 9 line goes right down underneath the World Trade Center, and it looks like, you know, we may actually have a tunnel caved in under the Trade Center. And then we have the 4 and 5 line, you know, we haven't been able to get them down. We've been running them truncated. But the service is running pretty much the same now as it was running at 6 a.m. this morning. So there's not a change. And we don't want people to think that there has been a major significant change in the subway service if they've already used it today. It's running the same as it was. So,
when the confusion first appeared, we contacted Davidson Golden, and he is at the command center. He was the first to tell us that there was no train service except for the A train south of 42nd Street. He went back to the mayor's officials and asked for clarification, and they reiterated, insisting that the only train that's running south of 42nd is the A train. Have you been able to talk to the mayor's office and try to get together on that?
Yeah, we're trying to do that now. I mean, the F train is a good example. The F train does run south of 42nd Street, and it is running. So it's. I think what happened is, you know, somebody simply forgot to say south of 42nd Street on the IRT. You need to understand you've got a lot of people working very hard and working very long hours and trying to get out information as quickly as possible so that, you know, the citizens of New York will be well served by the service that is available. And every now and then you got to expect a little bit of a glitch, and I think that's what we've experienced here.
Understood, Al, and we're not trying to point a finger, just to make sure that we have people as up to date as possible. So it's really those numbered trains in those areas of the 42nd Street that we should be worried about this morning.
Right, and you know, anybody who has access to the internet can go to the website and look at it and see where they are running. For example, the number 1 train is running between 242nd Street and 34th. The number 2 is running between 241st Street and 34th Street, and then a segment is working in Brooklyn between Atlantic and Flatbush. The number 3 is running a shuttle between 135th Street and 148. The number 4 is running between Atlantic Avenue and New Lots in Brooklyn, and between Woodlawn and Grand Central in Manhattan. So it's truncated service, but if you take it in its totality, you can still get around New York using the subway.
Al, I just want to clarify something. You had mentioned, and perhaps I heard incorrectly, but I believe you had mentioned that a train tunnel may have caved in under the Trade Center?
The Cortlandt Street station, which is located underneath the Trade Center, and that's the 1 and 9 line. Mm-hmm. Our people see, looking from the north, they see it filled with debris. We can't see anything. We can't see from the south what the circumstances are yet, but nobody here would be surprised once the debris from the Trade Center is removed to find that that tunnel, you know, has been either filled with debris or collapsed. It's directly under the Trade Center.
So your people haven't been able to get in there at all, even to
No,
survey?
we haven't been able to do a structural evaluation yet. Obviously, you can't fool around with debris underneath the wreckage. You know, you need to go from the top down, not from the bottom up.
Right.
Al, we've received information that all of the crossings to and from Staten Island have been closed for about half an hour because of a police investigation, possibly looking for a suspect. Have you heard anything that would confirm that, or is there any service advisory for transit that would be related to that?
Well, we got the same information through the Office of Emergency Management, and we know it is impacting our express bus operation from Staten Island. We began running express buses this morning from Staten Island over the Goethals Bridge and into Manhattan through the Lincoln Tunnel. So as long as those bridges are inaccessible, people from Staten Island are not going to be able to take advantage of the express buses.
All right. Al O'Leary, New York City Transit Authority, want to thank you very much, and I appreciate you being able to clear that up for us. So we're going to get back to Davidson Golden and try to get to both entities on the same page on this story. Once again, Al O'Leary telling us now, just to clarify, train service south of 42nd Street has been affected in terms of there is no numbered train service. So the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 9 trains on the west side of Manhattan, and on the east side, the Lexington Avenue lines, the numbers 4, 5, and 6 are not running south of 42nd Street. However, the lettered trains are running, and that includes the A train, the B train, etc. You know which ones they are. The C train, however, is not running south of 42nd Street.
Just looking to try to get some more information about the situation on Staten Island. That is developing into a major story this morning with all of the Staten Island crossings closed, the Verrazano Bridge, the Goethals Bridge, and the Outer Bridge crossing, all closed. Sometime, well, it was roughly 8 o'clock this morning when it looks like we were first getting some sort of indications about this, but the most recent information we have is that all of those crossings are closed, and the talk is that the police are looking for a suspect of some sort. It would be our conclusion only that this would be a suspect related to this, but that's simply putting 2 and 2 together. We have no further information than that, but obviously a massive inconvenience for the people of Staten Island this morning, and we are seeking further updates from the Port Authority on that, trying to get in touch with some of our reporters on Staten Island or people who may be stuck in traffic on Staten Island and get an update from them as to exactly what sort of lineups are forming at those bridge crossings.
Yeah, and between the bridge closings on Staten Island and no Staten Island ferry service, the Staten Islanders who are on the island are effectively cut off. There is no way to get on or off the island at this hour, and we're going to be standing by with updates moment to moment to give you the very latest on what the situation is over there.
And the situation with the transit, the confusion over that. We've already got this long list of subway closures, and this news this morning has probably thrown a few people for a loop in their morning commute as well. But we should repeat that, as we heard from Al O'Leary just a few moments ago. The numbered trains, the 1, 2, 3, and 9, the 4, 5, 6 lines, those trains in the area of Lower Manhattan are disrupted right now. But the letter trains, for the most part, running either running as usual or running as per the advisories that came out yesterday. Some of those train lines have been separated. They've isolated areas north of the World Trade Center and south of the World Trade Center. I want to update you on the weather forecast as well as we move closer to 9 o'clock, and we'll bring you up to date at 9 o'clock on all of the top developments in this breaking story. But as you head out the door, if you are able to get into your office this morning or heading out with the kids to schools, the schools open late today, we've got temperatures right now in the mid-60s, expecting temperatures to rise to 82 degrees today. It is going to remain sunny for most of the day. That is good news for the people working here at the scene of the building collapse at the World Trade Center, and the fire continues to fill the air with smoke, but at least for this day, It will be clear skies and no rain. There are some showers in the forecast for tonight, and then it gets much cooler tomorrow. We expect high temperatures in the range of 68 degrees tomorrow. 8:59 now, just about to turn to 9 o'clock. I'm Pat Kernan.
And I'm Roma Torrey. Here now the very latest on the attack on America. Staten Island has been locked down. The Verrazano, the Goethals, and Outer Bridge crossings all been closed to traffic along with the Staten Island Ferry. Metro Traffic Police say the search is on for a suspect who may have been trying to travel to or from Staten Island.
Numbered subway lines south of 42nd Street have been suspended. That's service on the 1, 2, 3, 9, 4, 5, and 6 lines. It is largely service as normal on those lettered lines in those areas south of 42nd Street.
As for the latest on the search and rescue efforts, Mayor Giuliani confirming 94 deaths that can be identified so far. He says there are 3,700 people still missing.
The city is now asking for body bags, and that number of body bags keeps rising. The mayor saying that about 30,000 body bags are ready to be used. That shouldn't necessarily be taken as an indication of the number of victims, but rather just the logistics of using those body bags. If they find body parts, they say that they may want to put them into individual body bags.
Most public and Catholic schools in the city are open today, except for those located below 14th Street. Public schools are on a 2-hour delay. Catholic schools in Brooklyn and Queens opening at normal hours.
All 3 major airports are open, or at least prepared to be open. The nation's airspace is going to be reopened at around 11 o'clock this morning. Diverted flights will be taken in at that time, and then other flights will be resumed on a case-by-case basis. Area flights at the moment are only accepting flights that were diverted to other airports during the attacks.
Governor Pataki will speak to a joint session of the state legislature. He's talking about the terrorist attack, along with the rescue and rebuilding efforts. They're also trying to determine when to resume the primary voting, which obviously was stopped Tuesday in the wake of the attacks. Other than the annual State of the State address, it is believed that no other New York governor has ever addressed a joint session of the state legislature.
As for the investigation now into the terrorist attacks, there is word of an arrest in Germany. Police have arrested a man in Hamburg. They are not giving details about the type of role he may have played.
Government officials say perhaps as many as 50 people were involved in the terrorist attack plot. Investigators have identified more than a dozen hijackers who crashed the 4 planes and have linked them to Osama bin Laden and other terrorist networks.
Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld has told U.S. troops they will be called to arms in the days ahead. Secretary of State Colin Powell says President Bush will oversee a long-term conflict. We've been repeating this information. It is important to repeat it again, particularly for our viewers on Staten Island, that we have a closure of all of the crossings to and from Staten Island, the Port Authority crossings at the Goethals Bridge, the Outer Bridge crossing, and the Verrazano Bridge. And
meaning there is effectively no way to get on or off the island. Every route is sealed, and that also includes the Staten Island Ferry.
This driven by an apparent search for a suspect, and they have not provided specific information about whether this search is linked to the terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center, but that is a major inconvenience for people on Staten Island, not a decision taken lightly by police to close all 3 of those crossings, so you can place a guess as to whether or not this might be related to the terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center and in Washington.
I'm not quite sure where we're going here. Annika Pergament has been standing by, and she is giving us the latest information on what's opened and what's closed around the town. So I believe Annika can speak to us now. Annika.
Yeah, a really fluid situation because this investigation keeps changing, but we do have some definitive things that we can give you for now. We've been telling you all morning, public schools will open today, but they will be opening 2 hours late, except teachers and principals, assistant principals should all go there on time. They want the school's chancellor wants them to prepare how they are going to talk to students about everything that has gone on in the city the past 2 days. All Catholic schools open as well, except for in below 14th Street in Manhattan. That's the same for city schools. Nothing open below 14th Street at all. You see two numbers there that you can take down. Those are for if you're looking for anybody who may have been injured or missing in the World Trade Center disaster. 866-856-4167. Both useful numbers for missing person searches. I want to tell you some information about city universities. St. John's will reopen today except for their downtown Murray Street location. CUNY will open except for their BMCC campus, which is being used as a command center. NYU, they have a website that you can log on to, and the students should check there to see what classes may or may not be opening later in the week. New York Law School will not resume classes until next Wednesday. As you probably know by now, financial markets, they had tried to get them open today, but the NYSE Chairman Dick Grasso says they're going to try for tomorrow. It's very likely that that won't happen until Monday. Bond trading is taking place today. The Chicago Board of Trade is open. They will have a moment of silence at 11 o'clock this morning for the victims of the attack downtown. Incidentally, the last time the New York Stock Exchange was closed for any lengthy period of time was back during World War I, when it was shut for 4 months. In the world of sports, Major League Baseball canceling games once again for the third day in a row today. Teams may resume play tomorrow. It is unclear. There are a lot of logistics involved as far as transporting teams across the country. This all, of course, has to do a lot with what happens with the airports. The postponed games will be played at the end of the regular season, and playoffs will be pushed back a week. As far as Lincoln Center goes, there are some significant cancellations. For example, the London Philharmonia Orchestra will not be performing because they were unable to fly in. If you were going to go to the Crafts Fair this weekend, that too has been canceled. Lincoln Center does have a phone number. You can find out more details. That number is 212-875-5464. Broadway shows will resume tonight. They have been dark ever since this tragedy. They will be dimming the lights of their marquees. You should also call if you did miss a show and you had tickets. You can get a refund, or you can get that rescheduled. Call Ticketmaster or Telecharge, or go to the individual box offices, and they'll be able to help you with the specifics. Public libraries are open, but you should call the branches. As far as if you have a court appearance, if you're due in court, obviously downtown Manhattan is not going to happen, but other courts, we're told, are open. There's also a number that you can call for more specifics on that. It's a pretty simple one. It's 1-800-COURT-NY. And same thing, I keep on repeating below 14th Street because we keep on telling you that that is a frozen zone, but don't expect any mail delivery. If you are down there, if you need to mail something, you have to go to a post office and probably north of there. And expect delays in cross-country postal delivery because they too are unable to fly. They often charter commercial or contract with commercial airlines to transport the mail, but they've been unable to do so. So instead what they're doing is putting it on trains and on trucks. I want to repeat that phone number, which is the probably most important one if you're looking for somebody. It's 1-866-856-4167. We also have a slew of other information and other phone numbers that can help you out, and websites. The best way to get those, I'm not going to go through all of them right now, but if you can log on to our website at ny1.com, we can hook you up with the various phone numbers as far as if you want to donate money, blood, and if you want to help on which hospitals to call and so forth. Incidentally, we were telling you earlier that the city does say they do have enough blood right now. They are also saying, however, that you can freeze blood. So this is something that they're going to be asking for continually over the next few days because it's something that they certainly can always use and might be needing more of in the coming days, even though they, for the time being, are okay. Okay, that is the very latest on the openings and closings for you. Of course, we'll keep you posted as we get more information. For now, I'm going to send it back down to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Annika Pergament. I believe, well, let me give you a little bit of news. We are hearing out of Albany that this rather historic joint session of the state legislature that Governor Pataki is going to be speaking before, or is speaking before, will determine today when they are going to reschedule that primary election. It was Tuesday. Obviously, that was disrupted, and postponed indefinitely at that time because of all of the events surrounding the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. But the meeting today is expected to make a decision on when they're going to reschedule the date, and we're hearing that it may be as late as 2 weeks from now, which is rather interesting because 2 weeks from now is actually 2 days after the second vote was scheduled to take place. So obviously everything's being pushed back. I don't know if this is going to affect Election Day scheduled for November 6th, so we'll have to wait and hear on that. But we are awaiting word from Albany, the latest there.
Getting more information from Staten Island now, Roma, and the situation at Staten Island in a nutshell is this. There is no way on or off of Staten Island. The Staten Island ferry service has been suspended since the time of the terrorist attacks at the World Trade Center. Now the Port Authority has closed the 3 Staten Island crossings, the Verrazano Bridge, the Goethals Bridge, the Outer Bridge crossing, and the Bayonne Bridge. All of those routes on and off of Staten Island shut down for this police investigation that's underway. New York One's Roger Clark is making his way to the area. We understand that this investigation is centered on an area around Shore Parkway and Victory Boulevard, and that police investigation is the center of this, but in conjunction with that investigation, they have stopped all traffic in both directions on and off the island.
We don't have Roger Clark. Is that what you're saying?
He's not on the telephone because he's making his way to the location to try to get some first-hand information, and we'd encourage anyone that might have first-hand look at what's going on Staten Island to give us a call and help us to get that information to people. But
fortunately for us, our Staten Island reporter is on Staten Island, so he's able to ferret out whatever information is going to be useful in getting to the heart of that story. In the meantime, there was a press conference that took place recently at Bellevue Hospital. I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to play it back for you at this moment. We will at some later time. But the gist of that press conference we're hearing is that no new patients have been brought into Bellevue Hospital in the last couple of days or since the attack occurred. And the patients that are coming in essentially consist of rescue workers, broken limbs, and that sort of injury, but they are not bringing in any more survivors, at least at this point, from the site at the World Trade Center.
Getting some very good news from Bellevue Hospital on another front, Roma. The 2 Port Authority cops rescued from the rubble of the World Trade Center. This is 2 Port Authority cops brought into the Bellevue Hospital from that rubble of the World Trade Center, now upgraded. Their condition is no longer critical. Those Port Authority police officers had been in critical condition. They are off the critical list and recovering, and that is one very bit of good news on a day when there just is not a lot of good news to go around. We continue to bring in our live pictures from the area down around the World Trade Center, and that fire is burning again. We are now 48 hours after the crash of those 2 airplanes into the World Trade Center towers, and they have not been able to put that fire out. In fact, when we were speaking to Jill Scott earlier this morning, she was very close to the area of Building 7, and she said that there seemed to be a new fire burning in that this morning. That was 5 o'clock this morning, if I recall.
Yeah, well, and that was just based on her observation. She wasn't able to get any confirmation from inside, but we did see the smoke. The evidence was quite clear. So much smoke billowing from the area. It was getting darker and darker, which indicated there was indeed new fire. I believe John Schumo is standing by, and he's going to give us the latest from his perspective, and I'm not quite sure where John Schumo is, but he has a report for us at the scene. John.
Roma, before I begin, I just want to go back for a moment. I'm just listening to you and Pat talking about the Staten Island incident. Pat, I believe, had mentioned a Shore Parkway. The Shore Parkway, I'm assuming, is the West Shore Expressway. The Shore Parkway is what connects on the Brooklyn side by the Bell Parkway. There is no Shore Parkway on Staten Island. It is most likely the West Shore Expressway, which does intersect with Victory Boulevard. I just want to make that point of clarity. As for the situation down here, and we just heard Jill Scott was reporting overnight about fires. That does not surprise me. As you can see behind me, this area is still smoldering. It will be smoldering for the next several days, if not weeks, as pockets of fire sprout up. So I have not heard any sort of development as far as a major fire, but certainly crews are down here, and if people, loved ones who are watching at home, are concerned about their family members who are inside this epicenter, I can assure you that they are not close to any sort of raging fires, so to speak. At this point, it is a controlled operation inside by all accounts. I will admit, 48 hours later, I am back here in Lower Manhattan, and I will admit to being still a bit stunned. This, as we all, myself included, learn of friends who are missing in the debris field. I want to set the stage here as far as what's going on at rescue efforts. We have seen on my drive down here, once again, dozens of emergency workers from every imaginable city agency and beyond our city limits. We watched police department, fire department vehicles from all over the tri-state area and beyond. I watched emergency service units from a Horry County. I'm not even sure, frankly, where that is, but the truck was loaded with people. Also, we watching these volunteers coming down. Construction workers, some of the most amazing stories yesterday we heard from construction workers, just average guys who volunteered their time. I had a chance to speak with one man just about 10-15 minutes ago. His name was Jonathan. He was a construction worker from Queens. He was walking out of the debris field. I introduced myself. He was speechless. He said, "What can I tell you? I'm at a loss for words. I've been sifting through rubble all morning long." And I said, "Jonathan, can we talk to you briefly?" I wanted to bring him over to our live position. And he said, "John, I have to go. I have to take my daughter to school." Remember, our schools are starting 2 hours later today, and this man picked through rubble all night long and now is going to take his daughter to school. It is an absolutely heart-wrenching scene down here, as it has always been since these past 2 days. The extraordinary folks doing extraordinary things. 2 construction workers are about to pass me as well. These folks are tireless. They've been inspired by this American flag. I'm not sure if we have video of the American flags that have been unfurled in the debris sites over the past 2 days. I've been talking with some construction workers who say every time a flag is put into the debris field, a round of applause goes up. There's like a moment of silence, and then people continue to dig. As for the current situation, you can see that maybe behind me the wind is taking the smoke east. Yesterday we were taking the wind north. The smoke was traveling north, and we ourselves were hit with some smoke and some ash. That is not the case this morning. The wind is traveling east, so for the first time, maybe some folks east of Manhattan, out in Queens, perhaps in Brooklyn, are getting their first smell of this smoke. It will not be the last as the wind continues to shift, and this grim task of sifting through the rubble continues. We heard Mayor Giuliani, I guess it was yesterday, maybe even the night before, maybe even Tuesday night, saying that it will be several weeks before downtown is completely cleaned up. I have a feeling those weeks may soon turn to months as this downtown financial district, which is now a federal disaster area, slowly tries to get back to some sort of normalcy. Roma, Pat?
John, I want to tap into your expertise as our former Staten Island reporter again for just a moment, if you can stay with us. Just for people who aren't as familiar with Staten Island and the crossings as Staten Islanders are, just run through for us the geography of the various crossings and how you would, what the options are in getting on and off Staten Island.
Well, if it's locked down, you obviously have no options. There are 4 bridges. 3 are run by the Port Authority. The Bayonne Bridge is on the northwest shore of the island. The Outer Bridge, too, is on the northwest shore of the, the Goethals is on the northwest shore of the island, and the Outer Bridge crossing is on the south shore of the island. Those are the 3 Port Authority bridges which run into New Jersey. The Verrazano Bridge is obviously going into Brooklyn. That is not a Port Authority crossing. The only other way off the island, of course, is by ferry, the Staten Island ferry, the most notable. There are also some smaller ferries which run down the east side of the island. As far as this intersection in question, from what I'm hearing from you, Victory Boulevard, and I know our information right now says Shore Parkway. I have a feeling that may change to the West Shore Expressway. That is on the northwest side of the island. The exact neighborhood may be Castleton Corners, maybe Bull's Head, maybe Westerly. I think Westerly might be the best bet. It is a residential area, as are most on the island. The Staten Island Expressway is the major expressway which runs east and west on the north side of the island. The Staten Island Expressway then merges with the West Shore Expressway, which is also known as 440. That runs south down to the Outer Bridge crossing. It also has a small stretch which runs north to the Bayonne Bridge. So the area you've pinpointed in question is one of the few areas on Staten Island where you have access, quick access to both expressways. The Staten Island Expressway, where it meets the West Shore Expressway, is not that far from the intersection of Victory Boulevard. And what I'm assuming, and I may be incorrect in this, but I'm assuming we're talking about the West Shore Expressway.
I believe, John, indeed, you have pinpointed the exact area where the activity is taking place. In the meantime, I understand we have a late-breaking update. Metro Traffic has some news to report on the Staten Island situation, and for that we go to Kat Greenleaf standing by. Kat.
Hi, here's the latest. As of 9:15 this morning, all Staten Island crossings have been reopened. All Staten Island crossings reopened. Apparently the eastbound Staten Island Expressway is absolutely jammed up from the Goethals Bridge to the Verrazano, and they're keeping that left lane open for emergency vehicles only. So again, all Staten Island crossings reopened. On the subway system, service remains suspended on the 4, 5, and 6 trains both ways south of 42nd Street because the fire department is concerned that rumblings from the trains are causing instability around the buildings. Now, the number 1 local is running from 242nd Van Cortlandt to 34th Street. The number 2 express running between 241st Wakefield to 34th Street, and then your number 3 trains are running from 148th Street to 135th, and then Atlantic Avenue to New Lots. So that's what's going on there. The westbound LIE has up to a 1-hour delay, if not more, approaching the Queens Midtown Tunnel because of a security checkpoint. And in Manhattan, FDR still closed down south of 34th. West Side Highway remains closed south of 42nd. We're getting word of security checkpoints actually popping up in several locations around the city and getting into and out of the city. So make sure you figure that into your commute time. And once again, if you can stay off the roads, that's really the best way to go. We're trying to keep the roadways open for emergency vehicles. So that is the latest. We'll keep you posted. Back to you in the newsroom.
All right, Kat Greenleaf, thank you. Bellevue Hospital is reporting now the only new patients they're taking in related to the disaster site are rescue workers with assorted injuries. They have not seen any patients who were occupants of the building, at least since Tuesday, which is not very good news. But for the very latest coming out of Bellevue Hospital, those issues as well as others, we're going to show you or present to you in its entirety a press conference that took place a little bit earlier in the day.
Morning briefing, we just want to give you a quick update of what's occurred throughout the night here at Bellevue. And as we know, we have had individuals, and you've heard earlier from some of our physicians who have been at the site. What we are experiencing essentially is that the patients that we are getting are essentially the volunteers who are at the site and have been at the site, firemen, uniformed services, policemen. In fact, I believe one police officer may be being transferred in short order, in short time here to Bellevue. Much of what you're going to hear from the physicians along the lines of what kinds of problems are being encountered by these patients are pretty much consistent with what we've seen in the last several days. The current numbers that we have seen here at Bellevue are somewhere between 250 patients have been treated. We currently still have in the house approximately 33 patients. We have seen 82 firefighters as of today and 38 police officers. We are still seeing several civilians that are volunteering in those areas. We're being told, in constant communication with some of the personnel at the site, that it's extremely dangerous down there. They've actually have asked our volunteer physicians and surgeons who have been down there to pull back further from the site. So we obviously are adhering to that. There'll be another team being sent out probably around 9 o'clock this morning, 9:30, to the site. And you'll probably be hearing some more about that from Dr. Mannheimer. Dr. Mannheimer?
Thank you and good morning. Currently, the hospital is preparing itself for any further casualties that we might receive from the site. We're keeping 3 of our operating rooms available for any trauma victims. We have excess capacity of anesthesiology and trauma surgeons available. In addition, all the patients that are currently admitted in the hospital that have been victims are listed from critical to stable condition. Everybody's doing quite well at this point. Particularly want to note that the 2 Port Authority officers are off the critical condition after their surgery yesterday and are doing reasonably well at this point. Another comment is that we have received an overwhelming outpouring of support of blood donations. We have over 500 units currently. We have more than enough to meet just about any demand of the next day or so. So we're asking volunteers to call in regularly, but we will probably not be accepting any more donations until Monday. But we'd like people to keep checking in with us. We definitely will need more blood next week. So this is to thank everybody, but to have people check in with us. We'll need to replenish our supplies next week. So currently we're staging the hospital back to about 3/4 normal. We're ready to accept all ambulatory patients. We're starting ambulatory surgery, elective surgery back up again, our cardiac cath lab. We're receiving hospital for all the other public hospitals in the city, and we're actively reconnecting with our colleagues. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Hessler and Dr. Fernandez, our directors of the emergency room and our psychiatric emergency services.
Okay, since yesterday, we've not received any additional survivors of the initial event down at the World Trade Center. All the patients that have come to the emergency department since yesterday from that site have all been the workers there. Sprains, broken legs, bruises, things falling on them, the things you would expect from working in a very dangerous situation, working fast and hard to try and remove tremendous amounts of rubble and debris. We're also starting to see more patients with severe stress reactions. We're seeing patients that really are manifesting the symptoms of early post-traumatic stress disorder, and those patients are now starting to come more into the hospital. We've seen several in the emergency department with very severe reactions, but we anticipate we're going to be seeing more patients with less severe reactions, and we're really going to encourage people to come and talk to us about that. Dr. Fernandez is going to tell you what sort of resources we have available here at the hospital for patients.
Thank you. Good morning. As Dr. Hessler was saying, the shift in our perspective in psychiatry is that the people now are kind of showing some of the early symptoms of stress-related disorders. We're seeing people who are coming in having anxiety attacks, complaining of not being able to sleep, reliving the events. We've increased the outreach from the Department of Psychiatry, which is now quadrupled what our regular numbers are. We expect to be counseling people more and more as the days progress and as more people come forward. We're also going to be helping those involved in the grieving process as they get word of missing relatives and friends. Right now, we've got several areas here in the hospital that we can help and provide services for. We have a crisis center here that we've set up, which we're using to encourage any and all people that are in any way afflicted or feel that something is going on out of the ordinary for them to come in and speak to someone who may be able to help them understand better what happened. There's 2 numbers I'd like to repeat. I gave these numbers yesterday. These are crisis hotlines. The numbers are 562-4877 and 562-3120. I would like to personally encourage any and everyone who has any kind of questions to please call these numbers and talk to someone who may be able to give you more information on what to do about these stress-related symptoms and events. The other thing I would like to say is that we're seeing a lot more of the rescue workers now. After a couple of days, it's been past 48 hours, they're getting tired. A lot of these symptoms are manifesting themselves, as Dr. Hester said, in the rescue workers. We are reaching out to the firefighters, NYPD, as well as civilians in the community to try to help them get the services that they need. And just to remind everyone that we are here to help them, and we encourage everyone to call and or come in. If people come in at Bellevue Hospital on our First Avenue entrance, they can ask for the crisis counseling centers and will be guided to those centers. And thank you.
One additional point that Dr. Fernandez could certainly comment on as well is we're also doing an in-hospital outreach to our own employees. Much of the employees who have been personally involved in the emergency department throughout the entire hospital have also been somewhat affected by this, clearly by what they have been seeing. So we're doing a tremendous amount of outreach within our own hospital with our own workers, staff, to help them to kind of process what's gone on in the last several days within their own lives. So are there any questions, comments?
Can you repeat the numbers? Sure. 562-4877, 562-3120.
The numbers that have been treated overall are 250. Out of that, 82 firefighters and 38 police officers. We have seen, along with the volunteers, 21 civilians. We are also beginning to see additional individuals from within this community who have been touched by certainly individuals that they've known, who were there, just the whole trauma. So there are additional numbers of those types that we are reaching out to or have reached out to us. One other thing that is going on as we speak, and actually throughout the night, a significant amount of volunteers and firefighters who have come to Bellevue, have been brought here, who just want to get themselves back together and immediately want to go back to the sites. And those numbers I don't have, but there are quite a number of those individuals as well.
Correct. Yeah, everybody's off the critical list and it's now stable.
We will get you a further update in terms of the couple of patients that have gone upstairs through the OR to give you more of the specific on those cases.
Well, that's the scene from Bellevue Hospital. Officials there providing a status report on the many victims who were brought to the hospital. It is the city's largest trauma center, so it would make sense that they would be brought there. And just the tallies, so far they have treated 250 people. Of that, 82 are firefighters, 38 police officers, and 33 patients remain in the hospital. And 2 of those 33 are survivors that were pulled miraculously from the rubble yesterday at different times, taken to Bellevue Hospital in critical condition. One of them was in surgery yesterday, but the good news there, both of them are off the critical list. And they also described being or seeing or treating more and more of the rescue workers exhibiting symptoms of post-traumatic stress, which would certainly make a great deal of sense. They provided many phone numbers to offer comfort and relief. Those numbers and many, many more, if you're interested, if you're seeking any more information, are located in our website, and that is ny1.com. So you can check there if you miss any information that you hear on the air today.
9:33 now, been about 20 minutes since the Staten Island bridge crossings reopened after being closed for a good portion of the morning. Staten Island lockdown for a police investigation. Those bridge crossings are open once again. The police investigation continues. New York One's Roger Clark is on Staten Island with more on that. Roger, good morning.
Okay, Pat, thanks a lot. We really don't have too much information on exactly what the investigation is about. I could tell you this much. I'm on Victory Boulevard. There are police helicopters flying above, and I actually, on the way here from my home, found just a basic residential street where a guy had been pulled over. I asked the guy, why'd you get pulled over? And he said, my car actually matched the description of somebody that the authorities were apparently after this morning, but I can't confirm that either. But apparently the Mayor Giuliani is going to have more information later in the day on exactly what happened in Staten Island this morning and exactly why, once again, the island was literally locked down. All four bridges leading into Brooklyn and New Jersey were closed earlier this morning, caused traffic backups, not only on the major highways, which turned into a parking lot, basically, but also on side streets. Even me coming from the North Shore, coming out now over here to the other side of the island, had a lot of trouble getting through a lot of the traffic. A lot of people asking me, rolling down their windows and saying, excuse me, do you know where there's a diner? Thinking that who knew how long this would actually last. They want to hunker down, maybe get some coffee or something to eat. I met a woman who was from New Jersey trying to get to her job as a secretary to school in Brooklyn, and she was just, do you have any idea where I can go at this point? Luckily, I guess, hopefully those people are on their way to work or wherever they were trying to get to. But once again, we really don't know too much about what this investigation, manhunt, whatever you want to call it, is right now. Hopefully we'll hear later on in the morning from Mayor Giuliani about what was happening on Staten Island, what caused them to literally lock down the island and close all the bridges once again, just as they were closed the morning of the terrorist attack.
All right, Roger Clark, talk about inconvenience. I don't know if you can still hear me, Roger, but we had been reporting that many of the firefighters and rescue workers and police officers live on Staten Island, and one wonders how many, or if any, were unable to get to the disaster site today because they were stuck trying to get off the island.
I would imagine. I mean, so many firefighters and police officers do live here on Staten Island. That's true. And obviously no ferry service. The ferry is being used exclusively right now to get emergency personnel to and from the disaster site. But a lot of firefighters also, like I talked to one guy last night who's out of the Midland Beach, South Beach, Midland Avenue fire station, and what he has been doing is actually been based out of Borough Park in Brooklyn for now, and then they've been shuttling him in from Brooklyn. So if he had to get to work this morning, obviously he had a problem. So there are a lot of, you're right, it probably was very tough for a lot of emergency personnel to get over the bridge. But hopefully, I'm sure there's some residual delays in the expressway and the West Shore Expressway right now. But hopefully people are able to get where they're going. And we'll find out later exactly what happened and why this lockdown happened.
All right, so at least the good news. As of 9:15, all of the bridges and the crossing, all of the routes, including, actually, I don't know if that does include the Staten Island Ferry. We'll find out. But the major routes out of Staten Island have reopened.
And Roger, you'll be interested in this information. We're working the phones here on this story, and as we were speaking to you, word from the police department, they are confirming that there was an investigation, but they say that investigation concluded with no arrests, and they didn't provide anything further about what they were investigating or who they were looking for, but that investigation has been concluded with no arrests.
Images of jetliners slamming into two of the most recognizable structures in the world have left many New Yorkers in a state of complete shock. But as our health reporter Cheryl Wills explains, many people are finding ways to keep their spirits up.
As emergency vehicles from around the country zipped up and down the West Side Highway, New Yorkers formed a sort of parade route as their way of giving thanks.
You can break our buildings, but you can't break our spirit.
Trucks were carrying debris to and from the disaster site, and ambulances carried workers who would witness a horror they could only imagine in the movies. But New Yorkers did the best they could to make rescue workers feel special.
This is the inspiration that I think the city needs, and just this is 100% New York City at its finest.
airliners. But despite all the cheering, the reality is the World Trade Center is gone. And many New Yorkers are having a tough time dealing with that.
The fact that they were hijackers, I can understand. We've had them before. The fact that they crashed into a building, I could almost accept. The fact that the World Trade Center towers crumbled is what's giving me a lot of trouble.
Counselors are working around the clock to help people cope with this enormous tragedy. Madeline Miller is one of them. She's a social worker volunteering with the Red Cross.
There is the experience of grief, there is the experience of numbness.
Both of which may be symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a severe anxiety reaction to a traumatic event.
It's going to be important for all of us to be attuned to our own feelings, to the people we care about and love, to be available, to be supportive, and to listen and to keep talking to one another.
And for some, stirring up a parade may be the best therapy around. In Manhattan, Cheryl Wills, New York One.
There's really no way of knowing how to confirm these numbers, but one number that we've heard is that there's something like 130 million tons of debris that needs to be removed from. Is it around 130? 130,000. I'm sorry.
130 tons.
That's the number I've heard too.
This is we have to introduce David Harvey. Works for Tradewinds. It is an environmental cleanup firm.
And catastrophe restoration. Yes.
And your company is brought in to consult.
We actually are brought in to clean up. We have teams of people. We actually have 1,000 trained. Environmentally trained people as well to go in with specialized equipment like vacuum equipment and things like that to clean up the dust. You know, large vacuum, hundreds of vacuum units that would go into buildings, maybe negative air units to filter out any fumes or air from buildings to clean them up and restore them.
Now, everything in its time, I assume. So the first priority at this moment, I gather,
is search and rescue right now.
Beyond that, but I mean, from your perspective, you can't hamper their search.
Right.
But from as far as what you're able to do right now, it's clean up the dust.
That's right. Clean up the dust. Go into the building, secure the building, be able to isolate any dirty, contaminated areas, clean them up. Remove the contaminated dust, and then begin to rebuild, which we would do. We would actually have crews come in and actually rebuild the damaged buildings.
You speak of contaminated dust. There's great concern.
Possibly contaminated.
Well, that's the question then. There's great concern.
It may not be contaminated. It could just be a nuisance dust. We would have teams that would go in with us. We have scientists on our staff that would go in and take samples, test to see whether there is any contamination. It could just be nuisance dust. There was a lot of dust that went through the air.
The city initially had said that there was no serious problem with the dust, besides being a nuisance and an irritant.
Right.
But then later we heard reports that there may be asbestos contained within the dust. Have you done your tests? And
well, there may possibly be. When we get access, we'll be able to do that testing to determine whether that's the case. Again, there was a lot of dust. So whatever possible contaminants could be there could be sort of, if you will, diluted by all that dust. But you would want to test. You want to take those precautions, test, and make sure you have environmentally trained people to go in and clean up in case there are contaminants.
And are rescue workers at the scene adequately protected with just those surgical masks?
Well, I think that they're really focused on being able to, to be able to breathe and breathe properly when they go in and work. So if anything they're wearing, such as respirators and things like that, impedes their work, they may not want to do that. So those concerns of search and rescue would probably take precedence. But then when you go in and do the cleanup and people want to reoccupy the buildings, we would go in and test that and then clean up if there is a contamination, and we would clean up the dust anyway.
Now, the other aspects of this, as you sort of move further out from the perimeter, I mean, that dust is primarily settled in the area near the Trade Center. But I mean, how do you keep that contained as you're cleaning it up?
Well, as you're cleaning it up, you basically wrap the building. We have miles and miles of polyethylene sheeting. You wrap the building and you take negative air units, filtration units, and actually filter the air within the building so that when it leaves the building, it is actually HEPA filtered. And I'm sure you've seen those HEPA filters, high efficiency particulate air filters. We would filter that air going out. So in other words, you'd be cleaning the air within the building, and as you're cleaning it, isolating the building from the exterior areas.
It is a massive cleanup effort, obviously. I mean, I don't know how this compares to what you've done in the past, but Can you estimate how long it's going to take and the resources that you're going to need to get the work completed?
Well, as I mentioned, we have hundreds and thousands of pieces of equipment and thousands of people working on this. There are going to be a number of contractors in to clean up. This could take weeks, if not months, but we're trying to get people in as fast as we can, and obviously not impeding any work that's being done to search and rescue.
Well, right. Your work is limited at this point.
To the periphery of the area.
Right. You're waiting for the area to be secured, first of all,
right.
and also for the search and rescue to be completed.
Exactly. And then right now, we're cleaning buildings in the periphery. Buildings that were affected by the dust and the smoke that had come from the actual ground zero or the explosion site. So and then as they recede, we will move in and clean up.
Perhaps we can get your impression on something. We had heard earlier that the firefighters and rescue workers in the area are very concerned now after having heard creaking sounds coming from some of the adjacent buildings around that ground zero area. The concern, of course, is that some more buildings may be coming down. Can you shed any light on that?
Well, I actually can't shed any light on it, but I will tell you that in our crews also we have engineers working with us to make sure that there's structural soundness or to help discover whether there's any structural damage before we go in and do a cleaning.
The effort will take days just to go through the rubble and as they search for any pockets where there may be survivors.
Absolutely.
But at this point, they're not really focused on these environmental impacts as much as they are just moving the debris out of the way.
Moving the debris out of the way and saving lives. I mean, which is...
So at what point does the focus shift, or do they have to be sensitive to some of these issues right now?
Well, I think, again, in the periphery, to start getting businesses in the area, the peripheral areas, I think people are concerned now. But in the ground zero area, or that area of the devastation, I think it's going to take some time, and this is unprecedented. So really, that's a question.
In terms of the environmental impact, are there any long-term effects that you can think of that we should be aware of or concerned
Well, any
about?
long-term effects? I think it's very well publicized about the effects of certain things that may be in buildings built in the era in which they were built, the PCBs in the light ballasts, or possible lead, or maybe possible asbestos. I think people are familiar with some of the health concerns, and some of them are again, not as immediate maybe as the noxious fumes and the irritants that are caused by just the smoke and the fumes.
You said you got about 1,000 people that you've assembled that are available to do this work?
Right. We have an infrastructure in place because we respond to large catastrophes, large-scale catastrophes like hurricanes, things like that, oil spills. These people are put in place, so we put the infrastructure in place. We have a core group of 200 people in our company and 1,000 people assembled that are trained laborers to work with our supervision and our crews to go in. We also have a network of contractors and people throughout the country that come in and work with us, okay, in different disciplines as well. And we've set those up because this is what we do. We go to these areas. We're down in Houston responding to Tropical Storm Allison. We've been all over the country for these unfortunate incidents.
Just one other question. For any people in the city with respiratory problems who have breathing difficulties, should they take any special precautions? Should they do anything out of the norm to protect themselves?
Well, as with anybody that has been that has respiratory problems, what we want to do is not be outside when there is smoke and things. When the weather department tells you there's an ozone alert, stay inside, keep your air conditioning on. Obviously, that's going to filter out some of the air coming in. So that's we would caution people, if you have respiratory problems, you certainly wouldn't want to irritate them with any of the smoke and the dusts that would be coming out.
How long have you cleared your schedules for this? How long is this going to take?
When something like this happens, all bets are off. We clear our schedule and we make ourselves available into the foreseeable future.
And I did ask, have you estimated how long it's going to take? Or do you have any
it's very difficult to estimate. Maybe weeks, maybe months. Hopefully we'll put as many people and equipment in there to get it done as fast as possible.
All right, David Harvey of Trade Winds and Environmental Restoration, a cleanup company. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
The time now is 9:48. We continue to show you live pictures. That is the scene looking downtown, looking south of what was the World Trade Center and the towers there. And you continue to see the smoke billowing high into the air. It's a white smoke. Earlier it was darker. Apparently new fires have been sparked. We're not quite sure what or where, but earlier, much earlier in the morning, we heard a report from Jill Scott. She believed that the fires were emanating from that number 7 World Trade Center building. That was the third building that toppled in the evening of Tuesday, the 11th, the day of the attack. But again, still a very smoky situation. It is making the rescue and recovery very difficult for the workers there. Also, another concern is the unsteadiness, the security of the buildings. The building's integrity is the expression they use, has been shaken so badly that a number of subway train service has been suspended south of 42nd Street. So that is the status of the situation now at the disaster site. I also just want to give you a brief update on what's happening at the Pentagon. The death toll now is being listed as 190 people. The Pentagon reporting 70 bodies have been recovered from that wing of the Pentagon that was destroyed in the jet bomb attack. And officials fear the total will climb past 200. And that includes victims who were inside the building at the moment of the attack, along with the 64 passengers and crew members who were on board the plane. And for about 2 hours this morning, some more troubles for the occupants of the Pentagon. There was an evacuation. It was ordered after a bomb threat, but now everybody is back at work, and the rescue continues shoring up the rubble. And once that's completed, they will be looking again for the plane's recorders and for any possible survivors.
Now here's a look at what's in the papers on this Thursday, and we've been looking at all the papers one by one here just to get in the amount of detail on this terrorist attack story in all of them. So now we'll focus on the Daily News, where the front page headline is 10,000 feared dead. That story inside the paper on pages 6 and 7, that 10,000 number, they explain it this way, and I think we have to be cautious about that. But here's how they came up with that number. An unnamed high-ranking source did the math this way: 25,000 people per tower. If 80% of them were evacuated, that leaves behind 5,000 in each tower. That police source went on to say, we won't know the magnitude of this for weeks. People that nobody's heard from for 2 days, we assume are dead. So that was some of what went into that calculation. But we're getting missing persons report numbers of far fewer numbers than 10,000. An interesting photo, there are photos throughout the paper, dramatic photos, but this is one that was particularly adept at capturing the scene down there, with that skeleton of one of the World Trade Center towers just hanging there, the structural steel managing to hold up those supports just from one face of the side of one of the buildings, and that is typical of what we've seen from the pictures coming back from the scene of the collapse of the Twin Towers. On page 8 of the Daily News, another photo off on the left side there, and you can't see it very well at a distance on your TV screen, but it's just a littered mess of emergency vehicles. An ambulance tipped on its side, a hazardous response unit flipped over, another ambulance, doors ripped off, covered in debris, another ambulance off to the right there. Just a sign of the trap almost that was set for some of these emergency workers who came to the scene to help, and came right up to the base of the towers there, and then that debris rained down on their vehicles. Further to that, some of the tragic stories of members of the fire department killed. On page 20 of the Daily News, a tribute to Fire Captain Ray Downey. He was interviewed after that fire in Queens where 3 firefighters were killed earlier this year. He spoke of the risks that they face every day on the job, and talked about the fact that the families of those 3 firefighters would be supported by the family that is the entire fire department. And now Captain Downey's family is having to receive support there. Michael Daly in his column says Ray Downey was, as always, right there with his men when this happened. On the op-ed pages of the Daily News this morning, an idea from book editor Dick Ryan writing that they should begin a project to rebuild the Twin Towers. He says that would be a way to prove that New Yorkers and Americans have not been defeated if the towers were to rise again. Page 66 of the Daily News this morning. A look underneath the World Trade Center. Nobody knows exactly what the extent of destruction is, but the 1 and 9 subway tunnels run immediately under the World Trade Center there, and then several levels further down you see the indication there where the path tube runs out and across the Hudson River to New Jersey, particularly up there at the height of the 1 and 9 train. They know that there is substantial damage at that level, and they're saying the Port Authority just at this point doesn't know what the situation is as far as the path terminal down there at the bottom, but they say that they are going to have to assess the damage there, but those subway lines will be very severely impacted by this. On page 69 of the Daily News this morning, a look at the newspapers themselves and how they dealt with this situation, because Manhattan traffic was severely affected yesterday morning. It was very difficult to actually get the papers into the city. One Manhattan newspaper delivery company says about 300 of its 400 newspaper delivery people weren't able to make it to work. The Daily News usually reach that company about 3 in the morning. They didn't get there till 5:30 in the morning. The press is for the Daily News in Jersey City. The Times is printed in Edison, New Jersey, and College Point, Queens. They had trouble getting those papers in. Wall Street Journal's printed in southern New Jersey. They didn't make it in, and you can go on with the other papers. All of them had their share of difficulty, though they seem to overcome much of that today. Finally, let me show you the back page of the Daily News, and they have set up a fund already to help some of the firefighters, police officers, the families of those who were killed at the World Trade Center. There's information on the back page of the Daily News about how you can phone in or write in with a donation to that fund. Let's look at what's in the Daily News on this Thursday morning.
Pat, it's almost 9:56, and in just about 4 minutes from now, the mayor has scheduled another press briefing. But while we wait for that, I just wanted to add to that story that you were talking about, the money that they're trying to raise for families of the police, fire, and rescue workers, the families of those who have perished. Money apparently is pouring in from major corporations all around the country to help all of the victims' families. General Electric is pledging $10 million as a fund for families of the firefighters, police officers, and the rescue workers who died. Sprint is pledging about $500,000 to the American Red Cross. The Knights of Columbus offering $1 million to families of victims, and even the football Southeastern Conference is trying to pitch in. They're offering to provide $1 million in aid to the victims. So once again, we're waiting for the mayor to begin a press conference from his command center at a secret location. And perhaps I can just reiterate the latest that we've been hearing from the mayor. I'm sure he's going to mention this again unless there are updates that have come across. 3,700 people remain missing at this point. The number of fatalities, these are the people who they have identified, or the bodies that they've identified, 94 so far. And he broke it down with the number of missing. 300 firefighters remain missing, 30 police officers, and 30 Port Authority officers. Now, yesterday the number that we were giving was some 1,700 people missing. Now it's up to 3,700, and hundreds and hundreds of people injured. Bellevue Hospital has many of the injured. They were brought in because it is a major trauma center. The bad news, however, they are not seeing any patients who are occupants, who were occupants of the trade center. The bulk, the majority, and maybe exclusively now, they're seeing rescue workers coming in exhibiting symptoms of that post-traumatic stress, which is purely understandable. Even those of us who are nowhere near the World Trade Center have to cover the story are experiencing some symptoms as well.
Here comes Jeff Simmons at Bellevue Hospital this morning listening to that update there from officials at Bellevue Hospital. Jeff, a little bit of good news coming out of that with those two Port Authority police officers rescued being upgraded from critical condition.
And not just that, Pat, but during that news conference earlier, officials from the hospital had said that there is no one at this point in critical, that they are off the critical list. But overall, more than 250 people have been treated here over the last few days now. Also, steady stream of family members coming here today, trying to track down missing relatives and friends. Right now, I want to talk to a gentleman about a missing man named Thomas Ashton. Just hold this up just a little for me so we can make sure that we show this. Tell me who Tom Ashton is.
Tommy is my son. He was working at the World Trade Center Tower number 1. He was supposedly on the 95th floor at the time of the crash. We contacted the company and they told us that he may have been expecting a delivery of material at the time. So we're uncertain as to exactly where he was at the time of the crash with his partner Bob Caulfield. He has a green tattoo on his right upper arm, along with a beauty mark on his cheek, and we have been contacted.
I need to cut you off just right now because I need to just talk back to the station once again. We're reporting from Bellevue, so I'll send it on back to you.
Continuing coverage of the attack on America.
That is the policy and procedures we're following.
And they're concerned to you regarding the investigation?
Some may be concerned to us, and some may not after we interview them.
What sort of indication do you have of other operations being aborted, other plane hijackings, perhaps other terrorist operations?
You are watching and listening to CBS News continuing coverage of the attack on America. This is a live news conference with the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI. We continue with it live.
I missed...
Any determination about where the plane crashed in Somerset County, what its target might have been, and what happened to cause that plane to crash where it did?
I think it's fair to say that we're unable to comment on that.
How many associates are you looking at? How many hijackers and associates?
Well, obviously, I've just announced that there are 18 hijackers. The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number. We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had. Sir?
Do you believe the associates are in the country, or do you have evidence that
first of all, if we knew exactly where associates were, it would make our work easier. But
Attorney General Ashcroft and the Director of the FBI, Mr. Mueller, will continue answering questions now at the tail end of their briefing. Basically, the Attorney General, the news of it was saying that so far as can be determined, there were a total of 18 actual hijackers. Other people were in support roles, just how many not yet clear. Secretary of State Colin Powell is appearing in public. Let's pick that up live.
Determination and its readiness to take all necessary steps to respond to the September 11th attacks in accordance with the UN Charter. By that language, it gives us the ability, and any nation the ability, to put forward on the agenda for Security Council deliberation any other issues related to this attack that we might want the Security Council to take up. I'm very pleased also with the response of the European Union, with all of the other international organizations who have come forward and responded in one way or another. The President has been on the phone constantly, as have I, talking to leaders around the world, and we are getting a solid expression not only of condolences and support, but of action. They want to work with us, not only in this specific case of what happened on the 11th of September, but in response to the general recognition that terrorism is a crime against all civilization. Terrorism is a crime against all humanity. It knows no ethnic, religious, or other national or geographic boundaries, and we must see it in that context, and that's why we are calling it a war. I have also been on the phone within the last 2 hours with Prime Minister Sharon and Chairman Arafat, and with Foreign Minister Shimon Peres of Israel, trying to move forward the process of ceasefire in the region, trying to begin those meetings that we have been talking about, which would lead to implementation of the Mitchell Plan. I'm still hopeful that something can be done in the next several days to have that first meeting, and we will be in close touch with the leaders as the next days unfold. In addition to the United Nations Security Council resolution, I mentioned the General Assembly has passed its resolution 56-1. We will be having a meeting with the Russians in the near future when Mr. Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, travels to Moscow next week, and Mr. Bouster will give you an announcement on that a little later for the U.S.-Russian Working Group meeting on Afghanistan. We have been in very close touch with the Pakistani government. Deputy Secretary Armitage met with Pakistani representatives again this morning, and I expect to speak with President Musharraf in the very near future, in the next several hours, if I'm able to reach him, to discuss the situation and exchange views on the situation in the region. Our embassies are all hard at work. There have been some closures, and they go down and come back up in response to threat conditions. But our plan is to be actively engaged around the world and not let this heightened sense of tension affect our ability to do our job. And so we are encouraging all of our ambassadors to do smart things, to take all necessary safety precautions, and to make sure their security is intact, but at the same time to continue doing America's business throughout the world.
Secretary of State Colin Powell, now you have two of the main rails of the story just in the last few minutes. Actually three. One, 2 firefighters found alive in the debris here in New York. 2, Attorney General Ashcroft briefing at the Justice Department along with the Director of the FBI, saying there were 18 hijackers, 5 each on 2 planes, 4 each on 2 other planes. A significant number of associates helped on the ground, he said. And then we took you to Colin Powell live, talking about the continuing efforts to pull together a worldwide coalition for what the Secretary of State again has called a war on terrorism. President Bush, earlier in the day, clearly emotional, saying that he felt tremendous compassion for the families of those who have suffered loss, tremendous admiration for those who are continuing with the rescue and recovery efforts, but then with a almost clenched teeth saying, I have a job to do. That job being to calibrate what response there will be from the United States. And it's clear that around the world, in his telephone calls, President Bush's telephone calls to world leaders, Secretary Colin Powell, basically it's in the spirit of, listen, we're going after these dastardly people who did these deeds. We hope you will be with us. We want you to be with us. We need you to be with us, but make no mistake. We're going after them, whether we have you or not. And here's the time for you to tell us, are you with us or not? That's basically the spirit of what's going on with the President, with Secretary Colin Powell, and with American diplomats worldwide. Now, it's 1 in the afternoon here in the East, and it has been an hour for miracles at the site of the demolished World Trade Center towers in Lower Manhattan. Rescuers have pulled 2 firefighters out of the rubble alive more than 2 days after the towers collapsed into hundreds of thousands of tons of rubble. At the White House, President Bush vowed the U.S. will lead the world to victory in the war against terrorists. He'll come to New York tomorrow, which he designated a National Day of Prayer and Remembrance. Before leaving the Capitol, the President will attend prayer services at Washington's National Cathedral. Mr. Bush said he weeps and mourns with America. There's word now from a congressman that the hijacked plane which hit the Pentagon actually circled the Capitol first and then flew towards the White House before it hit the Pentagon. Now, here's more of what we know at this hour. Briefly, we're trying to keep you up to date on the latest information. A Deputy Defense Secretary says the United States will conduct a sustained military response to the attacks. He didn't say when. America's skies were officially reopened to commercial airline flights about 2 hours ago, but planes may fly only if airlines impose very tight new security. If you're going anywhere near an airport, you think you can get a flight, think you have a flight, Best advice is forget it for the time being, but if you're determined to go, you should get there at least 2 hours before the scheduled departure time. At the World Trade Center site, 4,763 people are listed as missing. That includes those on board the 2 skyjacked planes which hit the World Trade Centers. But only 94 bodies have been officially found. The realization is sinking in that some of the bodies may never be found because of the heat of the blast caused by air fuel at some of the high floors in the building. At the Pentagon, the estimated death toll is 190. That includes the 64 people on the plane which hit the building, and no professional football this weekend. The NFL has canceled all games. Now, that brings you up to date on the situation at this hour. There is news developing as I speak, so for that we go to National Security Correspondent David Martin. David?
Dan, there's been a rather extraordinary press conference here given by the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Paul Wolfowitz, and he said that the $20 billion emergency supplemental request for the current fiscal year that the White House is sending to Congress as a result of these attacks, most of that money, or much of that money, is going to go to the military, and he says that is just a down payment on what will be a program to, in his words, bring the military to the highest state of preparedness for this war against terrorism that lies ahead. And then he went on to describe in the most specific terms yet what this war of terrorism against terrorism is going to encompass. And he said this is not just a matter of a dramatic airstrike. This is not just a matter of arresting some terrorists. This is a matter of denying them sanctuaries and ending states, those were his words, ending states that support terrorism. Now, if the U.S. military follows through on that, that truly is, I think, in anybody's fair estimation, a war, although he also made the point this is not just a task for the armed services. This requires diplomacy, which we're seeing right now, by the way, in this concentrated approach to Pakistan to be a major source of support for whatever the U.S. Might want to do against the Taliban rulers of Afghanistan. And one interesting point here, if you take what the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Paul Wolfowitz, said about ending sanctuaries for terrorists, it really doesn't matter whether you can pin these airline attacks directly on Osama bin Laden, because past terrorist attacks, such as the bombings of the American embassies in Africa, have been directly pinned on Osama bin Laden. So I would think if you just put what's been said on the public record here, that the U.S. is proceeding down a path which is going to force the Taliban rulers of Afghanistan either to give up Osama bin Laden, deny him shelter in Afghanistan, and do away with his training bases, or else they are going to be at risk of losing their assets to a military strike. Now, people say, well, what can you possibly destroy of any value in a country as dysfunctional as Afghanistan? Well, the fact is, the rulers of Afghanistan are in a civil war with another group vying for control of that country, and if the U.S. military were to destroy whatever military forces the Taliban has, that would probably end the rule of the Taliban. So the Taliban has a lot at stake here, and the U.S. is clearly going to be trying to get Pakistan to allow such things as overflights and perhaps even basing of U.S. military air troops there in Pakistan as a threat to this one known sanctuary, Afghanistan.
David Martin at the Pentagon. And David, I'm going to ask you to repeat, I mean, that was an extraordinary news conference. Repeat what you believe to be the most significant two lines out of that, I can only say, most significant and extraordinary news conference.
Well, I to put it as succinctly as possible, $20 billion is just a down payment on building the U.S. military up until it is ready to fight and continue to fight this war, which will not be a matter of a few airstrikes, which will not be a matter of arresting a few wanted terrorists, but will be a matter of denying terrorists sanctuaries.
That from an official Pentagon briefing and news conference a short while ago. Now, CBS's veteran foreign correspondent Alan Pizzi is in Islamabad, Pakistan. He has been there for some little while. Keep in mind that Pakistan is right up against Afghanistan. Its fairly new president, President Musharraf, has been trying to walk a fine line between the Taliban and Western powers, including the United States. And against that backdrop, Alan Pizzi reports to us. Alan?
Dan, good evening. Well, as you say, there has been a fine line, and it looks this evening like General Musharraf has stepped across the line, definitely into the Washington camp. He's been on the television twice already to talk about the events in New York and Washington, deploring it, offering sympathy, and also saying that his regime would cooperate. Now, you have to understand that the Taliban would not exist without Pakistan. It was created in the Afghan refugee camps along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Pakistan has helped arm the Taliban. They certainly give them a lot of support. The Pakistani intelligence service is deeply entrenched in Afghanistan, and Pakistan can squeeze the Taliban. We were talking to a strategic analyst today who said that they can not only help find Osama bin Laden, but Pakistan can force the Taliban to do something, because the Taliban is surrounded by unfriendly neighbors. Pakistan is their friendly one. All the main routes in and out for any kind of trade, food, medicine, fuel, everything runs in, the bulk of it through Pakistan. If the Pakistanis choose to turn that off, they can do so. And that's a big card in their favor. Now, what can they do to help America? They can do plenty. They can, as David said, allow bases. That's a bit of a difficult problem because they have, of course, an internal problem. This is a Muslim country. Muslim fundamentalism is very close to the surface here, and there could be a backlash in the streets if they go too far against the Taliban, but they can definitely squeeze them, and it looks definitely like that's what they're going to do. This is a country that's desperately seeking friends. They want the United States as their friend, and what the U.S. can do to squeeze Pakistan is two things. Firstly, there are sanctions in place which have been imposed by Washington 10 years ago, and more were put on when Pakistan got into the nuclear arms business a couple of years ago and did a nuclear test. The Pakistanis, want those sanctions lifted. It's not like things are being denied to come in here, particularly that they need, but as long as the U.S. places them under sanctions, big-time investment and big-time aid is not going to come in here. And Pakistan desperately needs investment and aid. And the other weapon the U.S. has, which we understand they have applied, is they've gone to the Pakistanis and say, look, if you're not on our side, you're against us. And if you're against us, guess where we're going? We're going to jump right into bed, be big friends, bigger friends than we are already with India. Pakistan is desperately afraid of India. India outguns them, outpopulates them. They have an ongoing issue over a place called Kashmir. They've had a couple of wars. Pakistan does not want the United States in the Indian camp at their expense. So there's plenty that Washington can do, and it looks very much like the Pakistanis have gone over to the Washington side. A government official gave an impromptu press conference here in the hotel where we are tonight and said that everything is open for discussion. He said that the Pakistanis have not been asked for any specific help from the Americans, but whatever is deemed necessary will certainly be discussed, and he implied that cooperation was going to be the watchword from this part of the world, Dan.
Alan, you mentioned that the Pakistan government under new President Musharraf can squeeze the Taliban, created what I think is an accurate picture. The United States squeezes Pakistan and says, the government there, you're either with us or you're against us. They squeeze the Pakistan government, and as you said, the Pakistan government can squeeze the Taliban, but the Taliban can squeeze the Pakistan government. And my question is there or is there not concern among Western diplomats in Pakistan that this situation within Pakistan now could become quite explosive as the top throws in with the U.S.? The street feels a strong affinity for the Taliban, particularly in northern Pakistan where you are. And at this situation, while as we just talk about it or you lay it out in our news story, may seem fairly easy. We squeeze the Pakistan government, they squeeze the Taliban. There can be a lot of squeezing come back the other way.
Yeah, I think this is something that has to be treated with a lot of diplomatic caution. This can't be done bull in a china shop fashion. Washington is going to have to understand the Pakistanis' concerns. They're going to have to voice their requests and their demands in a very diplomatic way, which I'm sure they will. The Pakistanis are going to have to respond, perhaps not as overtly, enthusiastically as America would like, but I think the cooperation is going to be there. I think, remember, the military does have pretty good control here. The streets aren't going to erupt that badly at this stage, but it is a definite concern, and I think that everybody's going to have to remember that there's more than one agenda being played out here, and this is a place for serious diplomacy. If progress is going to be made, it's going to have to be done diplomatically in order to have it done, the real work done militarily. This is a delicate situation, but not one that can't be handled, because there seems to be a great degree of understanding and a great desire on the part of both sides to get on with this job. This is not a situation that Pakistan wants. They want bin Laden out of their hair probably as much as anybody else does. So I think that with caution and attention and no strident demands, I think they can probably work through this, Dan.
Alan Pizzi, up live in Islamabad in northern Pakistan. In the background here, keep in mind the following facts. Both India and Pakistan, they do not like one another. India and Pakistan are both now nuclear powers. In recent weeks and months, we're trying to get a map up for you there and had a little bit of trouble with the videotape, but India and Pakistan don't like one another. In recent...
This is a CBS 2 News special report. Attack on America.
Good morning once again. Ken Shocknick with Sophia Choi, and we're just about to see the first plane coming in for landing, first commercial jet at LAX.
This is an Alitalia jet that is coming in, and we believe this was carrying some passengers that were diverted to Canada, but now coming into LAX, the very first commercial passenger jet coming into LAX this morning.
Came down quickly. Look for the vertical stabilizer right behind and emerging from the right side of our Attack on America logo at the bottom of your screen. There's the old control tower, which is not used at LAX anymore. This plane coming in on the south side of the airport this morning, so that would be runway 25, either the left or right side, don't know which. But this then is the first, Sophia, of those diverted planes to now be able to come back in. Helen Kumari described it earlier this morning as a chess game as they move around all the pieces and get the plane in. This was originally destined for LAX, but it had to be waved off and sent to Canada after Tuesday's terrorist attacks.
But again, planes not taking off until at least noon today, and airport officials asking that you make sure that you call before you head out to the airport, because many of these flights will still be a no-go today. So do call before you head out to the airport if you do have flights that were planned.
A little bit of tape from just a moment ago as you look at the airport and runway 25 left. It's the farthest one away. A big plane, looks like a DC-10 three-engined plane coming over from Italy, and you can see the smokestacks from El Segundo in the background as we look out toward the Palos Verdes Peninsula. So this is a plane now that is going to be delivering the passengers who wanted to come here in the first place, but for the outward bound part of the flight, that's still to be determined. Whether passengers will be able to get on that same plane, or in parlance of the industry, that piece of equipment to fly to the next destination, or if it's just going to sit there while they decide what to do next.
Exactly, and if it does take off again, it won't happen until at least noontime. And even then, people are urged to do call the airline to make sure that your flights are taking off today. And when you do come, expect heavy, heavy security. We're talking about no curbside check-ins anymore. Everyone must go to the ticket counter to prove who you are so that they can check your baggage. You're going to see more police force out there, a lot of security out at the airport today.
In olden days, they used to say arrive 1 hour before a domestic flight, 2 hour before international. Now they're saying 2 hour before a flight that's domestic, and as much as 4 hour before an international flight. That's how crowded things are going to be. That's how much security is going to take.
This is the very first sign that we're seeing that things are just beginning to get back to normal at LAX. Again, the very first flight, a passenger flight that was diverted to Canada coming into LAX. This is an Alitalia flight. Don't know how many passengers are on board, but again, it was diverted when this tragedy first happened on Tuesday. These people finally coming into LA after days.
Yeah, an encouraging sign that things at least are starting to get back a little bit toward a semblance of normalcy. We'll keep an eye on things. That's a sign. Anyway, we're back live, by the way, with this next picture now, looking from our sky cam at LAX. All the other planes, you can see, Sophia, as we've been showing them for the last 48 plus 6, 54 hours, still parked right there at the ramp, on the tarmac, and near the departure areas because they have not been allowed to fly out. Still, that's not even going to happen until later on this afternoon. LAX, Ontario, John Wayne, all open. Sacramento, Las Vegas, the airports are open, not necessarily flights just yet.
But some encouraging news there, indeed. And we thank you for joining us for this special report on the attack on America. Now we take you back to CBS national coverage on the attack on America. For Kent Schopnick, I'm Sophia Choi.
This has been a CBS 2 News special report. Attack on America.
Will pass. Bob Schieffer, Senator Joe Biden of Delaware, has just very recently, with the shift in power in the Senate, become head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, replacing or succeeding Jesse Helms, who went into the minority. My question is, where has Biden been in this, whether we should weight our influence, rearrange it toward India, or stick a little more with Pakistan? Do you know how he has felt about that?
I'll tell you, yes, Senator Biden, I think, supports the opening to India. Now, how he comes down on Pakistan, that is a more complicated question, and I just have to check with him to see where he is on that. But I think, Dan, Senator Biden yesterday said one of the smartest things that's been said up here all week. He said, and he is one of the first people to say, that we need to form this broad coalition that the administration is now doing of allies around the world. He says this cannot be America against terrorism. This must be the civilized people of the world against terrorism. So he has been strongly supportive of the president on this. Senator Biden is going to play a key role in all this, I should tell you.
Well, exactly the reason I wanted to mention it. All of this in the background as the United States begins trying to piece together a coalition and moves toward what David Martin reports will eventually be a large-scale military operation against terrorism. We go now to Lee Cowan in downtown Manhattan, who has some interesting guests. Lee?
Well, Dan, we've been talking about the two firefighters first reported. With me is Peter Gorman, Captain Peter Gorman. He's the president of the Uniformed Fire Officers Association. These are precisely the kind of moments that really keeps hope alive out there.
Oh, absolutely.
Unfortunately, we lost audio for the moment. We'll pick that up with Lee Cowan as soon as possible. Ed Bradley, we said it before, let's say it again. These are times where moments to smile or have even just a little jolt of joy are so few. This finding of these two New York City firefighters in debris gave us one of those moments, gave everybody. It's just lifted spirits. One doesn't want to overstate it, but that's a small thing. It's lifted spirits quite a bit.
It has lifted spirits, and I think this is what keeps these guys working down there, the hope that, I mean, they realize whether this is more of a recovery operation, but they do have the hope that if they keep digging and if they do keep working, that maybe they will find somebody else, just as they did this morning with the two firemen. But I think the reality is they know it's a recovery operation. The hope is that they will have an occasional rescue.
And it was a good point made this morning. Certainly the firefighters deserve all the praise, all the admiration and support that we can give them, as do the police. But the firefighters themselves mentioned that steel workers, iron workers, construction workers of all kinds have, with very little notice, been doing a tremendous job in pulling this rubble apart to get to those few people who will still be alive, and there may be more alive in there.
And they're not just people from New York. I mean, they're people who've come from many states around New York great distances to volunteer their services for no pay to try to help down there.
And with the steel, iron, and construction workers, you know, their fathers built these buildings. They now are helping to clean up the debris after the buildings are wrecked, and they and their sons will rebuild these buildings.
There was an architect who was interviewed last night. I remember him saying that we are builders, and now we have to become rebuilders.
Well, it may be, and no one wants to get preachy about it, worth noting that around the world, one of the characteristics of 20th and 21st century Americans, almost by consensus worldwide, is we are builders. Build big dams, big buildings, built a new civilization out of the wilderness. In the post-technological age, we begin to think of ourselves a little more as, you know, information revolution people. However, we do have a strong base in this country of people who know how to build things.
Well, we did. We built a new communication system. I mean, it's the whole sense of how we communicate today with computers. The telecommunication system that we have built primarily in this country, but that is spread around the world, is an indication of what Americans are capable of. And I think that we have to not only rebuild sections of this city, but we have to rebuild confidence, we have to rebuild position, we have to rebuild political alliances. And I think that what you were talking about with Pizzi and with Bob Schieffer, looking at the subcontinent, with India and with Pakistan, there are shifting alliances there. And we're going to have to rebuild and find new allies there.
Well, we didn't mention the Iranians and putting together, you know, the geography of the region. You have Afghanistan, Pakistan to the south, Iran to the west. We haven't heard much about the Iranians, but we'll begin to hear a lot more in the succeeding days because the pressure will be on them. Are they going to be with us or against us in this new war against terrorism? CBS News coverage of the attack on America will continue. Attack on America. Dan Rather reporting from CBS News World Headquarters in New York with Ed Bradley. It is 1:30 p.m. in the Eastern Time Zone. Headline of this hour, a surge of hope in New York's disaster zone after a miracle of survival. Firefighters at the World Trade Center site pulled at least 2 and possibly more of their own from the rubble today, alive. At least one of the firefighters walked away, bent but straight up and proud. But New York City Mayor Giuliani says 4,763 people are unaccounted for, with 94 now confirmed dead. At the Pentagon, the Defense Department now estimates 126 people were killed, nearly all of them Army or Navy personnel or civilian employees. Those death figures do not include the 266 people or more on the 4 hijacked jetliners used in the attacks. The final death toll may be above 5,000. Attorney General Ashcroft revised the estimated number of hijackers to 18. He says 18 foul people got aboard those planes to make them suicide bombs. There were 5 hijackers each on 2 of the planes, 2 hijackers on the other 2 aircraft. Also today, it's reported that the plane that hit the Pentagon may have first circled the U.S. Capitol before veering south toward the Pentagon. One congressman says they were briefed and told that's what had happened. Now, those are among the developments of the hour. Ed Bradley, it is going to be at least a month, probably 2 months, before we have a final death toll because it's going so slowly in Lower Manhattan.
It's going to take a long time to dig out from the collapse of those 2 buildings. To understand what you had there, you have structural steel which is supporting those buildings, and that steel loses its structural capabilities when it gets to a temperature of 500 to 600 degrees. With 24,000 gallons of aviation fuel, temperatures went as high as 2,000 degrees. So that made that steel soft and mushy, is the way it's been described. And when that happened, all of it just tumbled in on itself.
And that heat also literally evaporated the bodies of some victims.
There were many of them. They said that they had recovered 92 bodies. They were able to identify 46 of them, and they had 70 body parts. Some people will never be found. Some people will never be identified.
That's the reality of it. We have with us in our studio Dr. Philip Landegren, a physician who teaches at Columbia University Medical School. Thank you for being with us, Doctor. Your specialty is what happens in our lungs, it's my understanding.
Yes, sir. I'm an occupational doctor at Mount Sinai Medical School, and we specialize in diseases of workers, the effects of dust, asbestos, other toxic chemicals on the health of working men and women.
I do want to apologize to you. I said Columbia, but you are at Mount Sinai School of Medicine. My apologies.
Yes.
Doctor, everybody in New York has been aware that there are things in the air, dust, something in the air. How could it be otherwise once you see those pictures of the great billows of smoke and debris thrown into the air from the World Trade Center? And here inside our newsroom, we've felt the air is getting heavy. Is that our imagination, or is the air in New York permeated with this trash from the blast?
The material from the blast is throughout the air in Manhattan. We're up at 5th Avenue and 101st Street, and yesterday as the wind blew to the north, we could smell the smoke, smelled something like an electrical fire coming through our own ventilation system. But the greatest risk is not for those of us who work in offices and who occasionally walk about the city. The really serious risk, the focal point, is going to be for those workers, the firefighters, the Con Ed workers, the police, the construction workers, and others who are right down there in the dust doing the recovery, doing the rescue, doing the demolition, because those men and women are going to be exposed to this dust, which contains asbestos and particulates, day after day for, I would anticipate, many weeks to come.
Excuse me, Doctor. Bulletin, New York City, the Associated Press has just reported that 5 firefighters have been pulled alive from the rubble and debris this morning. We at CBS News have not been able to confirm this on our own, but the Associated Press now says that 5 firefighters have been found alive. We at CBS News confirm 2 were found in the rubble. Byron Pitts was on the scene as that happened a while back, and we'll check and double check as we try to do everything with this Associated Press report. Thank you, Doctor, for understanding. We want to interrupt with that. I want to get back to what's happening with the workers up and down the line, including the nurses and physicians who are down working in this terrible sort of scene from Dante's hell down there in lower Manhattan. How big is the health risk for them?
The greatest risk is going to be for those workers who are right down in the dust. The dust doesn't travel, the heavy dust, the really toxic dust, will not travel terribly long distances. It's going to be confined within an area of a few blocks immediately around ground zero. So the people that we need to focus our efforts on are the construction workers, and the others who will be right there. For people who are walking the streets, we're advising that they purchase masks that would cover the lower half of the face for that time when they're out in the neighborhood. The people we need to be particularly worried about are people at the 2 ends of life, the very old and the very young. And we need to worry about people that have chronic lung disease. We need to worry about people that have heart problems, because the particles that are in the air could tip some of them over, could put them into cardiac failure, could cause bronchitis, could cause pneumonia.
Could this trigger attacks of asthma, emphysema?
It could indeed, especially among people who are already asthmatics, especially among young children. The day-to-day exposure to this dust and debris could do that. So I think the common sense advice, Ed, that we've been giving to people is treat this the way they were treating ozone alert in the summer. Limit the amount of time they're outdoors, keep the windows down, limit heavy exercise.
And is this something that people have to worry about, the people who are working there now, that sometime in the future, that this could trigger something in them?
I would say that the risks for the people who are working there fall into 2 categories. There's the immediate risk today in this month of inhaling dust and getting bronchitis or asthmatic-like reactions from the dust. And then there's the long-term risk, maybe 20, 25, 30 years out from now, that we know that dust contains asbestos. The governmental sampling that's been done has documented that there's asbestos in the dust. Some fraction of those people may be placed at increased risk of lung cancer or malignant mesothelioma, the cancer that is associated with asbestos, a couple of decades from now. So the goal is to take prudent measures to provide these people with respiratory protection, and I understand that's being done.
Serious stuff. Dr. Philip Landegren, physician and teacher at the internationally known and great Mount Sinai School of Medicine. Thank you for being with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to go now to CBS News correspondent Mark Strausman at Atlanta's Hartsfield Airport. Mark, what's happening there as the official lifting of restraints on airline travel gets a little deeper into the day?
It's true, Dan. Atlanta's airport is now back open for business, but it is hardly business as usual. For one thing, there is all the added security. Extra police outside, a greatly stepped up presence inside. For another thing, there are far fewer passengers because very few planes are actually leaving here. But it's a start.
2 days after terror first gripped America, the world's busiest airport was back open for business, and this country was back flying again.
International number one.
But getting into the airport is still not the same thing as getting into the air.
All flights are canceled today. All flights 100% canceled all day long.
The number of flights actually leaving here today remains very limited. These passengers bound for Johannesburg were on the first outbound plane since Tuesday. They held the hottest ticket in America and a boarding pass to keep it company.
Been frustrating?
Most frustrating experience of my life. Yeah, very frustrating.
The whole situation is very surreal. I couldn't believe this has actually happened, that the whole fleet of the USA is on the ground. And we're the first lot going out now. It's amazing.
At any open airport, now expect tighter security and longer delays indefinitely.
Things will move slowly. We have new security procedures in place, and we want people to bring with them their confirmed reservations, tickets, and their patience.
Today, an airport that handles 80 million passengers a year was heartened by the arrival of a few flights and the departure of one grateful group finally headed for South Africa.
For any American airport to reopen, the FAA has to recertify its security. For example, LAX in Los Angeles, planes are now landing. Chicago's O'Hare Airport is still closed. That recertification is going to happen airport by airport, community by community. And it's going to be just one more step in America's rebuilding process that's going to take some time. Dan?
Mark Strausman live in Atlanta now. What's happening in Los Angeles? We go to Sandra Hughes live at Los Angeles International Airport. Sandra?
Well, Dan, Mark is correct. The first commercial flights just arrived at Los Angeles International Airport a few minutes ago, and just before I started speaking with you, a Delta Airlines flight took off. Things are getting back to normal very slowly. That first flight, commercial flight to arrive, was an American Airlines flight. I'm not sure if there were passengers on board that. That might have been a plane just getting in place to take passengers later today. But just a few moments ago, an Alitalia flight did arrive with passengers. Those were passengers who were diverted to another airport who were supposed to be arriving here on Tuesday. Now, the airport is not yet officially open, so the passengers are going to be bussed off of the airport property. They're going to meet folks who are waiting for them at a remote parking position. That's where they will be able to meet up with people who are waiting for them. Because the airport is still not officially open. Now, planes have been moving around all day, getting in position for today. It's going to be a very slow process. We had a couple of cargo planes that arrived this morning. LAX officials say they don't expect that the airport is going to be up to anything more than about 50% capacity by this weekend, not 100% capacity until sometime next week. And when the airport officially here reopens, it's going to be noon Pacific time. That's not too long from now. There are going to be some big security changes. Number one, no curbside check-in. No personal cars are going to be allowed in this area of the airport. You're going to have to come in by a taxi or by a bus. You're not going to be allowed to take any kind of a knife on board a plane with you. And lastly, you will be allowed carry-ons, but expect that they will be searched and searched very carefully. Now, up in Seattle, Washington, the airport is officially opening, but from what we understand, they're not allowing passengers beyond the security checkpoint. So they're lining up right now, trying to get tickets. Very hopeful for travel today, although Continental and American Airlines both say they will not be flying out of Seattle today. United says they hope to be flying by about 6 o'clock Pacific. So, Dan, the bottom line here, as Mark was saying, and I'll just reiterate, it's a slow process. getting things back going today. And I think the word of the day for air travel passengers should just be patience.
Sandra, thanks. What do we know, if anything? You've mentioned Seattle, things slowly getting back to not normal, but sort of resuming there. What about San Francisco, San Jose, San Diego? All of those are big air terminals.
Well, yesterday we were told by San Francisco officials that they didn't expect to open until Friday. So I think this is sort of an individual airport situation. I know that each airline has to be certified through the FAA. They have to be able to prove that they're up to these new security standards. So I don't think everybody is going to come back online at the same time. And it's going to depend. A lot of flights coming east, as they come east, they'll land west and things will start opening up out here. Very slow process, and hopefully people will be patient.
Sandra Hughes live in Los Angeles. Ed Bradley, word from LaGuardia Airport where they're trying to get things cranked back up again, but they're having some difficulty. Well,
security is very tight. The American Airlines section of LaGuardia Airport was temporarily evacuated in the last couple of hours. A man came in with what was regarded as a suspicious package, and he made some inappropriate remarks about that package. He was arrested immediately. Bomb-sniffing dogs were brought in, and the terminal, that part of the terminal, was evacuated. They are now back up to operation.
Let's go to Newark Airport. Randall Pinkston brings up the data on what's happening there. Randall?
Yes, Dan. In the past 30 minutes, at least 5 Continental Airlines flights have landed here at Newark International Airport. Continental, which is the largest carrier operating at Newark, expects some 31 arrivals by late this afternoon. 11 of those flights will be from international points, and it is also expected that some of those planes that will be arriving will be empty, merely getting ready for resumption of normal operations. Much of the activity that we have observed here over the past few hours has taken place on the tarmac, as planes have been ferried from gates where they've been frozen for the past 2 days to hangars, presumably for maintenance checks before being returned to normal service. For Continental, US Air, United, TWA, Northwest, Delta, all of those airlines reporting the anticipation of gradual and underlying gradual resumption of departures and arrivals. There are not expected to be any departures before 3 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon. Air travel has changed. Air travel is changing even as we speak. For those passengers who do manage to arrive in Newark this afternoon, all they have to do is to look out of their windows to the east, across the river in lower Manhattan, for the plume of smoke to understand why air travel has changed. And we saw another sign of that as we entered the location for our live truck. 2 Port Authority police officers with shotguns and automatic weapons in plain view. The first time in my experience here over 2 decades in New York that I have seen that at any airport after any scene of incident of terror. Dan?
Randall Pinkston live at Newark. At Newark Airport, LaGuardia and New York's huge JFK, things are going to be very, very slow getting back to anything approaching normal, and by slow we mean this will take days. It's true that federal aviation officials today lifted the official ban on travel, but there's an immense tangle of airplanes and crews that has to be untangled before things can even approach normal. We've said it before, we'll say it again. If you're going to the airport, you have to bring patience. Now, and also, not a bad idea to zip your lip. As Ed Bradley said, somebody at LaGuardia Airport was deemed as suspicious partly because he said something that was deemed, quote, inappropriate. There'll be a lot of that at airports. Simply put, if you don't absolutely have to go to an airport, don't go. Want to travel somewhere, rent a car, take a train, flag down a Grey Dog bus. Because airports are going to be very, very confused, chaotic, and difficult. And if you have to go, go at least 2 hours early for any flight and be prepared for highly tightened security. Now let's go to CBS News correspondent, our medical correspondent, Elizabeth Caledon, who is outside St. Vincent's Hospital here in New York. Elizabeth?
Well, Dan, there's a real sense of renewed energy here just in the last half hour to 45 minutes with this news that 2, possibly 5, but so far as we know, 2 firefighters have actually walked out of the rubble. We do not know if they will be brought here. The hospital spokespeople don't know that they will be brought here, but we are, of course, all standing by hoping to see a couple ambulances roll in here with firefighters on board. That would be some good news that we all need to hear. In the meantime, this hospital is trying to focus a little bit on the psychological scars, particularly the trauma to children. Over the past couple of days, we've been glued to our television sets, and there are children out there who may have lost a parent or are in fact watching the whole scene unfold on television. Psychiatrists here are warning that in fact TV viewing of this disaster should be limited for children.
It's not good for yourselves or your kids to stay plastered at the TV that are showing all of these images over and over and over again. I think it's very interesting just from a psychological perspective that the media keeps showing this. I think in a way it's to help us master the tragedy that's happened. But for parents, please do not expose your children to this imagery over and over again. That's not good. It's not appropriate.
So Dan, as I mentioned, we are standing by here hoping that we will see a couple ambulances roll in with good news, which we all need at this point. Dan?
Elizabeth Caledon live outside St. Vincent's Hospital. We go live now by telephone to CBS News correspondent Byron Pitts, who can bring us up to date on the rescue of some firefighters alive. Byron?
Well, Dan, some more detail. I've just been told by two different sources. A National Guardsman who was at the immediate scene, the rubble where those firefighters were taken out, the rubble of Tower Number 1. As he explains it to me, these firefighters were actually found inside an SUV that was buried beneath debris. They made their way through the debris, and the two firefighters walked out on their own. According to this National Guardsman, there were three other firefighters alive in that vehicle, but they needed assistance. I don't have confirmation of that beyond his word. The two firefighters I saw with my own eyes and as they walked past, and they were, and everyone applauded and patted them on the back. Since last we spoke, Dan, rescue teams have brought out, I've counted, 5 more body bags. It is the enthusiasm that was here about, I guess, 45 minutes ago when we first spoke and they first found them has pretty much gone. Grim faces are back. The rescue teams are still piled up on what remains of Tower Number 1. A few moments ago, I can see one of the cadaver dogs laid down in one of the spots. I was told that was an indication that the animal spotted bodies in that area. They are working now to clear the debris. But again, the enthusiasm, the excitement that was here about 45 minutes ago has pretty much gone. It's back to the real reality of the situation that while they may find a few, the majority of what they'll find here is death. Dan.
Byron Pitts. You used the phrase... I paused just a second because there was some noise there, but apparently it was insignificant. The rescue workers, construction workers, Con Ed workers and others.
Dan, are you with me?
Putting up flags now around.
Hello?
We go back to Byron Pitts.
Dan.
Byron.
Dan, something just fell. All of us... Excuse me, I'm trying to catch my breath.
Just take your time, take a breath, Byron. Tell us what you see, what you hear.
All of us ran full tilt. What's going on? We're running again. What happened? What happened? Dan, every firefighter, every rescue worker I see is running. What happened? What happened, brother? Do you hear what happened? What happened, sir? I don't know. They said get out of there quick. They said get out of there quick? What do you think it was? Okay, thank you, sir. Dan, I think I was standing near the base of what remained Tower Number 2. I just finished my report with you when all of a sudden every person standing near me started running full. Sir, have you heard what happened? I have no idea. Okay. Everyone started running full tilt. I think people have calmed down some now. No one's running at this moment. I'm making my way back to where I was. Here's what I see. what was once a clear space, open air, above what was tower number 2 is now just smoke. Have you heard what happened, bro?
Somebody said the American Express building.
Someone?
I think this is something.
What?
This, right here.
Okay. Word on the ground, and here with the grunt, is that the American Express building may have come down. Everyone is backed up. We're all looking up in the sky. For what? I'm not sure. Getting back to the remains of tower number 1. Yes, I still see the rescue workers who are there. I just heard a New York City Police Department lieutenant tell one of his men, go count for everyone. Find everyone. We need the count of who's here. Okay, I'm back now where I was originally. Looking, excuse me, sir. Have we heard what happened? Hey, brother, we heard what happened? Don't know. I asked an officer to say, okay. Yeah.
What?
Partial collapse of this building?
I don't know whether it's interior, I don't know.
I really didn't see it. I was over there. All I know is everybody's out. What do you mean? What's the name? Okay. Dan, I've been told to move back.
Well, as Byron Pitts moves back, Byron, first of all, make sure you have your mask on.
Yes.
Then pause as you move. Suck in deep breaths through your mouth with the mask on. Get your breath, steady as you go, fall back to where you got to be. We're going to keep you open. Come in when you can, if you can, when you want to. We bring our viewers up to date here. There have been, we believe now, possibly 5 firefighters found alive, trapped inside an SUV that was covered with debris. And then we believe that is besides 2 other firefighters that were found alive early in the morning. But we haven't absolutely flatly confirmed that. But a number of firefighters have been found alive. Then, what we're covering now, and Byron Pitts was on the scene, another apparent building collapse in Lower Manhattan.
CBS will pay you some money for that.
And by the way, if you heard Byron Pitts say CBS will pay you money, it was that we've apparently harmed somebody's piece of equipment there, but that's beside the point. That Byron Pitts viewed what he thought was a new building collapse. Several eyewitnesses among the workers have apparently confirmed that. It is not confirmed that it's the American Express building, which was in the general area of the World Trade Center Twin Towers.
That would be on Vesey Street, a couple blocks away.
A couple of blocks away, but we know, given the tremendous thunder and force of the falling down of the World Trade Center building itself, that other buildings in the neighborhood, we've been told for some time, were in danger of collapsing. We do not know. We'd like to tell you what we know as a fact. We do not know for a fact that the American Express building has collapsed. What we do know is that a number of people who are working in the area say that it has.
They can come back here if they want.
Now, Byron Pitts, we're going to come back to you. I'm double-checking. You're pretty sure that a building, another building, has collapsed. You're not sure that it's the American Express building.
That is correct, Dan. At least there was a fear that a building was going to collapse. Again, at this level, no one stood long enough for confirmation. When the word came to run, everybody ran. Now, standing with me is one of the volunteers here. Sir, please tell me your name again.
Ben, and the last name is Alicia, which is A-L-I-C-A.
Ben, you were inside one of the buildings. Tell me what happened exactly.
As we were inside the building.
Do you know which building it was you were in?
Exactly the address. I don't know what this is. I think this is the American Express building, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
I'm on the other side, down in Ground Zero. We have a long assembly line, a long chain gang. Everybody's passing buckets. There was a fire chief that stood up high on a mound somewhere we could all see him visually. And he sounded off a whistle, started yelling on the radios for everybody to stop what they were doing and clear out. So that's exactly what we did. Now, we didn't know exactly which building it is exactly that they were reporting that was supposed to go down, but I think there were just pieces of the building that were coming off. So they automatically, out of fear, had us clear out because they never know if the pieces are coming off the building because of it crumbling or going down or because of the structure integrity of it bending. So they just wanted us out. So we all ran out.
As a precaution. You okay?
As a precaution. I'm fine.
All right.
Good.
So then, that's the situation. So it looks then, once the dust clears, that if anything fell, a whole building definitely didn't fall. Perhaps parts of it fell. Now, in the big scheme of things, this may not prove to be a very significant moment. But for those of us who are here, that moment was a big one. Calm has returned now. They're keeping the workers out as engineers and fire officials make some assessment about what has happened in that building and what needs to happen. I know, having been here much of the morning, you can see parts of that one.
Well, that's the structure over there that is going to go down no matter what because it's been on flames, but they're worried about this structure here.
Okay.
They want to check the structural integrity of this building here.
Sure. Okay. One of the things that's delayed what is still called a rescue mission at this point are moments like the one we just had. Out of concern that something more serious might happen, when there's some sense by the experts that there's a problem in one of the buildings, that it becomes unsafe, the word goes to get out. And people, mindful of what's happened here the past 48 hours, you run as hard as you can until someone says you can stop running. And that's what we all did.
Byron Pitts reporting live with a dramatic moment. There are a lot of dramatic moments down there. Want to underscore now, while it was widely believed that another building had collapsed in Lower Manhattan, Byron Pitts has now checked, double-checked, it's what reporters do, whether they're on the ground or in the studio, and it is a fairly large building is in danger of collapsing, but has not collapsed. And confirmed now, the American Express building is still standing. The American Express building has not, I repeat, not collapsed. There's some concern about a lot of buildings in that area, but the American Express building has not collapsed. There are a lot of wobbly buildings, and they're methodically checking each and every one of them out. That's what's happened this hour. At least 5 firefighters have been saved in the debris. You're watching CBS News, continuing coverage of the attack on America. Attack on America tomorrow has been designated by the President as a day of prayer and remembrance. Dan Rather reporting from CBS News World Headquarters in New York with Ed Bradley. It's 2 p.m. in the east, and another apparent building collapse in Lower Manhattan within the past few minutes was reported, but then it was confirmed that the building had not, at least not yet, collapsed. In Washington, Attorney General John Ashcroft says there were at least 18 hijackers on the planes in all, 5 hijackers each on 2 of the aircraft, 4 each on the 2 others. Ashcroft says they had the support of a, quote, significant number of associates on the ground. Pentagon number 2 man Paul Wolfowitz is promising, quote, a sustained military campaign against those responsible, but he cautions it will take time. But when a high-ranking Defense Department official talks us about a sustained military operation, that's a significant development. Also happening this hour, at least 5 and possibly 7 New York City firefighters have been found alive in the debris and rescued within the hour at the World Trade Center. 5 of them were believed to be trapped in an SUV. They got out alive. President Bush will visit New York City tomorrow. The president has declared Friday a national day of prayer and remembrance. New York City Mayor Giuliani says 4,763 people are missing, including those on board the 2 aircraft that hit the World Trade Center towers. 94 bodies have been found. Some of the bodies will perhaps never be recovered, having evaporated in the flames. At the Pentagon, 190 people are estimated dead, including those on the plane that hit the Defense Department. Across the country, air travel is resuming as tougher security requirements are met. Not all aircraft are flying, not all airports are open yet, but some are beginning to move. Ed Bradley of 60 Minutes is here tracking all this with us. Ed?
Dan, I was just looking at this map of the World Trade Center and the immediate area, There are about 8 buildings that are collapsed already or partially collapsed, and there are another dozen buildings or so that that have some major damages described and could at some point collapse if they continue to lose structure. This is what we saw that Byron was reporting, that it doesn't appear that a building came down, but what we think is parts of a building came down. And when something starts to fall, they get everyone out of there as quickly as they can. So they have now they have 8 buildings that are collapsed totally or partially collapsed. They have another dozen buildings, including 2 and 3 of the World Financial Center, that are in danger coming down.
Lee Cowan is in Lower Manhattan covering the rescue operation. Lee?
Dan, from our vantage point here on the West Side Highway, you couldn't necessarily hear anything or see that telltale plume of dust and smoke like we've seen so many other times when there was a building collapse. When Byron was talking about it earlier, we tried to look as fast as we could up behind these buildings here and in between these 2 apartment buildings where we have seen those telltale signs before. We didn't see anything. We did get a sense that firefighters were trying to push us back here, as they were with Byron up front. A lot of people trying to get out of the way. It has been a concern ever since this happened, primarily because not only some of these buildings were they damaged from the initial blast themselves, but we understand from some engineers that these fires that continue to burn underground in many cases are weakening some of the foundations of these other buildings around the World Trade Center complex. So even though the building may appear on the outside to look perfectly fine with the exception of some broken windows, it's what's underneath, it's the foundation that could be weakening. To give you a sense, we were talking about these firefighters, these perhaps as many as 5 firefighters, maybe even as many as 7 firefighters now that have been rescued alive. It did add certainly a lot of sense of energy around here. It started to move within the firefighter circles here. And to give you a sense of just how amazing it really is, it's tough to really see from some of the television pictures, but the pile of rubble itself, firefighters say, is about 7 stories above the ground and then another 5 to 10 stories beneath the ground. So in the worst case scenario, you're talking about people being buried under some 17 stories worth of rubble, and the fact that anybody could get out of that alive, let alone walk out of it alive, is indeed truly amazing. And it's not, Dan, it's not just the stories that we're hearing of firefighters being rescued, but it's firefighters' families now that we're hearing stories about. I was talking to a fire captain just a short while ago who said that his son-in-law called him this morning. He hadn't heard it from him before, and he called to say that he was on the 83rd floor of the tower, heard a sound of the South Tower, heard a sound, looked out the window, and said he could see the eyes of the pilot, the plane flying directly toward the 83rd floor of that building. And at the very last moment, the plane suddenly jerked up, missed him by perhaps as many as 8 to 10 floors. Firefighters rushed up the stairs, they grabbed him. They were able to get down some 83 floors worth of stairs. They got out of the building just 4 minutes before that tower collapsed. It is the sense around here perhaps best summed up by Captain Peter Gorman. You might have heard him a short while ago. He was quoting a prayer from Father Michael Judge. It was a chaplain of one of the fire brigades out here who is, in fact, among the dead, as we're told. He used to have a very lighthearted look at life. He said, if you want to make God laugh, tell him what you're doing tomorrow. It's a very lighthearted look that has now become tragically true. Dan.
Lee Cowan, live in Lower Manhattan. Let me show you a picture, a live picture. This is from New Jersey, looking across the Hudson River and across the great New York Harbor. This is the way it looks now. Remember, if you'd been at this place earlier this week, you would have seen those 2 twin 110-story towers dominating majestically this scene. Now they are simply holes in the ground, rubble and ruin. We're going to take you now to London, and a former national security advisor in the administration of United States President Jimmy Carter, Zbigniew Brzezinski, one of the world's outstanding authorities on international affairs. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Brzezinski.
Nice to be with you.
When do you expect some kind of U.S. response to what's happened?
I would imagine it may take several weeks, because we're dealing here probably with a comprehensive network that may be operating, in fact, from several countries. And we'll have to deal not only with the network itself, but perhaps with some countries that have harbored these networks. So for an effective and sustained and serious military reaction, we can't rely just on some cruise missile attacks. I think we'll have to undertake a comprehensive action that truly deals with the nature of the challenge.
Well, as you may know, that high-ranking Defense Department officials are talking now about what they call a large and sustained military operation. Now, you mentioned that we may, by any reasonable analysis, have to go into some countries or deal with some countries who've harbored these terrorists. From your experience, what would be the list of suspect countries under consideration?
You know, that's one thing I really don't want to do, because in a situation of this sort and in the prevailing atmosphere, it's very easy to point fingers and to whip up hysteria. We all know what countries may be involved, but we're not sure as to which are involved. And until we have a clearer picture, I think it's better not to point fingers. But at the same time, I think it has to be stressed that the United States has the right internationally to react unilaterally if it has to. But it is also important to stress that right now we have a lot of international support. And I think it's important to preserve that support when we react. And therefore we have to be very sure that our reaction is targeted at the right people and at the right places.
I certainly understand you're not wanting to list any particular countries, and your point's an important one, that we may have our suspicions as a nation, as a people, of that matter, individually, but we need to deal in facts, and until we have them, better not to name any specific countries. But let me ask you on the other point, you're optimistic about the Bush administration being put together an international coalition to deal with this problem. We've already heard today the president of Pakistan says that he will help the United States deal with this problem. The one country that I haven't heard anything out of would be Iran. Iran presents a particular problem in trying to put together this kind of coalition. Could you give us some context for that?
Yes, you're quite right, because we may be dealing with a situation which, if in fact anyone in Iran is involved, pertains to a country that on the one hand has a government whose president, relatively speaking, is more moderate and was in fact elected in an election in which the moderates did reasonably well. But it is also a country in which significant portions of the ruling authority are supporting fundamentalist movements around the world, some of which are terrorist, and hence we may be dealing with a situation in which it is not a clear-cut governmental responsibility that is involved. Having said this, once we know who sponsored this, who helped organize it, and who helped protect it, we'll have to react, and I do believe very strongly that the reaction should be sustained, which means not only some cruise missiles fired at some distant targets, but a major military operation with international support if possible, perhaps even with some participation from countries that are showing genuine sympathy and friendship for the United States, but alone if necessary.
Zbigniew Brzezinski, former National Security Advisor in our London Bureau, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To underscore that when Zbigniew Brzezinski talks about Iran, the context of the question, be sure you understand, was, well, in an effort to bring Iran into a coalition to deal with the war on terrorism, there is this particular problem. That's the point he was making. We were not talking about Iran particularly in any special way, possibly harboring terrorists. Our conversation was in the context of trying to bring Iran in to this effort for a sustained war on terrorism. And as Mr. Brzezinski rightly pointed out, it's especially difficult in Iran because you have the split. You have the elected government and, relatively speaking, as he put it, and accurately so, a more moderate elected government. However, some of the hardline, old-line, most fundamentalist and radical mullahs still control in Iran the economy, the military, the secret police, and they have the levers of power as opposed to the elected representative. Again, I know I can hear people saying, ooh, this is so complex and confusing. Yes, folks, it's complex, and yes, it's confusing, but it's the world in which we will now have to become much more aware of as we try to mount this, what the Secretary of State this morning said was going to be eventually a sustained military effort to wipe out terrorism. We go to our Washington Bureau, and most recently, Secretary of Defense of the United States now retired William Cohen. Mr. Secretary, you've been listening this morning. Help us and help our viewers pull out the most significant things that have been said today.
Well, several things, Dan. First of all, the discussion about the role of Pakistan in all of this. I think it's very encouraging to learn that the President Musharraf of Pakistan has agreed to cooperate with the United States. Also important to listen to what the limitations in that level of cooperation may be. And we have to understand that he is essentially a military man. And I mention this because it's important to remind our country, our Congress, and others that the role that our military plays in establishing what we call military-to-military contacts with various military leaders throughout the world. It's important that we maintain those contacts. President Musharraf is one that we've had contact with in the past. General Joe Ralston, our Supreme Allied Commander, has had contact with him. General Zinni, who was the head of our Central Command formerly, they've had contacts with him, and so we are building upon those past relations in order to sustain a future relationship with a country like Pakistan. Now, it was suggested that we have some leverage over Pakistan. Number one, the financial leverage, that they would like to have the sanctions removed so that they can have an inflow of capital and to rebuild their country, and that's true. It was also suggested that we tilt very heavily toward India. And you may recall that President Clinton, during his last year, made a very historic trip to India and was well received there and only stopped briefly at the airport in Pakistan itself for a variety of reasons, but to show some disparity of treatment in terms of the U.S. policy toward that region. It's important to understand, as far as Pakistan is concerned, if we tilt so strongly to India, and depending upon that relationship, that also involves China, which has not been mentioned this morning. China has a historic role with Pakistan itself, and so you can see that the major powers may find themselves in another kind of conflict or competition in that region. So it does have to be handled with some considerable delicacy as to how we bring about this relationship and build upon it to get the cooperation of Pakistan in this effort to curb terrorism. Second point, I think Bob Schieffer made a very important point this morning, talking about Congress united in its resolution and also moving toward a very quick appropriation of some $20 billion. I think it's very important to focus on this because the language that will be adopted will be quite important. I believe that the Congress will be solidly behind the President in his request for these funds. But I also believe that they will look very carefully at the language to be sure that is used for combating terrorism, because there still is a very deep split on Capitol Hill as to whether or not there should be substantial funding for the National Missile Defense Program, which the President strongly supports. And that's where Senator Joe Biden, that we talked about earlier, will play a very key role. He is not enthusiastic about supporting a National Missile Defense Program and will play a leading role in this debate. So we'll have to look very carefully at what the language is in terms of what Congress finally will adopt very soon. Also in the allocation of those funds. A third point that was made, as Bob Schieffer was talking about, is this resolution supporting the President. You may recall during the Gulf War, we had a very long, sustained debate over this issue of whether we should go to war against Saddam Hussein. That debate concluded with a vote of a margin of only about 5 votes, as I recall. And so this is quite a departure. Now you have apparently the leadership of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party coming together in strong support behind the President. And that's important if we're going to be able to sustain this long twilight struggle, this long sustained military operation, which will involve not only military action on multiple levels with multiple strikes in all probability, but also it will involve special operations. It will involve shutting down some access, commercial and otherwise, to various countries who harbor these terrorists. So this is going to be very important to have members of Congress strongly in favor of this long struggle that we're going to have to engage in combating terrorism.
Mr. Secretary, when the Assistant Secretary of Defense, Mr. Woolford, said this morning that there would be a, quote, sustained operation, the military operation, once it is mounted and launched. How long?
Well, I think over a long period. What we have to remember here is the focus should not only be upon Osama bin Laden as the alleged perpetrator here. We don't know that yet. He's high on the list. He may be first on the list of suspects involved. But I think we make a mistake in simply pointing to him as the head of this organization and saying if we can only apprehend him or destroy him, that that's going to solve the problem. We ought to keep the focus on how we destroy the terrorist network. And that means we're going to have a long, sustained operation, and it will involve military operations from time to time. I don't know that Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz meant to confine this to sustained military operation for this one type of attack that may be planned, but rather a long, sustained military operation in whatever facet it has to be called upon in the future, dealing with a variety of countries, those countries who continue to give support, financial and moral and physical, to these groups who are carrying out acts of terrorism. One other point I'd like to make is as we examine the options, as President Bush and his team look at the options available from a military point of view, and we must remember it'll be military but diplomatic and economic as well, and it has to be multilateral in the long term. We have to have the support of our allies in the long term, that we look very carefully that this has to go after the network, and to anticipate that this network will probably retaliate against us in the future as well. This is not going to be a situation where the United States can simply launch one strike or multiple strikes and not expect that those who are out there who are pre-programmed to conduct terrorist operations against the United States won't be carrying out those activities. And that's why we have got to really rethink a great deal about our national security strategy, how we prevent these operations from taking place in the first place, how we enhance our intelligence gathering, and so forth.
Former Secretary of Defense Bill Cohen, and now CBS News consultant for purposes of this story. Thank you. Joining us now in our New York studio, the former mayor of New York, also former congressman from the New York area, Ed Koch. Thanks for being with us, Mr.
Pleasure.
Mayor. You know the city as well or better than anybody. How long is it going to take to get New York City back to anything approaching normal?
Well, I believe that next week you will find that the businesses in that area will reopen, and that the firms that used to be in the Trade Center will have relocated to other areas. We're a very vibrant city, and I must say that Mayor Giuliani has done a tremendously wonderful job in his leadership of the city, preventing panic, keeping people informed. Governor Pataki has done the same. And New Yorkers are a special breed of people. We're able, when things are bad, to become our best.
How is this tragedy going to change the city? I mean, no city can sustain this kind of disaster and be the same, come out of it the same.
Well, I must say to you that I have gone to work. Obviously, I'm up in the Rockefeller Center area, and I talk to people, and the people who are directly involved, who are survivors, who I visited half a dozen or so of the firefighters and the cops, those people have suffered a tremendous trauma. But the rest of the city, while we cry and we are distressed with the pain of others, people are going about their work and they're using mass transit, and I don't believe that we're going to have the sequelae or the things that occur after an event that will change the city. I just don't believe it. I believe that people in the city are very supportive of the president and his announcement that he's going to take dramatic action. We want that done. I certainly do. I think, in fact, we should give an ultimatum to the terrorist states that have been named as terrorist states by the Secretary of State. There are half a dozen of them. One of them happens to be Iran, and say, these are the names of the terrorists that we know have committed crimes, and you will either return them to us for trial, or we will have a major military event in your country, and see what they say. And if they don't, within a reasonable time, deliver those people, then I would say we would take a major action against them.
Mayor, it's just been handed to me, top floors are reported to be buckling at number 1 at 1 Liberty Plaza. That's an office building.
Yeah.
It's been suspect here for the last 24 hours.
Yes.
Just pass that along. These sorts of messages, this kind of information is going to be coming for days because there's so many buildings in the area.
Well, there are now like minimum of 12 million square feet of commercial space no longer in use. And commercial space is very tight, but I am convinced that every company will ultimately relocate, and I am also convinced, as is Mayor Giuliani, that those trade towers will be rebuilt.
Do you think they will be rebuilt?
Oh, I do indeed.
Well, there was, before all this happened, there was some talk that Wall Street might move to New Jersey, be a little less expensive there.
That's like moving to Peoria.
Well, said like a true New Yorker. Certainly said like a true New Yorker, and one of the few opportunities to chuckle a little this morning. But you know, there was some, at least semi-serious talk, saying that New York's too expensive to try to move across the river into New Jersey.
You have back office space in New Jersey, but if you're a first-line banking institution of any kind, finance, you're in New York or you're nowhere.
Would you agree?
Mayor Ed Cox, thanks. Tommy Thompson from the cabinet of George Bush has just come out of St. Vincent's Hospital, Health and Human Services Director. Let's pick him up in progress.
And what we're doing. I'm Secretary of Health and Human Services. Accompanying me is your wonderful Commissioner of Health, Commissioner Novella, and Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services, Claude Allen. Deputy Secretary Claude Allen and Commissioner Novella, myself, we're here because the President wants to make sure we're doing everything possible for New York City and the state of New York and all of the individuals who have suffered so much. As everybody knows, this was an act of war, and it's something that now we have to pull together as a nation, and the whole nation is grieving with the people in New York and their families. And we're here to make sure that we provide the services necessary. I've already met with the mayor and the governor today to offer our assistance in regards to health and human services. We're going to provide for as much assistance as necessary to make sure that the children and the families get the necessary counseling and the necessary treatment. And also the opportunity to talk to the mayor about getting some people from CDC, the Center for Disease Control, to come here and do testing on air and water and make sure that everybody knows that we will be able to protect the public health of all of the citizens, especially the workers who are down doing such a tremendous job. I also had the privilege a few minutes ago to talk to some of the individual workers who are in the hospital, some of those who came in today, some of those who are suffering from injuries they received a couple days ago. I also talked to some employees from Blue Cross Blue Shield who got burned severely, had a chance to talk to them, and I now just was able to talk to the Hospital Association with members from the major hospitals in New York about the assistance and support that they need. And we are going to go back to Washington, D.C. and make sure that that support and assistance will be available. We also have a 1-800 number. What is it? (1-800-331-7767), which is a counseling center that's going to be open for 24 hours, 7 days a week for the elderly and for children that need counseling. And this, of course, is already will be set up and running. We're also providing services to the elderly and making sure that that continues. And we will have our regional office hopefully up and running by tomorrow to provide any further services that the people of New York need. And so I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Commissioner, do you want to say a few words?
Well, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tommy Thompson, who was governor of Wisconsin and recently appointed by President Bush to this role, visiting St. Vincent's Hospital here in New York and making those statements. We go now to Mika Brzezinski, who's in Lower Manhattan, where there have been more rumblings from the area of collapse. Mika?
Yeah, everyone's on edge here, Dan. Excuse my appearance, but I have our producer on the phone, Mike Noble. He's down. If you can look behind me, you see a bridge there on the corner of West Broadway and Warren, which is about 2 blocks beyond that bridge and a bit over to the left. Mike is there. He called me to tell me that everyone inside a building about 10 stories high. Is that correct, Mike? A building about 10 stories high. People were inside the building and around the building, searching, rescuing, seeing what they could find. And all of a sudden, officials came onto the scene and said, "Get out, get out." They moved the police lines back at least a block. Is that correct, Mike? How far back? And they basically told people that the building could come down at any moment. Now, before that raises a level of panic here, this is the story that is repeating itself all around the 30-block area behind me, because what is happening is that rescue workers and officials who have knowledge in the construction business and infrastructure business are getting into these buildings, and they're seeing the damage, and they're saying, whoa, this is too dangerous. We got to get people out of here. And this is just a safety issue. We've got to get people out. One more building now that has been evacuated, and actually I have with me here Jerry Budnick. He is in the construction business, and you have a lot of experience, sir, I'm correct, with infrastructure and dealing with this type of situation.
Right.
What have you seen in there?
Well, we right now we're in a process of removing the north pedestrian bridge connecting the World Trade Center Plaza and the Winter Garden. In order to do that, we have to secure all surrounding buildings, make sure that any debris doesn't fall on the construction workers.
And are you finding that when you get into places like that, that you're finding enough damage that it's got to be evacuated, places that right now are inhabited by onlookers or even rescue workers?
That's a negative. There's no inhabitants in any of the surrounding buildings. Everything has been evacuated.
Well, the buildings that we're at, even 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks this way, some of them are being evacuated. So what we're finding, and our producer's on the scene of one of them, is that even buildings several blocks back. Mike, how far are you from the scene? How far are you from the disaster zone? 10 to 12 blocks from the disaster zone now, buildings are being evacuated. They're finding infrastructure problems in those buildings. That obviously makes sense to you in a situation like this?
Correct, yes. If there was any debris that fell on the roofs and the roofs may collapse, there will be a structural problem.
Jimmy, thank you very much. Again, this is a situation that we've seen. I was down at the scene earlier today, and again, the police lines were getting tighter, people were being moved, and the situation was changing to the moment. Dan, back to you.
Mika Brzezinski in Lower Manhattan. To give you some perspective, firemen say rubble at the World Trade Center, the rubble is 7 stories tall above the ground and 5 to 10 stories below ground. I want you to absorb that. 17 stories of rubble to work through as they look for bodies and, in some cases, people still alive. At least 5 firemen and possibly 7 came out of the rubble alive today, but many more bodies have been recovered. Total dead may go above 5,000. You're watching CBS News coverage of the attack on America. At CBS News World Headquarters in New York, Dan Rather reporting. These are the headlines of this hour in the attack on America. Miracle and madness among the ruins. At least 5, possibly 7 missing firefighters emerged from the Trade Center rubble. Moments later, rescue teams scrambled and ran. Amid fear, another building in the complex was about to crumble. Many buildings in the area are still in condition to possibly crumble. That particular building didn't, or at least hasn't yet. There are now 94 confirmed deaths at the Trade Center attack scene, with almost 4,800 other people at Ground Zero officially listed as missing. The official number of listed as missing is well above 4,000. 126 military and civilian Pentagon employees have been confirmed dead in the attack there. These deaths do not include the at least 266 people killed in the 4 hijacked planes. The final death toll, if you extrapolate today's figures out, may top 5,000. Attorney General Ashcroft says there were at least 18 hijackers in the attacks in the air, plus, quote, a significant number of associates backing them up on the ground. Secretary of State Powell says there appears to be a link to the terror outfit run by Osama bin Laden. He mentioned him by name. The Defense Department says the U.S. response, when it comes, will require a sustained military campaign, and at least $20 billion is being set aside as a down payment, it's being called, to bankroll that, quote, sustained military operation against terrorism. The President will visit New York City tomorrow. The President says it will be a day tomorrow of national prayer and remembrance. Ed Bradley, tell us about the scene at the recovery area. and the rest of what can only be described as a tense city. Yes, things are getting a little better, but it's still pretty tense in New York City.
It is, and there's hope, as we saw this morning when they found five more firefighters, and that's what's keeping them going, the hope that they will find even more. But as one doctor said, there are 4,700 still missing, and we're seeing lots and lots of body parts and not a lot of people coming out. I went out earlier this morning, went to New Jersey and back. The Lincoln Tunnel, it's open, but police and state troopers are stopping trucks on both sides, taking drivers out, looking in the trucks. Bridges north of the city, the National Guard's out, stopping cars, looking in trunks of cars coming into the city. To my eye, there seem to be more people on the street, more cars on the street in New York, nowhere near normal, but certainly more than yesterday. I passed a construction site that I saw yesterday, was totally vacant. Today, construction workers were there in full force and back in operation. We've seen these stories about American flags being sold out. I saw dozens of American flags on antennas this morning. So this is a city that is trying to get back up to speed, but it's a city that's still very tense today.
Well, it has to be when you consider the job still at hand. Month and a half, 2 months, perhaps longer, just to clear the rubble and debris and take care of the bodies. Let's go down to CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Bob Schieffer. Bob?
Dan, maybe I should just add on to what you're talking about, because I have kind of a little personal side to what the hell on earth that New York has become. It is not. Of course, those poor people down that were trapped in all of that rubble and stuff. But the disorder and confusion that's going on in New York is not just in those areas. For example, one of my grown daughters, who you know very well, lives in New York. Last night, there was a bomb threat at the Empire State Building. Her building was evacuated in the middle of the night. People gathered out in the streets. Police were down there. It blocked off streets around there. Finally made her way back home, goes back to work today. She works in a large building in Times Square just a short time ago. Her building at work was evacuated. It is just one thing after another. And you know, all of our hearts go out to the people in New York, not just the people who are victims, but everyone, because everyone's life there is being disrupted. It's just an unbelievable thing.
Bob Schieffer. And let's note, Bob, and you know this city well, having lived here, and you still come here so often. Yes, it's true that New York is tense. Yes, it's true that New York has got its problems, and particularly in lower Manhattan, sealed off below 14th Street still, although the mayor's trying to get some of it open. However, much of the city is coming back to life. There was more traffic on the streets today, and other parts of even Manhattan, to say nothing of other parts of New York City as a whole, Manhattan being, of course, the red beating heart of New York City, the island. But things are beginning to steady down. I would say that one of my father's favorite professional fighters was a guy who never won a championship, but he was known as a great get-up fighter. Every time he got knocked down, he would get up, whatever happened. And when this fighter died, somebody called his manager to tell him that he died, and the manager said, well, quick, stand over him, start counting, he'll get up. Well, I think of that story these days because that's the way New Yorkers are. You can knock New Yorkers down, and you can knock them down with a pretty good punch, and nobody underestimates and nobody tries to duck the fact this was a good, hard punch. But so when it's a hard punch, sometimes you get up and you take an 8-count, mandatory 8-count to clear your head, then you come fighting back. That's the spirit of New York today, as best I can describe it for you. So we appreciate your kind words and sympathy, but it's coming right back at you from New York as a message that says, listen, let's get on with it. We got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of rebuilding to do, and we want to catch the people who did this thing and bring them to justice. Let's check in with correspondent Bobby Harley in Miami, where one focus of the investigation of who did it has been centered. Bobby, what can you tell us about the investigation in South Florida?
Well, Dan, we know that at least 2 of the suspected terrorists received their basic pilot training right here in Florida. And now we have also learned that one of those suspects, Muhammad Atta, also spent 3 hours at the control of a flight simulator of a commercial jet right here in Miami. Now, the instructor that brought Atta through that training, Henry George, spoke to us just a short while ago, and he told us how he felt once he alerted the FBI.
It's a terrible feeling. It's going to take a while to get over it. I know that life goes on, and this too shall pass, and we're a great country, and all that sounds great. But, you know, for those that are suffering the loss of their loved ones, and for those of us that came in contact with the individual, it's a terrible thought. I don't think that what I did was, well, made it happen, but obviously, you know, it was part of their training.
In fact, Florida could very well be the country's capital when it comes to the training to become a pilot. And that's for two main reasons. Because there's plenty of good flying weather here when the training itself is really relatively inexpensive. There's also another very positive point to Florida when it comes to becoming training a pilot, especially for firearm pilots. Because of its location, it's very accessible to Latin America, to Europe and beyond, so it's popular for foreign pilots. That is the campus of Embry-Riddle University in Daytona. It happens to be one of the nation's most prestigious aviation schools. It's responsible for educating about 25% of all the pilots that fly commercial airplanes today, and its student enrollment right now is about 12% foreign pilots. So the FBI is investigating that campus to see whether any of the terrorists trained there. Now, the owner of a smaller aviation school here in South Florida, who would not talk to us on camera, she told us all the foreign student needs to do to get some training is to present a passport. She has said she has long since wanted to do background checks at the cost to her own company, something that's not currently required. However, when she tells students that, there is a wait, and they don't want to wait, and they really don't have to, because there are so many other schools who will provide that training for them. To get basic pilot training, it takes about 40 hours of flight time. That could take a full-time student about a month. It'll cost about $10,000. To move on to commercial pilot training, right here in Miami alone, there are 5 such training centers that use flight simulators. Flight simulators that could familiarize yourself with jet controls without ever having to leave the ground. And in fact, pilot after pilot is telling us today, Dan, that in Florida, if you have the will and the money, you can absolutely get the experience you'd need to fly a jumbo jet. Stand by.
Well, the FBI investigation throughout South Florida continues because what some people will call an outrageous situation, but keep in mind it was totally legal, of people from various foreign countries with only a work permit, if that, come in, plunk down their money, and get trained to fly a high-performance aircraft. In the background of this, keep in mind it hasn't been that long ago that most U.S. airline pilots had extensive U.S. military flying experience. But in more recent years, as fewer and fewer people were trained by the military to fly, well, you keep in mind one time we had the draft and all that, but at any rate, now, Bobby Harley made the point, that 25% of U.S. airline pilots are trained in schools like these schools in South Florida that turned out trained some of these hijackers. We're going to check in with Russ Mitchell, who is at a center set up to deal with the missing. Russ, as we come to you, we have very much in mind that there are well over 4,000 people missing, almost 5,000 people missing in the World Trade Center area alone.
Well, Dan, what happened this morning, the city of New York formally announced that those who had relatives still missing from Tuesday's disaster come down here to the Armory building and file a missing persons report. Within hours, some 5,000 people were in line. That number is expected to increase to some 10,000 by the end of the day. Even yesterday, before this center was announced, 2,000 folks showed up. People are coming down here with pictures, medical records, and dental records. And what authorities hope to do is take those records to area hospitals and try to match them up with patients there who are still unidentified. They're being referred to as John Does and Jane Does. People down here searching for their loved ones are becoming incredibly desperate. Many of them are offering rewards to rescue crews, offering a reward to whoever finds their loved one. I talked to a few of the folks down here who still have hope. Here's what they had to say.
We're not going to give up.
Anybody.
You know she's on the list, so
I see somebody that looks like her.
We're keeping our faith. And Jennifer loves me. We're all waiting for you.
How frustrating has this been for you?
I'm devastated. I'm like dead. I'm a walking corpse, okay? I don't even have my medicine because my husband can't get here from Staten Island to get my medicine to me.
Well, yesterday I couldn't do nothing. I mean, before yesterday I spent all day calling him, paging him,
He never answered before yesterday. Before last night, I couldn't sleep. I had to go break in his apartment and get the phone number, call all his family from here to Africa. And everybody been calling me all night last night. And yesterday, I couldn't go nowhere.
This is it's just been so unbelievable. It's like surreal. It's not happening. It's just the worst nightmare in hell. We don't know like what day it is or where we are. The words can't just describe it.
Residents who are coming to the Armory are first being met by a New York City detective who will then interview them, and then they go to a counselor, and then quite frankly they are sent on their way with no promises. And to give you an idea, again, of just how desperate folks are here, in the few minutes that I've been standing here waiting to talk to you, Dan, there have been several people who have walked up to me with pictures saying, can you please put my sister, my brother, my husband's picture on television? Could you please give a phone number? Have them call my house, have them do anything. We are desperate. We want to know where our loved ones are. A lot of frustrated people down here. People are devastated. That's going to continue throughout the course of the day because this armory is going to stay open for as long as it takes today. Dan?
Russ Mitchell, thanks. In our studio here at CBS News World Headquarters, and joining us now is Sean Huron, whose brother was working on the 104th floor of the World Trade Center and is missing. Thanks for being with us, Mr. Huron.
You're welcome.
When did you last hear from your brother?
Well, Tuesday morning, my father spoke to him right when the first plane hit the first tower. My father spoke to him briefly, and he called him. My dad's an ex-fireman, so my dad always told me to go to the roof. My dad saw the fire from the television, and he said, Charlie, do not go to the roof, because he noticed, you know, the roof is not a good spot to be in. And so my brother Charlie said, Dad, this place is filled with smoke. He's on 104th floor, my brother. He said, this place is filled with smoke. I got to get out of here. And that's the last time anybody's heard from him. So, Tuesday morning.
Your brother did what at the World Trade?
He was a sales trader. He's 23 years old. He just got out of college.
Where did he go to college?
University of Scranton. Just got out of college. He's been working for Cantor Fitzgerald for about a little over a year. The kid was awesome.
And this is a firm that was hardest hit, wasn't it?
Yes, they had about 5 floors in one World Trade Center, so they had about 1,000 people in the building.
730 of them are still missing.
You know, the better than I had, I guess. Yeah.
Have you been to the Armory?
I was down at the. I've not been at the Armory because I was down at the news school, which supposedly yesterday had the best list, like the most accurate list of missing people. And, you know, I heard from a source to go to a hotel on 61st Street, which Cantor Fitzgerald was hosting just for employees of the firm, which would narrow it down. And they actually were a very big help. And I put in a missing person report with them. And I'm basically, you know, relying on them to find them.
What has the city done to help you find your brother?
Well, you know, the city's been great. I mean, there's a lot of websites out there in which, you know, my brother's name is actually on them, you know. But then you'll see, like, George W. Bush's name on there. You'll see, like, all these bogus names, which, whoever that may be that's tampering with that is just a sick person. But, you know, I've checked a few of those websites, and his name does appear on there. But, you know, it's not accurate. It's not an accurate website. So to everyone out there, if they are checking those websites, please just don't rely on them. All right.
Sean, what have you done to try to find your brother?
Well, Tuesday night, I was all over the city. You know, there's no transportation, so my brother and I and a few of my friends were running all over to every hospital. We were at Bellevue, NYU, Cabrini, like every hospital you can imagine on Manhattan Island. And, you know, they were pretty helpful. They really were. And it was somewhat organized. But obviously, you know, they couldn't, you know, my brother wasn't turning up at any of those places. So, you know, I just felt it was the best for me to get back to my family because I live in Manhattan. My family lives in Rockaway Beach.
Sean, speaking of family, it's my understanding you have 4 family members missing.
Well, yes, I have cousins missing and my brother.
We want to put up
I'd love for you to do that.
That we've
I'd
done
appreciate
with your brother, and perhaps with these pictures up, you could give us a very brief description This is Peter.
Correct.
And he is?
He's a cousin of mine, second cousin of mine.
Missing?
Yes.
And then there is Mike.
It's Mike Andrews, cousin of mine.
Missing?
Correct.
Where do they work?
They work at Cantor Fitzgerald.
And John?
John Farrell, yes.
He worked there as well?
Yes.
Cousin?
Cousin.
Where were you when this happened?
Well, I work on 125 Broad up Fawnstock, and
so you're right in the area.
Yes, I was, at the end, more south than the World Trade Center, and obviously I saw, I was at my trading desk and I saw the plane hit, and my first reaction was my brother, and my other brother, my brother Charlie's twin brother Billy, came over to get me at my building, and we started to make our way up to the World Trade Center. And it was just mass chaos everywhere. And while we were running up like Broadway, just the building, the first tower came crumbling down. And it was just, a massive amount of smoke just piling down the street, people running everywhere. And basically the cops took control of everything. We had to get out of the area. So it was.
Sean Heron, thank you for coming here.
Thank you very much.
It's important for us that you know.
Thank you. I appreciate
We're thinking about you. Thinking about your brothers.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you very much.
One story after another. One reason we put this on television there, and the story of one young man looking for his brother and his cousins. This story is multiplied literally thousands of times over New York City today. Now, I want to put up the missing persons information number. For missing person information, here are numbers that you can call and locations to which you can go, particularly for people out of town and other states. These numbers are numbers that can be called for missing person information.
And Dan, Sean points out that this website is not the bogus website he was talking about. This is a valid website.
And as best we can make out, this is the most reliable website that's going, www.wtcfamilies.com.org. Give folks a look at it. And those are the numbers. Now we go to John Roberts at the White House for an update. John?
Dan, we just want to take you a little bit further down the road of where the president is going in terms of retaliation for Tuesday's attacks. Last evening, we began talking about this resolution that the president is seeking from Congress to show support and to authorize the use of military force. Now, under the Constitution, Dan, the president is allowed to use military force and commit the armed forces in event of a national emergency precipitated by an attack against the United States. So he would be well within his constitutional powers to go after whoever is responsible. And we have seen presidents do that in the past. But, Dan, this president really made a point today, and yesterday the Secretary of State made a similar point, that he is trying to build a coalition, a global coalition against terrorism, meaning not only leaders of America's allies, but also he wants to make sure that every member of Congress is standing resolutely behind him. Now, a congressional aide to one of the Republican leadership in the House told me that what the president is essentially doing is he is seeking authorization to go to war against these terrorists, though a Democratic source told me that this falls short of a resolution under the War Powers Act. You might remember back in 1990, George Bush Sr. went to Congress for a resolution under the War Powers Act to use military force against Saddam Hussein after the invasion of Kuwait. That resolution, by the way, Dan, carried with it a provision that the president must exhaust all diplomatic and other peaceful means to obtain compliance by Iraq with the United Nations Security Council resolutions before using military force. But, Dan, it's pretty safe to say that there is no diplomatic resolution to this situation. So by all accounts, at least at this point, there will be some sort of military action when the persons responsible are identified and when whatever countries that might have given them safe haven are identified. Dan?
John Roberts live at the White House. We go back to Lower Manhattan and Mika Brzezinski, who's with some of the people who helped rescue some of the firefighters who were rescued this morning. Mika?
Yeah, Dan, a few hours ago you talked about it. You called it a miracle in the madness, and Steve Felice saw it. He's from the Millville, New Jersey Fire Department and Police Department. Sorry about that, sir. You were there when the two firefighters were brought out. Tell us what you saw.
Well, myself and a partner of mine, Jody Farabella, were approximately 25 yards in front of where the firefighters were rescued from. As we were moving debris from the pile of rubbish, we noticed that two firefighters had come past us and the crowd started chanting USA, USA. It was a really exciting moment.
You were on your 15th hour. You were there all night. From what you saw all night long, how did this moment help you keep going?
Like I said, it just boosted everybody's morale. It just wanted us to keep going and going and going. I mean, actually, we were on our way home now. We really didn't want to leave because it was just so intense.
Where were they? Do you know where they came out from? Any idea how they were rescued? I mean, how could two firefighters walk out of that?
Well, like I said, they were about 25 yards behind us, so we didn't actually see where they were rescued from or how they were rescued. As they walked past us, everybody screamed. You know, there's two of us, there's two firefighters that made it, they made it. And like I said, the other firefighters started screaming, USA, USA. It was pretty exciting.
I'm thinking now, how long could they have been stuck in there?
I couldn't even give you a time frame on that.
We're looking at Tuesday morning when it all went down. And they seemed okay to you? I mean, their faces, their bodies, what can you tell me about what you saw?
They look very, very tired, worn out, just like their bodies have had it. I mean, just exhausted. That's basically the only words I can say. They were very exhausted. I think the fact that the other firefighters and police officers were screaming USA, he looked at everybody and put his hand up, and that made everybody just that much more intense as far as, you know, the camaraderie between the firefighters and the police officers, and just the morale in itself. It really boosted everybody's morale.
All right, Steve Felice, Millville, New Jersey Police Department. Thank you. A witness to a miracle in the madness. Dan, they came out alive.
Mika Brzezinski. It's still unclear how many firefighters have been pulled alive out of the debris in the last 4 to 6 hours. At least 5 are known to have been pulled out alive. Now, those were in an SUV, we were told, that was covered with rubble and debris. They couldn't get out of the SUV. They stayed in it. And the rescue workers, which include firemen, policemen, doctors, nurses, iron workers, construction workers, got to them. Now, earlier, 2 firemen were said to have been saved in the debris. It's a little unclear whether we have a total of 7 or possibly more found, but we can report to you, we like to tell you when we have confirmed information that at least 5 firefighters have been pulled out alive. On the same page, additional bodies have been found today as well. We go now to Randall Pinkston at Newark Airport, which understandably and predictably, Randall, there are jitters around the airports today as they come back to life.
Dan, jitters is the right word. Very, very high security here. About 2 hours or so ago, we observed a plane parked near our location here in the roof of one of the buildings here at Newark International Airport, surrounded by Port Authority police vehicles, we presume possibly some federal agencies, and we have learned that that plane is a commercial plane owned by a company from Saudi Arabia. Port Authority officials tell us that the plane was detained on request of the State Department, and they have also detained the flight crew and security crew. We have seen 4 people in handcuffs brought into this building under the escort of Port Authority officials, and since the plane was held at the request of the U.S. government, we also presume that federal officials will be asking questions of these people. Why would they hold a Saudi plane? Of course, Saudi Arabia is one of America's foremost allies in the Middle East. One possible reason is because it has been reported that 2 of the hijackers had ties to Saudi Arabia. It is a question that we will hopefully find the answer to as to whether this plane, this crew, had any connection at all to the individuals, 2 of the individuals at least, who were responsible for the terror across the river in Lower Manhattan at the World Trade Center Towers explosions. The other story here today, of course, is commercial aircraft movement. We can tell you that as of now, there have been no departures from Newark. All of the planes that have been landing, for the most part, have been repositionings, empty flights brought in by Continental, the largest of the airlines operating here at Newark, so that they can be ready for departures when the go-ahead is received from the airlines and the FAA. And finally, this footnote. As many people in America may not know, New York's 3 airports are operated by a semi-autonomous agency called the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. One of the many facilities that they had under their administration was the World Trade Center and, of course, the World Trade Center towers. 2,000 Port Authority employees worked in the World Trade Center towers, and when those buildings went down, the Port Authority workers lost many of their friends and colleagues. And notwithstanding that, they, like so many other of the rescue workers, the emergency workers, the officials here in New York City, have gotten too busy to do the job to get these airports reopened, even in the midst of this tragic moment, personal moment of tragedy and sadness for them. The word, as you have said throughout the day, Dan, if you have a ticket anywhere, don't assume because it says the airports are open that you're going to be going anywhere today. Do call the airport before you leave. It will be several days before flights resume anything like normal. Here at Newark, we're not expecting any departure before 3 p.m. That's Eastern time. In a few minutes, we may see the first departure, but it will be minimal activity, departures and arrivals for the remainder of the day and possibly for several more days. Dan?
Randall Pinkston at Newark Airport, just across the Hudson River in New Jersey. The situation at airports and airline travel is this. The FAA has lifted its ban on airline travel. Airports and its place-to-place, sporadic, airports coming back to life. Some flights will be leaving from some airports, but it's going to be days, maybe many days, before things get back to anything approaching normal. And if you have to go to an airport, you must be prepared. Bring patients along. Bring as little baggage, bring patients along, and expect very tight security. Now, we just told we have some new video in, and these pictures are from inside the Millennium Hotel, which is down in the area of the World Trade Center. And, well, there's nobody there. It was evacuated. And you can see it's a mess, to say the least. And they are constantly going through this building to look through it for structural integrity, because so many buildings are in danger of collapsing.
That's what happened at One Liberty Plaza, which is just to the east of the two towers that collapsed. This is a 53-story building. The top 10 floors started to buckle, so all of these people who were doing search and rescue had to come out.
Can we go back to that shot, by the way? Did you see that? In the debris of the Millennium Hotel, they had that screen, apparently one of the security screens, that was still flashing fire, fire, fire. And listen to the eeriness of this little bell. You're watching CBS News, continuing coverage of the attack on America.
You're watching CBS 2 News, Attack on America.
A live picture as we look outside right now. A couple of airplanes starting to take off in Southern California. This, the view from Lower Manhattan, where the smoke continues to rise up from the rubble there. Good afternoon. I'm Kent Schockner.
And I'm Ann Martin, and this is a special report on CBS 2 News at noon on the attack on America. A small amount of good news finally to report to you in this horrible tragedy. The very latest is that at least 5 firefighters have been pulled alive from the wreckage in New York. They were apparently buried in an SUV, and 3 of them were able to walk away. New York's mayor reports, though, that 4,763 people are officially listed as missing. Several more buildings around the World Trade Complex are in danger of collapse. The Defense Department has issued its first casualty estimate, saying that 190 people died at the Pentagon. And the airline ban has been lifted by the FAA. 1 plane has landed at LAX. We're waiting for one to take off at Ontario. Fighting back tears today, President Bush declared a national day of prayer for tomorrow, and he vowed that America would lead the world to victory over terrorism. Ken.
A lot going on this afternoon, and as you just pointed out, Ann, a moment ago, Southern California airports start coming back online. The biggest, of course, Los Angeles International Airport. You saw that first commercial flight landing here live on CBS 2. It was an Alitalia flight, originally from Milan. Our CBS 2 correspondent Paul Dandridge is live at the airport. And Paul, you have talked with the passengers.
We have quite a number of them. They expressed feelings that we've heard, of course, from Americans before on this terrible tragedy. And, of course, they were to some extent involved. They were on the plane and basically told that the United States the air area was closed down. This is the plane coming in. Alitalia originally started in Milan. They wound up in Calgary, Canada, when airspace was closed down, and they were not told until they were on the ground as to what had happened. On the ground today, they were very relieved. 162 on board, 150 passengers. Some Italians, for the first time in this country, you can only imagine their feelings when they found out.
I felt really bad for these people, but I was thinking it could have been me.
Last name? And your little girl?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I have no words. It's overwhelming. I couldn't realize looking at the images when we were in Calgary. It was really, I have no words.
We were happy to be able to come home.
Were you worried, though? Were you scared?
No, I think if we had gone yesterday, I think I would have been afraid.
Do you know
Today, I felt more safe.
Total disbelief and shock. And then the next day, it just seemed surreal, like there's no way it happened. And I haven't even got to anger or anything like that yet. I just still don't believe it.
The next flight that's expected to come in here is an El flight. It came from Tel Aviv, landed in New York, and then wound up in Wichita, Kansas when everything was shut down. We'll be seeing a little bit of that. We won't be seeing much of new flights taking off from Los Angeles today. Perhaps after 4, after 5 o'clock tonight is the earliest. And please call your airline and please allow 2.5 hours minimum. Now, we've heard some of the restrictions over the last couple of days. No curbside check-in, and in fact, individuals, private cars, not allowed into the airport proper, if you will. This is just empty. It is still empty and will be. If you have a cab, if you have a limousine, you can come in here. The other story that's developing today on security, if you will, is out of Miami, a published report about a company that does provide security here at LAX and 17 major airports across the country, including Dulles, including Newark, including Logan. And they have a history of hiring the wrong people, including felons, and poorly training people. They were fined $1.2 million this year. They are still in business, still providing security at major airports. That's a question that's got to be answered now, much more than just 2 or 3 days ago. And perhaps we've got to fix that part of the hole in our security. Reporting live from LAX, Paul Dandridge, CBS 2 News.
Very interesting, Paul. You touched a little bit on the next part of the story, which is that the LAX that we are all familiar with are going to be a very different place, at least for the immediate future. Different rules we need to follow, and a lot more patience required to go through it out there. And Helen Kumari's got that part of it. Helen.
And if you're a frequent flyer, life here at LAX will never be the same. The security forces here are taking no chances. Every passenger must pass a security check. Now, there are some new security measures to tell you about. The first is when the airport reopened today at noon, there will be no curbside check-in. Curbside service has been eliminated. All passengers required to check baggage at ticket counters. Only passengers with tickets or ticket confirmations allowed past security checkpoints. There's no more saying goodbye at the gate. A ban has been imposed on all knives and other cutting instruments, including ones made of plastic. Temporarily, for the next week or so, there will be no private vehicles allowed in the horseshoe at LAX. Traffic will be temporarily restricted to commercial vehicles, such as taxis and shuttle buses. Now, there are some travel options to get to the airport. LAX officials are suggesting Metro Green Line to Aviation Station. You get a free shuttle to LAX. That's the one that goes along the 105 from Norwalk to El Segundo. Also, Super Shuttle and Primetime Shuttle vans. There is the Van Nuys Flyaway bus, which operates out of Van Nuys Airport. Also, rental cars, limousines, taxis, and buses are allowed here in the horseshoe. If you are coming to LAX, you can drop off travelers here at lots B and C off of Sepulveda and La Cienega. We are live at LAX. I'm Helen Kumari. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Helen.
Well, as we continue right now, it's time to move to the East Coast, where Gretchen Carlson this afternoon is live very close to the World Trade Center. The wreckage, still a dangerous place for the rescue workers to be. Gretchen, checking in with you live right now. We've been watching your reports all morning long out here on the West Coast with a lot of big developments.
Well, there certainly are, Kenton, and let's talk about the good news first. 5 firefighters have been found alive in the rubble. Now, they were apparently in an SUV. They were in the parking garage 10 stories below ground level, if you can believe this. They were rescued about 2 hours or so ago. 3 of them actually walked away from the scene. Now, they're being treated at a local hospital right now, and we're supposing that they are pretty much in good condition by the fact that they walked away. Some of the other developments, though, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani came out and said that 4,763 people are now on the missing person list, which, of course, is not a good number at all. They have ordered as many as 30,000 body bags to come to this area of New York. Also, right now, the rescue mission is a little bit hampered because another tall building in that area, Liberty Plaza, the top 10 floors are buckling at this time. So that is hampering the rescue efforts, because when this happens, they all have to get out of there so that we don't have another situation where these buildings collapse on top of them. Cantonan?
All right, Gretchen, thank you so very much for that live update there in New York. And she's talking about the dangers of still being down in that area where pieces of building are still collapsing and the underlying structures are weakened by the fire.
Some of the most dramatic moments so far today have come from right there, and they happened on CBS. If you've been watching all morning long, you've known this. CBS correspondent Byron Pitts was right in the middle of it when he called Dan Rather on the cell phone as one building began to crumble.
All of us, excuse me, I'm trying to catch my breath.
Just take your time, take a breath, Byron.
What's going on? We're running again. What happened? What happened? Dan, every firefighter, every rescue worker I see is running. I just finished my report with you when all of a sudden, every person standing near me started running full. Sir, have you heard what happened? I have no idea. Okay.
You can see the construction workers running in those pictures just then. Everyone did make it out all right, including Pitts. Authorities say rescue efforts are going to be risky for a while. Tuesday's explosions have weakened several nearby skyscrapers, and as you just pointed out.
Indeed they have. We have more to tell you now from Washington, D.C. this morning, and we will say we've mentioned that airports now have the go-ahead to reopen. More now on that from Terry Okita in Washington.
The skies over the United States may be reopening soon, but passengers will find it difficult to get around. Officials say the tight security is absolutely necessary after Tuesday's terrorist attacks that stunned the nation. It was a well-financed operation. 2 planes had 5 hijackers. The other 2 planes each had 4 hijackers. Authorities have received more than 22,000 tips. The administration pledges the military response will be devastating.
It will be a campaign, not a single action. And we're going to keep after these people and the people who support them until this stops.
Now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable.
Investigators are crisscrossing the nation and beyond, one lead taking them to Florida, where they believe some of the hijackers learned to fly planes. Early yesterday, they confiscated documents from Huffman Aviation.
I came in at 7 o'clock in the morning. They were still there. I talked briefly with them. They were ready to go. I told them that we have more customers, clients from the Middle East, and I thought it was a good idea to give them all my files.
In Hamburg, Germany, police combed apartments believed to be linked to 2 men involved in the attacks. The 2 are said to have come to the U.S. from Germany in July 2000. And German police detained at least 1 person believed to be connected to the attacks.
Crews here at the Pentagon have located the first of the 4 planes' black boxes, but are having difficulty getting to it. And as the search continues, President Bush has declared Friday a day of prayer and remembrance. And following a church service here in Washington tomorrow, he'll head to New York to inspect the damage himself. Terry Okita, CBS News, Washington.
President Bush called New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani earlier this morning. He told him help is on the way for rescue efforts and for the families of dozens, if not hundreds, of fallen firefighters.
And I've directed the Attorney General to expedite any payments of benefits for those fallen public safety officers to their families, any benefits to their family.
The work you've done for us, we all eternally appreciate.
And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure this act, these acts, the people who conducted these acts and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions.
The President mentioned the Attorney General. John Ashcroft says each family of a fallen firefighter is going to receive $150,000 in benefits.
Well, back in Southern California, LAX not the only airport that has reopened. As we were saying earlier, John Wayne Airport in Orange County reopened this morning at 10, but on a very limited basis. And Dave Lopez is out there at John Wayne to tell us how things stand there. Dave.
Well, very limited indeed, Ann. And just about 30 seconds ago, literally, we saw the Delta jet that was due to go to Atlanta take off. It was supposed to leave at 11:25, and it just left to 12:13 by my watch. There's also an Aloha Airlines that is due to take off at noon, but obviously that also was late. We can tell you that even though the airport is up and running, there are it's a much different airport. There are some restrictions. Cars are allowed in this area, but you cannot leave your car. You can't shut the engine off. There is curbside service, but the people who take your baggage take it into a different area where it's then searched. In other words, you can't just pay a sky cab and see your plane, get on the plane and then see your bags on there. And yet there is still a lot of confusion, as evidenced by what this one airport employee was telling some passengers.
So we are not going to check in any bags from any passengers to raise any more anticipation that you're going or not in case the flight does cancel.
And there have been some flights that were due to leave here that were posted on the board as being canceled, and then the cancellation is taken off. Now, the airport inside was not nearly as crowded as it normally would be. It just looked that way because there was only 1 or 2 terminals that were open. Aloha Airlines announced, when they announced that they were open for business, there was a loud applause. And many other people just said, well, we're just going to have to live with it, and they just laid down and took a nap and decided, well, when they tell us we can go, we can go. Again, let me just reiterate that the different rules are here. Now, you can bring your car up into this terminal area, unlike LAX, but you cannot leave your car and you cannot turn the engine off. So again, the Delta airline plane has taken off and Aloha Airlines is due to take off, and we will keep you updated. Back
all right,
in the
Dave.
studio.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that. Right now, I want to move straight to Washington, D.C., where Ari Fleischer is talking with the media.
No. I'll be explaining everything. The President today has made a series of phone calls to world leaders. He has spoken to Prime Minister Koizumi of Japan, Prime Minister Berlusconi of Italy, Lord Robertson of NATO, Crown Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia, and Egyptian President Mubarak. As you know, earlier today he spoke with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki to express his concerns about events up in New York and inform them, of course, that he will be going there tomorrow. The President also visited a local hospital today. I'm going to have a little bit more to say of that shortly. And beginning in just a few minutes, the President will meet with members of Congress from the Virginia area and the New York area to talk about the ongoing efforts of the federal government to be of assistance to the families and to the victims. Tomorrow will be a national day of prayer and remembrance. The President will attend a church service here at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., and the President is asking all Americans at their lunch hours to go and attend a church, a synagogue, a mosque, a place of their own choosing for worship, to say a prayer in assistance to the families and the victims of this horrible incident. As for the activities of the federal government, let me fill you in on several activities, including the one Helen just asked about. The Department of Defense will be announcing the names of those who are killed in the Pentagon disaster, if families have been notified, for those families that have been notified. The Department of Housing and Urban Development announced that they will direct all FHA-approved lenders to provide relief to families with FHA-insured mortgages affected by the recent attacks by providing additional mortgage flexibility and not to start or threaten foreclosure actions for at least 90 days. Secretary Martinez has also asked all major mortgage lenders, including those who are not insured by FHA, to consider providing relief to families as well. The Department of Treasury, in conjunction with the Department of Justice, has announced the deployment of agents from U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Control, and U.S. Customs at designated airport security checkpoints throughout the country as part of the heightened security measures that have gone into effect. The Secret Service has expanded the security perimeter around the White House, this is what you have seen here, as a precautionary matter. All further questions that I'll refer to the Secret Service. The Department of Transportation, Secretary Mineta, has ordered that national airspace will be reopened to commercial and private aviation. They did so earlier this morning. Airports will reopen on a case-by-case basis only after implementing a more stringent. In conjunction with the Department of Treasury, I indicated it has beefed up the security at the airports, and the President has directed Attorney General Ashcroft, and he announced it earlier today, to streamline the application, approval, and payment process for benefit claims of eligible survivors of firefighters, police officers, medical rescue personnel, and other public safety officers who died in the line of duty as a result of the act of terrorism in around our nation on September 11th, 2001. Secretary of Health and Human Services Tommy Thompson is in New York. He has announced that the Department of Health and Human Services, the Federal Emergency Management, victims, their families, and rescue workers, and the Director of the Environmental Protection Agency, Whitman, is also in New York today, and she'll be having a briefing at 5 o'clock. Finally, let me just say this. The President was very touched by his visit to the hospital today. At the hospital, he met with people who are in a burn unit now, who have survived. Some people are there as a result of the heroic actions they took in saving lives. The President met with one family where a mother stood by the bed of her son in the company of a soldier who rescued her son. And she said, "Mr. President, you have no idea how much this means to my family that you are here." He and Mrs. Bush were very touched by the courage that they saw at this hospital and by the determination of our nation and its military and all the people who were affected by this and the people in New York City. The President is also aware there are people in this room who haven't seen their children in days. The President is determined, his resolve is clear and strong, and America is united. And I'm more than happy to take
to seek a resolution from Congress authorizing the use of military force against whoever is responsible for these terrorist acts. And indeed, he already has a resolution from Congress showing solidarity in any response that he chooses to undertake. Why does the President believe it's necessary to have a separate resolution authorizing the use of military force?
Well, the President views this as a real show of unity by the United States Congress. This is a real result of the expression of the bipartisan, bicameral leadership that met with the President 2 days ago to discuss Congress's role in this matter. So while the premise of your question is accurate, per the Constitution, the President does command.
I do a follow on that, Ari, please. If it is actual war, as the President and others in the administration have declared, does he indeed not need a congressional approval to wage war on anyone? And the second part of the question, yesterday you said from that podium that the plane that hit the Pentagon was destined to hit here, and yet the plane came up from the south along I-95 and hit the West Wing. It doesn't seem to figure. Can you perhaps clarify it for us?
Well, on your first question, the answer is the same as I indicated to Mr. Roberts. The Constitution vests in the President the authority as Commander-in-Chief to take action that in that capacity he deems appropriate. Nevertheless, our nation should be heartened to see the joint action with the Congress as the United States government unites and the President and the Congress discuss the terms of any type of joint resolution that the Congress may offer. On the second question, I think we've really exhausted that topic. I've got nothing further to add.
The President said this morning that he wanted to give Pakistan the opportunity to demonstrate that it can cooperate in this coalition he's trying to develop. State Department sources are telling ABC that the administration has asked the Pakistani government for permission to transit through its airspace in the event of a military operation, to close its borders with Afghanistan, and to stop providing fuel to the Taliban government. Why, and what would happen to Pakistan if it did not comply?
Terry, the President indicated that Pakistan has a chance to cooperate with the United States government, and the President is pleased to see. I'm not going to deal with any type of specifics about the actions that we are taking or are not taking. working with these leaders involve all forms of cooperation. It can be diplomatic cooperation. It can be military cooperation. It can be financial cooperation. It can be political cooperation. All of those are areas that are part of the coalition building that the President is discussing. Secretary Powell indicated earlier today that that is the purpose of all the phone calls. That can include any of those options.
And the President seemed to put Pakistan on notice. What if they don't comply? He said, we'll see what they mean by their agreement to cooperate. What if they don't?
Terry, I typically don't deal in hypotheticals. I certainly will not deal with them now.
Follow
Kelly?
on that, though, in the sense, though, is the message that actions speak louder than words here, that the Pakistani government can say that it's pledging to stand united with the
as I mentioned, and the President understands that this is a process. It will take some time, and he will proceed throughout that process with resolve.
How significant, though, for the Pakistani government to come forward with such a statement? Was the U.S. putting some pressure on the Pakistani government?
I'm going to let the State Department discuss that specific by specific, country by country. Suffice it to say, the President, as a general matter, is very pleased with the conversations I've been having with leaders around the world. The world is uniting against terrorism. And the President sees this as a real opportunity for the world to do something that can save generations and protect generations from something that obviously has wreaked havoc on our nation and has killed thousands.
All right, could you tell us about what is happening in Lafayette Park, and could you also tell us whether the White House and Secret Service think that tourists and the American public are safe visiting the White House right now, and indeed are they safe visiting downtown Washington, D.C. and other parts of the city?
Yes, they are safe visiting the White House. Yes, they are safe visiting Washington, D.C. Suffice to say, it is not business as usual. And that's one of the reasons why the Secret Service has expanded the perimeter around the White House. But it is not business as usual. The President said to the American people the other day that the government will take all appropriate precautions, and that's what you're seeing.
Are you open the White House yesterday?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you. Is that a permanent expansion, and we'll be seeing further road closures in addition to Pennsylvania Avenue? What can you tell us about that?
The Secret Service will have the most authoritative answer on that, but my understanding is it's not permanent.
You reopened the White House yesterday to public tours and wanted to get that word out. Are you now rethinking that decision for some reason?
Let me check on the public tours. I don't know what the status of that is.
When Mr. Wolfowitz talked about putting an end to states that harbor terrorists, are you saying, did he mean to say that the U.S. policy is to wipe out governments that sponsor terrorists?
Well, I can only say it in the President's words, and as the President said, the U.S. will use all our resources to conquer the enemy. And I think anybody who chooses to be America's enemy will have to think about what that means.
I apologize. I need to clarify one thing. I apologize.
Okay, and then we'll come back to it.
Just to clarify, we have people telling our reporters that they have been evacuated from the White House. Is that inaccurate?
No, there's no evacuation underway. If anybody in the OEOB is listening, there is no evacuation underway. These are the security precautions that I indicated for precisely the reasons I indicated.
Is that
Campbell?
Lafayette Park?
I believe the perimeter.
Are people being moved out of the EOB? No.
I just said no.
Lafayette Park?
Helen, I just said no. The perimeter is being expanded, but that deals with entree to the White House, but the White House will continue to have visitors. For example, there's a congressional delegation visiting now.
Can people be in Lafayette Park?
You have to check with the Secret Service.
Why?
Because the Secret Service knows exactly how their perimeters work.
Is there critical information of a new threat, or what prompted them to do this on day 3?
This is just ongoing security issues per the Secret Service.
I mean, they had a broader perimeter on the first day, then they came back, now they're expanding it back out. Is this a result of some new information?
Jim, I think if you look across cities across the United States, if you look at all the actions that have been taken, as the President said, it's not business as usual. Security has been beefed up around the nation as a result of decisions that local security forces make as they see fit.
Their information, or just they decided for today to expand it to Lafayette Park?
Yeah, I think the Secret Service can explain the reasons with better precision than I can, but the President did tell the nation it will not be business as usual, and I think what you're seeing is a sign of that. Campbell had it, yeah.
I know you don't want to go back to this subject, but the President, when he was asked today about the threat to Air Force One, said, "I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered," and yet you and other senior administration officials have discussed the intelligence. Does he have a problem with that? Is there some sort of different policy? Is this something that he has authorized you to share with us?
What the President said is he's not going to discuss how the sources and the methods for how any information is collected, and that's exactly in keeping with what I've done and what I've said.
Prior to your statement yesterday on that subject, no law enforcement agency involved in this, the FBI, the Secret Service, any of the branches of the military, gave any hint that Air Force One had been a target. And so clearly, once you put that out there, people are going to want to know more information about whether or not that's a credible assertion.
Well, I think that people understand it's credible.
Harry, this morning you would not, you could not nail down what was the purpose of the President's phone calls regarding coalition. But this afternoon you come back with an answer that the President's really asking world leaders for military, financial, so forth, help. Is that right? Do I have that right?
That's exactly what I said.
Okay. Is there a coalition now being formed formally?
I don't think you can say formally, the President. This is exactly what you would expect. This is what presidents do. At a time like this, the President of the United States, as the leader of this country, talks to his colleagues around the world, prime ministers and presidents.
Is he asking for specific sums and men in uniform and so forth to join in an effort?
He's asking for what I just indicated.
It's more than moral support, though.
That's a fair statement.
It's practical action in response to terrorism.
That's correct.
When the President spoke in the Oval Office, he seemed to go beyond just terrorists and those who harbor terrorists to say those who encourage their actions. And I wonder, what did he mean by that? And which of the world leaders was he trying to send a message to, or did he discuss that with? Because it seemed to go beyond what he's already said.
Well, no, I think when the President talks about those who carried out this act and those who harbor them, obviously those who harbor them have encouraged them. So it's one and the same. Jim?
And how many, if I could finish, how many world leaders has he spoken to since the beginning? And can we get a list of all of those?
Well, I've been announcing them day by day. I'd have to go back and just pull it, but that's publicly available. You've got it all. I mentioned yesterday he spoke to President Putin twice, President Chang, Blair, Chrétien, I believe Chirac, Schroeder. So you can do the math.
Okay, since I have your attention, just for one last bit of that.
Three questions.
When do you think Washington will return to normal? And what is normal now that this has happened?
I think for the American people, not just for Washington, but for the people of New York City and for the people of Washington, it's going to take some time. There was an attack on the soil of the United States of America, and people should not expect this to be over overnight. Jim?
Yeah, Secretary Powell has said that bin Laden is the prime candidate for these terrorist acts. Is that the view of the White House? And secondly, can you straighten out for us whether or not the administration intends to use military personnel as sky marshals or in any other way to secure civilian aircraft flights?
On your first question, I think what the Secretary said was he was asked a question about is bin Laden a suspect, and he indicated yes. I don't think he said prime, but I'd have to check the record on that. But he did indicate yes. On the question of the military, Jim, I'll have to find out from the Department of Transportation. When you asked me this morning, I tried to refer you to transportation. I don't have that information here.
Secretary Mineta said they're going to use the Delta Force. Then an administration official said Mineta was flat wrong, that was not going to happen. And the Pentagon indicated they might use military people to train. Almost everyone seems to have a slightly different version of whether or not military people will be used in civilian law enforcement.
Let me see if I can't get to the bottom of it. Connie?
May I have two questions? Do you have any special words for what the United Kingdom has done? The statements they made are very strong, and today they played the Star-Spangled Banner when they had the change in the guard.
Yeah, and I noticed today also the United States is not the only nation that mourns. The United Kingdom has lost the lives of many of their citizens. Other nations also had their citizens working in the World Trade Center. And so it's a further expression of the wonderful solidarity that the world is showing with the United States. I think it's very touching for the United Kingdom to play America's national anthem.
One more question. Can there be war without a formal national enemy?
Well, as the President has indicated, this is a different type of enemy in the 21st century. The President said this enemy is nameless. This enemy is faceless. This enemy has no specific borders. This enemy does not have airplanes sitting on tarmacs. It does not have ships that move from one port city to the next. It is a different kind of enemy. Having said that, the President also knows that our nation's military is capable of carrying out whatever mission is assigned to it to conquer any enemies. Keith?
Clarify
Keith?
The answer to John's question is that the White House view that whatever action is taken and whatever the scale and duration of the action, that you need no further approval from Congress. You'd like something from Congress, but you don't need anything else from Congress.
I'll say it for the third time. The Constitution vests in the President, as Commander-in-Chief, the authority to take actions he deems necessary to protect and defend the United States. The President is also very encouraged as a result of working with Congress on this joint resolution, which is a real show of unity from the Congress, and the White House will work with Congress on that language.
So that's a yes, right? That's a yes. You need no further approval.
I think I've made it very clear. Go ahead. Gene, you haven't asked yet. Gene, go ahead.
The War Powers Act does call for approval of if troops are going to be put in harm's way.
Gene, as with many previous administrations, there are questions about the constitutionality of some aspects of the War Powers Act, and this administration shares those questions.
Yeah, but in most of those previous cases, we're looking at largely air assaults. But is it your position that
That's not accurate. There have been some 125 military actions that took place in the United States, and I believe only 5 involved declarations of war.
Secretary Powell, can you tell us anything about special security precautions tomorrow for the President's trip to New York? Are there going to be fighter jets on each wing of Air Force One, for example, like there were on Tuesday?
Well, actually, I do not know the answer to that question, and if I did, I'm not sure I'd be able to share it in all cases. But suffice it to say, the President has full confidence in the Secret Service and those who protect him.
Will he travel with a full contingent? Will he, the usual presidential motorcade that we see, this enormous beast that lands in a place and takes over a town, will he do that in New York?
I think Terry will be a smaller, enormous beast.
He's going to travel. You said that we wouldn't go to New York as long as his being there would create a hindrance to those trying to rescue workers, people cleaning up the debris. When they're still pulling people alive out of that rubble, how do you keep him out of the way?
That the administration believes is hampering the intelligence community's efforts to deal with terrorists. Are there any restrictions, either self-imposed by the agency or by the intelligence community or by Congress, that you think need to be eliminated?
I have not heard any such conversations. As always on all these matters, as the President indicated today, the government will keep you informed of any steps it thinks are necessary, but I have not heard anything. I want to go somebody who hasn't asked anything yet. Go ahead.
On the $20 billion supplemental, LNB, as he knows, says there's only $1 billion left in fiscal year 2001 that's on budget, or that's not Social Security. Is it accurate to say that that money can still be expended and be considered without use of Social Security surplus funding, depending on the timing of when that funding is released?
Well, I think there's been a virtual, universal, if not universal, recognition by members of the Congress and by the President that our national security will always come first. So,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
For purposes then, this is considered a severe emergency, and therefore it's money that's being taken from the Social Security surplus.
I indicated 2 days ago that this was a severe emergency.
Differing advice that it depended on the time that the money is actually spent, and that it does not necessarily mean you even have to use those funds. I'm just trying to get that clarified.
I indicated this is a severe emergency. I also said that the fiscal year, of course, does not close to September 30th, so we'll know more at that time. But national security will come first.
All right,
so go ahead.
Go ahead. The word war is being bandied around here so much, but that word in and of itself carries such a constitutional connotation, etc., and creates a confrontation with Congress or whatever. Is it possible we'll see a ratcheting down of the rhetoric with the administration?
I think you're going to see consistent actions by the administration and statements of resolve and determination by the President, just as you've been seeing. So go ahead. Go ahead.
The 1991 war resolution that Congress passed put some limitations on what the President could do. Would that be satisfactory, something like that be satisfactory to this President Bush? Or would you like something that is less, is more open-ended?
You know, we're dealing with hypotheticals here. Congress today is considering a joint resolution to express its support for the President as a show of unity. And we're talking with the Congress very productively about the appropriate language to use in that. And that's where the administration is focused today.
You would see this as more of a general resolution of support and not the kind of thing that his father got from Congress in 1991.
Well, to be parliamentary, it is a joint resolution.
So. Did you understand my question? I mean, I'm saying it's one thing to pass a, resolve we support the President, and quite another to pass what was enacted in 1991, which said the President can take military action under these
Yeah, I think this is all very public. This is a joint resolution that is going to move on Capitol Hill, and you'll be able to review the language of it yourself. I think there are going to be some comparisons that may be apt to 1991, others that will not be. This is 2001, and this is different.
Did the White House suggest language for this?
Sure. We're working with Congress on the language.